A day after FIFA suspended All India Football Federation, the Supreme Court has asked the government to take proactive measures to ensure holding of the World Cup. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court adjourned the matter till the 22nd of August. Delhi High Court on Wednesday expressed concern over a statement allegedly given by Baba Ramdev on US President Joe Biden. In one of the statements, Ramdev allegedly said how US President Joe Biden had tested positive for COVID despite being vaccinated, to which Justice Anup Jairam said such statements could affect the country's relations with other nations. As of now, the matter has been listed for hearing on August 23rd. In a tragic incident, 4 labourers were reported to have lost their lives in a lightning strike in Andhra Pradesh's Eluru district. It has been reported that 3 people were also injured and shifted to the hospital. According to police, the thunderbolt fell on the labourers while removing trees. Notably, the bodies of the deceased have been sent to Eluru Government Hospital for post-mortem. Assam government decides to suspend mobile internet services for 4 hours in districts where the Assam Direct Recruitment Examinations 2022 are being held. Decision made for filling up vacancies in class 3 and 4 posts. According to sources, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma also held a virtual meeting with DCs and other stakeholders to ensure smooth conduct of the exams that will recruit nearly 30,000 grade 3 and 4 post holders. Calcutta High Court Division Bench grants conditional interim bail of 3 months to suspended Jharkhand Congress MLAs who were nabbed with huge amounts of cash. According to sources, the bail is granted on the condition that they cannot leave the city, and they've also been fined 1 lakh rupees bond, and they have to appear once a week before the investigating officer. To maintain peace and order following the Vinayak Damodar Savarkar poster row and to send a message to rioters, Karnataka police takes out a flag march in Shivamogga district. Move comes after a group of Tipu Sultan followers tried to remove banners of VD Savarkar to install Tipu Sultan's banners in the Amir Ahmed circle of the city, leading to a tense situation in the area. Congress corporator and wife of leader of the Social Democratic Party of India, Asif, who expressed objection over the poster of Veer Savarkar inside a mall in Karnataka, has defended him, saying he has wrongly been accused.
कहाँ पर भी वीर सावरकर उनका फोटोस नहीं फाड़ा गया, ये गलत बात है। सच्चाई आप वीडियो क्लिप्स को वंस अगेन आप रिपीट कीजिए, आपको पता चल जाएगा। कुछ भी वैसा नहीं चला है।
Ahead of the 2024 elections, the Aam Aadmi Party has launched Make India #1 pitch, saying the mission would require providing free education, healthcare, employment to the youth and fair crop prices for farmers. Its convener Kejriwal said he will travel across the nation to encourage people to join the drive.
जब भारत का डंका पूरी दुनिया के अंदर बजा करता था, हमें भारत को वापस दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनाना है. We have to make India great again.
Security has been tightened within Mangaluru City Police Commissionerate limits in the wake of social unrest and violent incidents in Shivamogga district. Police have sounded an alert within the commissionerate as a precautionary measure ahead of Shri Krishna Janmashtami and Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations. Police have put up 35 checkposts across the city, and security has been tightened as a result of the heightened tensions in Shivamogga and the recent incidents of violence in Dakshina Kannada district. A day after 7 ITBP Jawans lost their lives in a bus accident in J&K's Pahalgam, a ceremony was carried out at district police lines in Srinagar to pay the last tributes to martyred soldiers. J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha also paid his tributes to the Jawans. Kerala Governor Arif Mohammed Khan, wielding his powers as a Chancellor, stayed the appointment of Associate Professor in Department of Malayalam at Kannur University. Priya Varghese, wife of CPIM leader KK Ragesh, who is also Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's private secretary, was selected as an Associate Professor at Kannur University. On the appointment, University Campaign Committee had written to Kerala Governor alleging that the wife of the CM's private secretary was given preference over deserving candidates. Kerala High Court postpones petition of former Kerala Finance Minister and CPIM Central Committee member challenging the summons issued by the Enforcement Directorate for interrogation in connection with financial transactions of the Kerala Infrastructure Investment Fund Board. Prime Minister Narendra Modi attended the special screening of Doordarshan-produced serial Swaraj, Bharat ke Swatantrata Sangram ki Samagra Gatha at the Balayogi Auditorium, Parliament Library Building. Event was also attended by BJP National President JP Nadda and Union Ministers, including Home Minister Amit Shah and Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. Union Minister Anurag Thakur details key decisions taken in the cabinet meeting. It was decided to restore the interest subvention on short-term agriculture loans to 1.5% for several financial institutions like public sector banks, private sector banks, small finance banks that can lend loans to farmers up to 3 lakh rupees. District General of Indo-Tibetan Border Police and Lieutenant Governor met at Raj Bhavan to discuss treatment and medical support being provided to ITBP personnel injured in bus accident that happened near Chandanwari on 16th of August. According to sources, critically injured will be airlifted to AIIMS Trauma Center for advanced treatment. Notably, the Lieutenant Governor also made a visit to the Army Hospital in Srinagar on Tuesday to inquire about the well-being of ITBP personnel injured in the tragic road accident. Delhi police have filed an FIR against security guard of a girls' PG hostel in Karol Bagh who was caught on CCTV assaulting a girl who was in a state of intoxication. DCW issues notice to Delhi police seeking report on the matter.
हमने दिल्ली पुलिस को नोटिस इशू किया है। मैं चाहती हूं कि मैटर में एफआईआर दर्ज हो। मैं चाहती हूं कि अक्यूज्ड को तुरंत अरेस्ट किया जाए और साथ में दिल्ली पुलिस को इस एंगल से भी मुझे लगता है इन्वेस्टिगेशन करनी चाहिए कि ओनर का क्या रोल था। अगर ये पीजी है तो किस लाइसेंस, क्या उन्हें कोई लाइसेंस मिला था, कैसे वो ये पीजी चला रहे हैं, यहाँ पे क्या सिस्टम उन्होंने कर रखा था कि लड़कियों के साथ इतनी बड़ी घटना हो जाती है।
AIADMK leader O. Paneerselvam paid floral tributes to former Chief Minister Jayalalitha at the Jaya Memorial in Chennai. This comes after the Madras High Court passed an order in his favour on his plea questioning the legality of convening an AIADMK General Council meet, ordered status quo ante June 23rd and ordered a fresh General Council meet. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde directs CID probe into the death of Shiv Sangram leader Vinayak Mehte. Shinde ordered the DGP to oversee the investigation. The car of Vinayak Mehte met with an accident on August 14 at 5 a.m. at the Mumbai-Pune Express Highway. Days after Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar-led JDU parted ways with the NDA, the BJP has set a target of winning 35 seats in Bihar in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. This comes after the Bihar BJP Core Committee meeting was conducted at the party headquarters in Delhi in the presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah and party's National President JP Nadda. Upping the ante against the Bharatiya Janata Party, Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao advised not to fall prey to BJP's policies. The Telangana CM further went on to say no one has benefited from the central government. Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik reviewed the flood situation in the state, directing officials to ensure zero casualty due to floods, saying there should be no disruption to normal life. There is a possibility of flooding in 10 districts of the Mahanadi River basin due to continuous rains. The India-US Joint Forces exercise Vajra Parihar 2022 begin today. The drills began on August 8th at the Special Forces Training School in Himachal Pradesh. Vajra Parihar 2022 is the 13th edition of the annual exercise. The main objective is to share best practices and experiences in areas such as joint mission planning and operational tactics. National capital reports 917 new COVID cases in past 24 hours with case positivity rate of 19.20%. Delhi is close to 20% corona infection rate, the highest in the past 7 months.
अगर पीछे जाएं जिस डेट से ये शुरू हुआ है उसको लगभग 1 महीना हो गया है, तो देखते हैं कि उस टाइम पे 8% जो जिनका टीकाकरण होना चाहिए था प्रिकॉशन डोज का, उनको टीका मिला था। आज ये एक ही महीने के अंतर्गत 17% हो गया। तो स्पीड आई है, लेकिन ये स्पीड और तेज़ होनी चाहिए। वैक्सीन की कोई कमी नहीं है और वैक्सीन के सेंटर पे जाइए, अब फ्री प्रिकॉशन डोज लग रही है।
NASA's new moon rocket arrived at the launch pad before its debut flight, which is in less than 2 weeks. The 98-meter rocket emerged from its mammoth hangar late Tuesday night on 17th August, drawing crowds to the Kennedy Space Center workers. According to officials, NASA is aiming for an August 29th liftoff for the lunar test flight. And sources further state there will be 3 mannequins, test dummies inside the crew capsule, sensors to measure radiation and vibration. The entire flight should last 6 weeks. According to the Israeli Prime Minister's office, Turkey will restore full diplomatic relations and dispatch ambassadors for the first time in years. They further stated that this has been the latest step in months of reconciliation between the two nations. Notably, this year, Israel and Turkey began a process of rapprochement after the two countries faced more than decades-long falling out. A cargo ship that broke down on the Rhine River caused a backup of other ships near the German town of St. Goar. The ship blocked the river until midday when it was towed downstream to the town of Bingen. With 50,000 people locked up since late March for alleged gang ties, El Salvador's Congress has approved another month-long extension of the state of exception that suspends some fundamental rights in the name of combating the country's powerful gangs. Taiwan is staging military exercises to show its ability to resist Chinese pressure to accept Beijing's political control over the self-governing island. Following new rounds of threatening drills from China, the exercises followed days of Chinese missile firings and incursions into Taiwan's sea and airspace by ships and planes from the People's Liberation Army, which is the military wing of China's ruling Communist Party. A huge explosion struck at a mosque in Kabul during evening prayers on Wednesday. According to witnesses, many are feared dead or injured. Police say there were multiple casualties, but did not say how many. One Taliban intelligence official said over 35 people may have been wounded or killed, and the toll could rise further. China says the retaliation it made for U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan was, and I quote, resolute, strong and proportionate. According to sources, the statement came after U.S. Indo-Pacific Coordinator Kurt Campbell said that China overreacted to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. He also stated that China used the visit as a pretext to conduct military drills around the island in an attempt to change the status quo. Wartime rivals Serbia and Kosovo are holding high-level crisis talks, which will de-escalate growing tensions in the Balkans, as hoped by the European Union mediators. This is the same place where Russia has been trying to further increase its influence amid the war in Ukraine, but the Western officials are overseeing the decades-old deadlock between the two neighbors with the hope at least it could eliminate increasing war-mongering rhetoric by both sides. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who is in Thailand, defended India's crude oil imports from Russia, terming it the best deal for the country. He also discussed the surge in energy prices across the world due to the Russia-Ukraine war.
Oil prices are unreasonably high. Okay, not only are oil prices high, so are gas prices. A lot of them, lot of traditional suppliers to Asia are also diverting them to Europe, because Europe is buying less oil and gas from Russia, or can buy less gas from Russia.
India's foreign minister said its country is closely monitoring developments concerning a Chinese Navy ship docked in Sri Lanka. China has said the activities of its high-tech research vessel will not affect the security of any country and should not be obstructed by any third party, as the ship berthed at Sri Lanka's strategic southern port of Hambantota amid Indian and US concerns. Tesla chief Elon Musk further clarifies he is not buying the Premier League football club Manchester United. Said he was just joking about it. This comes after Musk had tweeted earlier regarding buying the iconic football club. When a user asked him if he was serious about his intentions to purchase the club, Musk replied with a no, and further added that this is a long-running joke on Twitter and is not buying any sports teams. The International Cricket Council released the Men's Future Tours Programme 2023-27, confirming the international calendar for all full members across all three formats of the game. Sources confirmed there will be a total of 777 international matches on the 2023-27 FTP cycle, compared to the 694 in the current one. Meanwhile, the men in blue will play a 5-match test series against England and Australia in the cycle. With a poor start to the Premier League hanging over them, Manchester United are doing their best to keep starman Cristiano Ronaldo. However, the Portuguese captain wants out, and Atletico Madrid looks like the ideal destination for him, as they have also offered Antoine Griezmann or Alvaro Morata in a potential swap deal. Ian Foster is set to remain as All Blacks head coach until his contract expires till after the next year's World Cup. According to sources, the board of New Zealand Rugby had a discussion regarding Foster's future after weighing all the information gathered by Chief Executive Mark Robinson, who debriefed Foster and other members of the management team.
Law Minister of Bihar, Kartik Singh, is absconding at the moment, and he's been wanted case pertaining to abduction of a person called Rajiv Singh, and there are charges of murder against him, and this case has been going on from 2014.
ये IPC के अन्य धाराओं के अलावा धारा 364 इसमें विक्टिम राजीव रंजन सिंह के अपहरण का मामला है, और उनके ही के बयान के आधार पे कार्तिकेय सिंह का नाम इस कांड में आया है।
सर, ये मार्च का क्या पर्पस क्या है? इस मार्च ये थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर है, थोड़ा वो बैड एलिमेंट्स का।
On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
You're watching This Morning on Republic, and around 70 firefighters tackled a blaze near a major London station on Wednesday. Video footage shows large plumes of smoke rising into the air near the railway lines. Here's more.
In a shocking incident, a blaze broke out near the London Bridge station, forcing trains travelling in and out of the busy hub grind to a halt. The fire completely engulfed a railway arch containing vehicles in the Union Street Southwark. Dramatic footage showed black smoke pouring from the scene, with alarms going off in the background. Several buildings in the area were evacuated, and residents were urged to shut their windows and doors due to heavy smoke. According to the officials, around 70 firefighters tackled a blaze near the major London station. Firefighters said that they also investigated reports of smoke coming from the London Bridge underground station, but confirmed that the smoke was coming from the fire crews that were tackling the blaze in Southwark. No injuries have been reported so far, and the cause of the blaze is still under investigation. Agency report, Republic TV.
With more international stories now, 50,000 people have been locked up since late March for alleged gang ties. El Salvador's Congress has approved another month-long extension of the state of exception that suspends some fundamental rights in the name of combating the country's powerful gangs. Taiwan is staging military exercises to show its ability to resist Chinese pressure to accept Beijing's political control over the self-governing island following new rounds of threatening drills from China. The exercises follow days of Chinese missile firings and incursions into Taiwan's sea and airspace by ships and planes from the People's Liberation Army, which is the military wing of China's ruling Communist Party. China says the retaliation it made for US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan was, and I quote, resolute, strong and proportionate, unquote. According to sources, the statement came after US Indo-Pacific Coordinator Kurt Campbell said that China overreacted to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. He also stated that China used the visit as a pretext to conduct military drills around the island in an attempt to change the status quo. And coming up in a short while on Republic, after a major tragedy was averted in Amritsar on Tuesday when a bomb planted under a sub-inspector's car was detected. More details on that. Stay tuned.
You made a whole lot of charges, Mr. Ishwarappa. You said कि कांग्रेस का हाथ है इसमें.
शिवमोगा में सावरकर का फोटो कौन छीन गया है, वो लीडर अभी जेल में है, पत्नी कांग्रेस वाले है, पति क्या है, एसडीपी है। ये कांग्रेस और एसडीपी दोनों मिलाकर सावरकर का ये प्रोग्राम किया है, उसको हम खंडन कर रहे हैं।
Breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court, where this matter will be listed on Mondays. They've asked for the centre to take proactive measures to ensure holding of the Under-17 World Cup and lift the suspension so objective is duly achieved. The centre tells Supreme Court it is holding talks with FIFA officials and breaking of ice could soon take place to resolve the crisis arising after FIFA bans India.
The killed Pakistani terrorist allegedly linked to Lashkar was operating terror network from inside Kot Balwal jail in Jammu. At least 20 people were killed and 40 others wounded in a blast at a mosque north of the Afghan capital, Kabul. Assets worth 17 crore rupees seized by CBI in cattle scam case. Anubrata Mondal's daughter summoned in SSC recruitment scam. Court to consider whether to take cognizance of the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet against Jacqueline Fernandez in Patiala House Court on August 31st. Former Bihar Chief Minister and RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav will appear in Election Model Code of Conduct case of 2015 today in Hajipur. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Nivedna Prabhu. Let's start off with the top story. After posters of Trinamool Congress leader Abhishek Banerjee claiming new TMC will come in the next 6 months were put up in Kolkata, the Bharatiya Janata Party on Wednesday took a dig at the ruling party in West Bengal, saying people no longer have faith in Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. Interestingly, the posters did not have TMC Supremo Mamta Banerjee's photo. It was only Abhishek Banerjee who was on the poster, stating, in the next 6 months, a new TMC will come out just as the people wanted it to be. Now, there's big buzz over the TMC posters claiming new government soon. Now, BJP took a pot shot at TMC over the posters, saying people have lost faith in Mamta Banerjee. The party also said it is an attempt by the TMC government to divert people's attention from its corrupt practices. Now, the posters were put up in the Hazra area of South Kolkata, considered to be the citadel of Mamta Banerjee.
इशू आपने बताया, देखिए ये कोई अहम इशू नहीं है। सबसे बड़ा बात है तृणमूल कांग्रेस का जन्म हुआ था ममता बनर्जी का हाथों से, और ममता बनर्जी सुप्रीम लीडर है पार्टी का, ये लेके कोई दो राय नहीं है। हम लोगों का और एक वरिष्ठ नेता अभिषेक बनर्जी टाइम एंड अगेन बार बार बताए, बयान दिया, कर्मी लोग को उत्साहित किया जे हम लोग सब वर्कर है पार्टी का, और हम लोगों का एक ही नेता है, एक ही लीडर है, वो है ममता बनर्जी। ये खुद अभिषेक बनर्जी बार बार दोहराया है। अभी का जो इशू आपने बताया, कोई अति उत्साही कोई कार्यकर्ता वो कुछ सोच के ये सब लगाया है। और
पिछले विधानसभा चुनाव में ममता जी 294 सीट पर अपने आप को कैंडिडेट बताया। उन्होंने जनता के सामने ये बोलकर वोट मांगी थी कि किसी को देखने का जरूरत नहीं है, अब हमको देखिए, हमको वोट दीजिए। तो आज उसी चेहरा का बदल होने जा रहा है, ऐसे ही लोग प्रतीत कर रहे हैं। जब ममता जी का गढ़ पैर उसका घर की आजू बाजू में अभी कुछ लोग ऐसा पोस्टर लगा दिया, 6 महीने का अंदर एक नया चेहरा आ रहा है, नया तृणमूल आ रहा है। तृणमूल कांग्रेस ऊपर से नीचे तक सड़ चुका है। तृणमूल कांग्रेस किसी भी दिन पर कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी नहीं था, ये एक झुंड था, कुछ कमाने वालों को, कुछ दखलदारी को कायम रखने का एक झुंड, जिसका फिलॉसफी था जो जीता वो सिकंदर। किसी भी हालत से हमको बूथ में लीड चाहिए, और लीड का कारण आप जो कुछ करो सब माफ हो जाएगा, लेकिन एट द एंड ऑफ द डे आई वांट द लीड। ऐसे करके कोई भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी चल नहीं सकते। तो आज मतलब क्या है, जो ममता जी का चेहरा देखकर अभी लोगों को मन में कोई भरोसा नहीं है, एक नया चेहरा चाहिए। ये चेहरा का खेल तो चलते रहेगा। तृणमूल कांग्रेस को लोगों ने देख लिया, पश्चिम बंगाल में परख लिया। तृणमूल कांग्रेस जो लूट मचा के रखा, आज जनता उसका खिलाफ है, और लोकतंत्र में जनता की मर्यादा और जनता सबसे ऊपर होते हैं। उनको जो परखना था वो परख लिया। अभी तृणमूल कांग्रेस जा रहे हैं, उसका डेज आर नंबर्ड।
Now, this is of course the latest development in terms of the poster, and talking to us about this development as well, if you could tell us what is it exactly regarding this poster. Of course, BJP has taken a pot shot saying that people have lost faith, in the government as well. What other things can you tell us that the sources have picked up on this?
Well, in various parts of South Kolkata, specifically in Hajra and Kalighat, some posters had been put on by some people claiming that new TMC will come within 6 months. And Abhishek Banerjee, second in command in Trinamool Congress, his photo is in that poster. But the Trinamool Congress spokespersons and Trinamool Congress leaders are are claiming that they don't have any idea about these posters, and the Trinamool Congress party, which is running under the leadership of Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee, and it will run as per its own codes. But these posters definitely put up another controversy, and mainly in Hajra and Kalighat in South Kolkata. These posters had been put on by some people, and of course these posters claiming that the new Trinamool Congress will come within 6 months. And as you know, there was a cold war between Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee, and later both of them was in the commanding position. But this new poster is claiming with the Abhishek Banerjee's photo in it that the new TMC will come. And as you know, Partho Chatterjee, senior TMC leader and obviously post holder, and Anubrata Mondal, another senior TMC leader, had been arrested consecutively by CBI and Enforcement Directorate. Now, at this moment, BJP, the main opposition party in West Bengal, are trying to capitalize this arrest, and in that time, during this time, the new posters which had been put on by some people, although we don't know who put these posters up or who is behind these posters, but these new posters definitely created another big controversy. Nivedana.
All right, thank you, Bhaskar, for getting us those details. Well, that poster is definitely creating a lot of buzz in terms of BJP taking a pot shot at TMC, saying that people have lost faith in the government. But we'll have to wait and watch what more reactions we'll be getting from TMC. But moving on to other news, in a big setback for jailed TMC leader Anubrata Mondal, the CBI froze assets in his name and those belonging to his family on Wednesday. That's yesterday.
In a big setback for jailed Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal, the Central Bureau of Investigation froze his assets and those belonging to his family. The assets primarily fixed deposits with State Bank of India and Axis Bank worth rupees 16.97 crore approximately in the name of Mondals were seized by a central agency, which is probing the leader's role in the cattle smuggling case. Reportedly, a 4-member team, including a woman officer, went to their Nichupati residence in Bolpur to interrogate the TMC leader's daughter, Sukanya. Allegedly, she did not cooperate in the immediate interrogation and was hence served a notice. There are reports doing the rounds suggesting that multiple accounts of Sukanya were used for financial transactions in the case. The CBI arrested Anubrata Mondal on August 11th after he repeatedly skipped the summons of the agency in connection with the cattle smuggling case. A team of the CBI reportedly entered his residence at around 10 a.m. on Thursday, with the CRPF being deployed outside. Notably, the senior Trinamool Congress leader has ranked up ill health to skip his summons. He had driven to the state-run SSKM hospital in Kolkata for treatment and was examined by a 7-member medical team, but doctors categorically said that there were no need for his admission to the super speciality facility. Reportedly, Anubrata would receive a hefty commission for cattle that was smuggled across the border. For each cattle that was smuggled, the TMC leader had set a rupees of 2,500 to 3,000 commission. His arrest came after the top aide of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee refused to appear before the agency and chose to skip the CBI summons for the 10th consecutive time. With Mamata's close aide being reamed to CBI custody till August 20th, trouble mounts for TMC Neta with the latest seizure of assets in connection to cattle smuggling case. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The other national stories that we're tracking at this hour, Kartikeya Singh was administered the oath of office in secrecy in the Raj Bhavan in Patna. He was to surrender before the Dhanapur court in a kidnapping case. Rashtriya Janata Dal Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav said that these are false charges and that there was no such case against him. This comes after a controversy erupted over the induction of MLC Kartikeya Singh as the Law Minister of Bihar.
सरकार को हटाना है मोदी को हटाना है
मंत्रिमंडल से क्या बोलिएगा सर मंत्रिमंडल से क्या बोलिएगा क्या बोलिएगा
अरे शीशा खोले हुए बोल रहे हैं सर सरकार बनते ही जो सरकार पर हमलावर सुशील मोदी ने कहा है ये सुशील मोदी का क्या झूठा है ऐसा कोई मामला है सर कोई ऐसा मामला नहीं
Congress corporator and wife of the leader of the Social Democratic Party of India, Asif, who expressed objection over the poster of Veer Savarkar inside a mall in Karnataka, has defended him by saying he was wrongly accused.
कहाँ पर भी वीर सावरकर उनका फोटोस नहीं फाड़ा गया, ये गलत बात है। सच्चाई आप वीडियो क्लिप्स को वंस अगेन आप रिपीट कीजिए, आपको पता चल जाएगा। कुछ भी वैसा नहीं चला है।
Union Minister Anurag Thakur detailed key decisions taken in the cabinet meeting. It was decided to restore the interest subvention on short-term agriculture loans to 1.5% for several financial institutions like public sector banks, private sector banks, small finance banks that can lend loans to the farmers up to ₹3 lakh.
अगर बैंक को 1.5% हम नहीं सहायता करेंगे तो बैंक को घाटा होगा। इसीलिए 34,856 करोड़ रुपए हम बैंकों को देंगे ताकि किसान को मिलने वाले लाखों करोड़ रुपए में कोई कमी ना आए, बैंक वहां पर संकोच ना करें। किसान की पाइपलाइन जो ऋण लेने की है उसमें रुकावट कहीं ना आए, क्योंकि बैंक को अगर ब्याज कहीं पर ज़्यादा देकर पैसा मिलता होगा तो शायद कहीं गड़बड़ ना करे। तो इसलिए बैंक की भी सहायता की गई और सीधे तौर पर नहीं, अप्रत्यक्ष तौर पर इस पर किसान की मदद की गई।
Delhi police filed an FIR against the security guard of a girls' PG hostel in Karol Bagh who was caught on CCTV assaulting a girl who was in a state of intoxication. DCW had issued a notice to Delhi police seeking report on the matter.
हमने दिल्ली पुलिस को नोटिस इशू किया है। मैं चाहती हूँ कि मैटर में एफआईआर दर्ज हो। मैं चाहती हूँ कि अक्यूज्ड को तुरंत अरेस्ट किया जाए और साथ में दिल्ली पुलिस को इस एंगल से भी मुझे लगता है इन्वेस्टिगेशन करनी चाहिए कि ओनर का क्या रोल था। अगर ये पीजी है तो किस लाइसेंस, क्या उन्हें कोई लाइसेंस मिला था, कैसे वो ये पीजी चला रहे हैं, यहाँ पे क्या सिस्टम उन्होंने कर रखा था कि लड़कियों के साथ इतनी बड़ी घटना हो जाती है।
Central Bureau of Investigation has seized fixed deposit of ₹16.97 crore belonging to TMC Birbhum District President Anubrata Mondal and his family. He is in CBI custody till August 20th in a cattle smuggling case. On the other side, the killed Pakistani terrorist allegedly linked to Lashkar was operating terror network from inside Kot Balwal jail in Jammu. Former Bihar Chief Minister and RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav will appear in Election Model Code of Conduct case of 2015 today in Hajipur.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Oh, it's certainly getting much hotter politically, isn't it? Arvind Kejriwal has today effectively pitched himself as a prime ministerial face. Can you believe it, viewers? For 2024. He's made it clear he wants to be prime minister. He organized an event clearly competitive at a national level. And his launch pitch is the slogan, "Make India #1."
not terribly original, sounding much like Donald Trump's Make America Great Again slogan. It's quite clear that the Aam Aadmi Party intends to accelerate its growth on the political carcass of the Congress and try and race to get to the second highest number of seats nationally in the Lok Sabha elections. And it will do so by not entering into any pre-poll alliances and fight in as many places as possible directly one-on-one against the BJP. Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, maybe even UP, Gujarat for sure, Punjab, Delhi, to emerge as an alternative and try and amass enough votes nationally to be officially recognized as a national party by the Election Commission. And that is why in coalitions or fronts, you will find the Aam Aadmi Party is largely absent. It stands on its own, not with the other opposition parties, not with the BJP, on its own. On many issues, it works with opposition parties, but it is not part of their group. And that is where Kejriwal sees a chance of emerging as the main contender in the short term and a shot in national politics in the medium term. Now, viewers, Arvind Kejriwal is a very, very ambitious person. Nothing wrong with that. He's politically very ambitious for someone who once said, in fact, in an interview to me, that he would never join politics. But his political rise has been mainly on the back of what was a non-political anti-corruption movement. Why did people follow Anna? Because he said, I'm never in politics. I'm a fool. Arvind Kejriwal has today effectively pitched himself as a prime ministerial face for 2024. It's quite clear that the Aam Aadmi Party intends to accelerate its growth on the political carcass of the Congress and try and race to get to the second highest number of seats nationally. Would both Nitish and Mamta stand aside and say, Mr. Kejriwal, please go ahead? And if they don't do that, then what happens? More confusion. No party has a chance against the BJP in 2024 nationally unless they all come together and form a massive national pre-poll alliance against the BJP.
Welcome back. A Pakistani terrorist identified as Ali, who was in Jammu and Kashmir police custody and was taken near international border to identify the spot where Pakistani drone consignment was to be dropped, tried to escape as he opened fire on the security forces, in which one Jawan of Jammu and Kashmir police got injured. The police retaliated and fired upon the Pakistani terrorist, in which he got killed. Here's a Republic exclusive ground report, Fly Mandal area of Jammu.
In a big win for the security forces in Jammu, they have recovered a huge consignment of arms and ammunition that was dropped using the drone in the Fly Mandal area. This is the AK along with the magazine, 40 rounds, a pistol along with the 2 magazines and 10 rounds and 2 grenades that were sent from across using the drone have been recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police in the Fly Mandal area. This incident happened when Pakistani terrorist Ali was brought here for the investigation. He fired upon the security forces, to which the forces retaliated, and in retaliation Ali was neutralized, and now the forces launched the search after that, in which this huge recovery has been made by the security forces, and now the forces are looking into every possible angle that how this consignment of the terror from the Pakistan managed to reach here, because Ali was operating this nexus from inside the jail Kot Balwal in Jammu.
In other news, Lance Nayak Chandrasekhar Harbola had his final rites conducted at his hometown in Haladwani in Uttarakhand, as he was found after being lost for 38 years in 1984 in Siachen. The rites of the soldier were conducted with all the honours of the armed forces, as a hero of an operation on one of the highest Indian frontiers was laid to rest.
Chandrasekhar Harbola. Thousands were present in Uttarakhand to attend the final rites of Lance Nayak Chandrasekhar Harbola. उसके बाद देखिए
अंतिम संस्कार किया जाएगा।
The heroic soldier was martyred in Siachen 38 years ago in 1984.
और देखिए भारत माता की जय का उद्घोष यहाँ पर लगातार सुनाई दे रहा है।
ऐसा होना हर आर्मी वाले के मन में एक बात होती है कि अगर इस तरह का मुझे भी हो, मैं भी लड़ूं, मैं भी आगे जाऊं। कोई भी आर्मी वाला कभी भी पीछे मुड़ना नहीं चाहता। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है, बहुत बड़ा सम्मान है। धन्यवाद है मीडिया का, धन्यवाद है भारत सरकार का, धन्यवाद है इंडियन आर्मी का, 19 कुमाऊं का और इस प्रशासन का।
Members of his family kept his personal belongings at the memorial site, with his rucksack and other personal belongings returned to the family at least 4 decades ago.
Teary-eyed eyes they had, and do they don't remember.
Meanwhile, several officers, senior leaders and other members of the forces along with civilians were present at the site, paying homage to the slain soldier where his body was placed. Veterans present in Haldwani for the wreath-laying ceremony reminisced about the Operation Meghdoot that allowed the Indian forces to dominate the glacier with a quick maneuver on the April of 13th in 1984.
हमने सुना था कि हमारी जो गश्ती दल पेट्रोलिंग पार्टी जो थी अभिलांच में दफन हो चुकी है। हमारे कम्युनिकेशन सब रेडियो कम्युनिकेशन जब टूट चुके थे तो ये मान के चलिए कि मतलब ऐसा लगा कि जैसे सारा कुछ ख़त्म हो गया है। तो धीरे धीरे उम्मीद तो हमको थी शायद निकलेंगे, लेकिन वहाँ की विषम परिस्थितियाँ ऐसी थी तो वहाँ मई में भी -55 डिग्री तापमान रहता है सियाचन ग्लेशियर का।
The ceremony was followed by a gun salute for the brave soldier. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on, a major crisis was averted after a bomb was found planted under the Bolero SUV of a sub-inspector of the Punjab Police in Amritsar. According to sources of Republic Media Network, the car belonged to Officer Dilbang Singh and the IED was discovered when a person was washing the car, spotted the bomb and informed the sub-inspector. Following the discovery, the bomb squad was called in and the IED was safely removed from the vehicle. Now it is confirmed that 2 arrests have been made in the case. Both accused carried Canadian visas and were said to be in touch with their handlers in Canada and other countries.
After a major tragedy was averted in Amritsar on Tuesday when a bomb planted under a sub-inspector's car was detected. In the latest update, it has come to notice that a stray dog smelled the IED, tried to bite it. Fortunately, it didn't detonate but fell to the ground. Later, the person washing the car spotted IED on road and informed SI Dilbag Singh, under whose car the IED was placed.
Amritsar police have arrested 2 accused from Delhi airport who tried to flee to Canada, and they are all set to fly to Canada after planting the bomb under the car of Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh in Amritsar. But before they board the plane, Punjab police reached to the Delhi airport and in fact they arrested them from the airport and now brought them back to Amritsar for more interrogation.
The police have confirmed that 2 people related to the case were arrested from Delhi airport.
अभी तक कोई पकड़ा नहीं गया इस मामले में?
नहीं पकड़े गए हैं जी 2 आदमी।
2 आदमी पकड़े गए हैं?
हाँ, दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट से पकड़े गए हैं।
तो वो कौन थे वो लोग, मतलब कहाँ के रहने वाले थे वो?
अभी वो लेकर आएंगे ना, सारी पुलिस पार्टी जा चुकी है दिल्ली।
अच्छा जी।
The police also informed that both the accused were carrying Canadian visas and were in touch with their handlers in Canada and other country. They intended to fly back to Canada after planting the bomb. The investigation in the case is underway. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, on the other side, former allies Israel and Turkey to restore the full diplomatic relations in a reconciliation bid. China says it will deploy its troops to participate in joint military exercises with Russia and other countries.
सर ये मार्च का क्या पर्पस क्या है इस मार्च? ये थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर है, थोड़ा वो बैड एलिमेंट्स का हम लोग तो शो करना है, तो हम लोग का बहुत फोर्स है, स्ट्रिक्ट में एक्शन कर देंगे। अगर हालात की बात करें शिमोगा में, तो अभी हालात कैसे हैं? केरल तो अच्छा है, अच्छा चल रहा है, कंट्रोल में आ रहा है। It's the third flag march and this is being done to instill a sense of security, a sense of confidence among the people.
A whole lot of charges, Mr. Ishwarappa. You said कि कांग्रेस का हाथ है इसमें।
शिमोगा में सावरकर का फोटो कौन छीन गया है, वो लीडर अभी जेल में है, पत्नी कांग्रेस वाले है, पति क्या है, एसडीपी है। ये कांग्रेस और एसडीपी दोनों मिलाकर सावरकर का ये प्रोग्राम किया है, उसको हम खंडन कर रहा है।
Breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court where this matter will be listed on Mondays. They've asked for the centre to take proactive measures to ensure holding of the Under-17 World Cup and lift the suspension so objective is duly achieved. The centre tells Supreme Court it is holding talks with FIFA officials and breaking of ice could soon take place to resolve the crisis arising after FIFA bans India.
OPS finally getting a win in this matter. This is considered as a big victory for OPS's camp because the kind of fights that OPS had to put one by one for the past 2 months was extremely high. Justice J. Chaitran's verdict has come out from the Madras High Court. The dual leadership will be continuing. Edappadi K. Palaniswamy and O. Pannirselvam will have to together administer the party now. They will be the coordinator and the co-coordinator of the party.
New Law Minister of Bihar, Kartik Singh, is absconding at the moment and he's been wanted case pertaining to abduction of a person called Rajiv Singh and the charges of murder against him, and this case has been going on from 2014.
ये IPC के अन्य धाराओं के अलावा धारा 364 इसमें विक्टिम राजीव रंजन सिंह के अपहरण का मामला है और उनके ही के बयान के आधार पे कार्तिकेय सिंह का नाम इस कांड में आया है।
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
Former allies Israel and Turkey to restore full diplomatic ties in a reconciliation bid. China says it will deploy its troops to participate in joint military exercises with Russia and other countries. Massive fire engulfs London Bridge. Over 70 firefighters deployed near London Station to tackle the blaze. Cargo ship breaks down, causes traffic jam of other ships. Rhine River now temporarily blocked. Sappers from Russian Army's International Mine Action Center along with DPR staff demine schools, kindergartens and playgrounds. welcome to World This Morning on Republic. I'm Rukma, and in our top story, diplomatic relations and dispatch ambassadors for the first time in years are being undertaken by the countries of Turkey and Israel. The latest step in months of reconciliation between the two former allies. Turkish Foreign Minister Mevlut Cavusoglu said this on Wednesday.
The Turkish foreign minister said that Israel and Turkey will restore full diplomatic relations and dispatch the ambassadors for the first time in years. This is the latest step in months of reconciliation between the two former allies.
Yeni hükümet göreve geldikten sonra ve Sayın Herzog Cumhurbaşkanı olarak seçildikten sonra İsrail'le bir diyalog süreci başlamıştı. Sayın Herzog'un Türkiye ziyareti, daha sonra benim İsrail ziyaretim, Başbakan ve Dışişleri Bakanı Sayın Lapid'in Ankara ziyaretiyle süreç devam etti.
The two countries, who were once friendly, had more than a decade-long falling out. But earlier this year, Israel and Turkey began a process of reapproachment. Once warm relations between Israel and Turkey disintegrated under the Turkish president, who has been an outspoken critique of Israel's policies towards the Palestinians. Israel in turn has objected to Turkey's embrace of the Palestinian militant group Hamas, which rules the Gaza Strip. The countries withdrew their respective ambassadors in 2018 after the Israeli forces stormed a Gaza-bound flotilla carrying humanitarian aid and Palestinians that broke an Israeli blockade.
İlişkilerin geliştirilmesi konusunda da önemlidir büyükelçilerin tekrar atanması. Diğer taraftan her zaman söylediğimiz gibi Filistin, Kudüs ve Gazze'nin haklarını biz savunmaya devam edeceğiz. Ve bu konuda mesajlarımızın doğrudan büyükelçi seviyesinde de Tel Aviv'de iletilmesi de.
The incident resulted in deaths of 9 Turkish activists. Following an attempt at mending ties, Turkey recalled its ambassador in 2018 after the US moved its embassy in Israel to Jerusalem. Israel captured East Jerusalem along with the West Bank and Gaza Strip in the 1967 Mideast War. It later annexed the East Jerusalem, a move unrecognized by most countries which maintain their embassies in the coastal metropolis of Tel Aviv. The Palestinians seek East Jerusalem as the capital of a future state. Agency report, Republic TV.
China says it will deploy its troops to participate in joint military exercises with Russia and other countries, including India, Belarus and Tajikistan. Take a look.
China has said that it will deploy its troops to participate in the joint military exercises with Russia and the other countries, including India, Belarus and Tajikistan. According to the Chinese Defense Ministry, the participation in the joint exercises was unrelated to the current international and regional situation. The statement further said that the aim is to deepen practical and friendly cooperation with the armies of participating country, enhance the level of strategic collaboration among the participating parties, and to strengthen the ability to respond to various security threats. Remember, China and Russia had held their first joint military exercise in May after the invasion of Ukraine. The bombers flew over the Sea of Japan and continued towards the East China Sea and the Philippine Sea. Meanwhile, South Korea had issued a statement hours later confirming the exercise, saying the 2 Chinese military aircrafts and 4 Russian warplanes entered its air defense identification zone of the country's east coast. Notably, China later confirmed the exercise after South Korea and Japan released statements. Agency report, Republic TV.
According to the unit's commander, sappers from the Russian Army's International Mine Action Center, along with DPR staff, were demining schools, kindergartens and playgrounds. Take a look.
Watch how the sappers carry out demining work at a playground and remove what were reported to be explosive objects. A representative of the International Mine Action Center said that the mines that they encountered are the most common types of mines. Remember that on March 6th, the Donetsk People's Republic spokesperson announced that the city of Mariupol had been mined.
Начинается учебный год. Скоро детей станет больше и больше. Из этого мы не хотим, чтобы как-то они пострадали. Из этого проверяем школы, детские сады, спортивные детские площадки.
A recent report by the Amnesty International criticized Kiev for setting up bases and operating weapon systems inside schools and hospitals, turning civilians into targets. Meanwhile, Kiev has denounced the Russian offensive into its territory, and the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has imposed a martial law throughout the country, announcing a general mobilization. Agency report, Republic TV.
With 50,000 people locked up since late March for alleged gang ties, El Salvador's Congress has approved another month-long extension of the state of exception that suspends some fundamental rights in the name of combating the country's powerful gangs. Taiwan is staging military exercises to show its ability to resist Chinese pressure to accept Beijing's political control of the self-governing island, following new rounds of threatening drills from China. The exercises follow days of Chinese missile firings and incursions into Taiwan's sea and airspace by ships and planes from the People's Liberation Army, which is the military wing of China's ruling Communist Party. China says the retaliation it made for U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan was, and I quote, resolute, strong and proportionate. According to sources, the statement came after U.S. Indo-Pacific Coordinator Kurt Campbell said that China overreacted to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. He also stated that China used the visit as a pretext to conduct military drills around the island in an attempt to change the status quo. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who is in Thailand, defended India's crude oil imports from Russia, terming it the best deal for India. He also discussed the surge in energy prices across the world due to the Russia-Ukraine war.
Oil prices are unreasonably high. Okay, not only are oil prices high, so are gas prices. A lot of them, lot of traditional suppliers to Asia are also diverting them to Europe, because Europe is buying less oil and gas from Russia, or can buy less gas from Russia.
A huge explosion struck at a mosque in Kabul during evening prayers yesterday. According to witnesses, many appeared dead or injured. Police say there were multiple casualties, but not how many. One Taliban intelligence official said over 35 people may have been wounded or killed, and the toll could rise further. Around 70 firefighters tackled a blaze near a major London station on Wednesday. Video footage showed large plumes of smoke rising into the air near the railway lines. Here's more.
In a shocking incident, a blaze broke out near the London Bridge station, forcing trains travelling in and out of the busy hub grind to a halt. The fire completely engulfed a railway arch containing vehicles in the Union Street Southwark. Dramatic footage showed black smoke pouring from the scene, with alarms going off in the background. Several buildings in the area were evacuated, and residents were urged to shut their windows and doors due to heavy smoke. According to the officials, around 70 firefighters tackled a blaze near the major London station. Firefighters said that they also investigated reports of smoke coming from the London Bridge underground station, but confirmed that the smoke was coming from the fire crews that were tackling the blaze in Southwark. No injuries have been reported so far, and the cause of the blaze is still under investigation. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in some sports news, the fourth-seeded Stefanos Tsitsipas ended his two-match losing run, outplaying Serbian Filip Krajinovic in straight sets to reach the last 16 at Cincinnati. World number one, Iga Swiatek chalks up 50th win of the season after victory over American Sloane Stephens. It was the first meeting between the pair, and Swiatek broke the Stephens serve 6 times. On her way to the win, the Pole now faces either Madison Keys or Yelena Ostapenko for the next round. Kylian Mbappe is one of the 30 players nominated for the 2022 Ballon d'Or, but there is no doubt who he believes should win this year's award. He's reported to have said that Karim Benzema just had the season of his life at 34 years of age, and he must win. Sabah's title ambitions were dampened after the draw against Kedah. The draw result meant Sabah are on 35 points, keeping them second in the Malaysia Super League standings. And coming up, more news on how a cargo ship has broken down, causing traffic jam for other ships on the Rhine River, which is now temporarily blocked. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Oh, it's certainly getting much hotter politically, isn't it? Arvind Kejriwal has today effectively pitched himself as a prime ministerial face. Can you believe it, viewers? For 2024. He's made it clear he wants to be Prime Minister. He organized an event clearly competitive at a national level. And his launch pitch is the slogan, "Make India #1. Not terribly original, sounding much like Donald Trump's "Make America Great Again" slogan. It's quite clear that the Aam Aadmi Party intends to accelerate its growth on the political carcass of the Congress and try and race to get to the second highest number of seats nationally in the Lok Sabha elections. And it will do so by not entering into any pre-poll alliances and fight in as many places as possible directly one-on-one against the BJP. Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, maybe even UP, Gujarat for sure, Punjab, Delhi. To emerge as an alternative and try and amass enough votes nationally to be officially recognized as a national party by the Election Commission. And that is why in coalitions or fronts, you will find the Aam Aadmi Party is largely absent. It stands on its own, not with the other opposition parties, not with the BJP, on its own. On many issues, it works with opposition parties, but it is not part of their group. And that is where Kejriwal sees a chance of emerging as the main contender in the short term and a shot in national politics in the medium term. Now, viewers, Arvind Kejriwal is a very, very ambitious person. Nothing wrong with that. He's politically very ambitious for someone who once said, in fact, in an interview to me, that he would never join politics. But his political rise has been
You're watching World This Morning. Breaking news coming in from Pakistan, firing a fresh salvo at the new Pakistani government. Ousted Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, has now tweeted, "Descending into a banana republic. The civilized world will be shocked at our levels of barbarism," he says. The worst part is an easy target has been chosen to make an example of through torture, and without a fair trial. Meanwhile, the likes of NS, Mariam, MFR, AZ, all of them have, in the worst possible way, repeatedly attacked state institutions through malicious and targeted statements against them. They get away without even a hint of a reprimand. So Imran Khan, ousted Prime Minister of Pakistan, attacks the Pakistani government over what he calls its descending into a banana republic. Gursimran, to take us through this breaking development. Gursimran, well, we have Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan speaking against the Pakistani government. What are his major grievances? What are the points he has put forward in this?
See, this is regarding the arrest of one of his close associate who has been the assistant to the Prime Minister when he was the Prime Minister of the Pakistan, Shahbaz Gill, who was arrested by the Pakistani government for speaking against the Pakistani army, for inciting people against the Pakistani army and inciting the Pakistani army ranks against the government of Pakistan. He was arrested and he is at present is being under the Pakistani prison. So now what Imran Khan alleges is that Maulana Fazlur Rahman, Asif Ali Zardari, Nawaz Sharif, Mariam Nawaz, they all have been speaking vocally about against the Pakistani army when in opposition, but no one dares to take action against them. But when it comes to Shahbaz Gill and ARY News that has been made off air by the Pakistani government, they term it, this Imran Khan's party, they term it as a banana republic that Pakistan has become, where the people's voice is being crushed and they are not being given the fair trial. Now the PTI and other alliance parties, they are planning to hold jalsas throughout the country so that they can tell the people that this quote-unquote imported government, which Imran Khan and his party calls the government in Pakistan, is not for the welfare of the people. And this tweet is an example that how they are going to take it forward. They will attack Mariam Nawaz Sharif, Maulana Fazlur Rahman, Asif Ali Zardari and others who have been quite vocal against the Pakistani army when out of power, and when in power they are all in praises.
Well, many thanks Gursimran for explaining that situation to us. So former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan speaking out against the crackdown on media professionals, against the crackdown on his close associates. And moving on to other news stories now, the ancient Kahta castle outside Adiyaman has reopened to tourists once again following a 17-year restoration project, as seen in footage from Tuesday. Take a look.
The ancient Kahta castle just outside the Adiyaman has reopened to tourists once again following a 17-year restoration project.
It's far from here in Europe. But I reached this beautiful country and this beautiful place. Now I am in Kahti castle, a very beautiful place from the Mamluk times. We can see the beautiful architecture here, very old, and beautiful landscape, beautiful views. I'm really impressed about this place. It's great to be here.
The drone footage captures the scale of castle first built in the 1st or the 2nd century, while a new glass terrace overlooks the surrounding valley.
17 yıl önce Mart ayında burada yağmurların yağması sonucunda kalenin bir kısım duvarı yıkıldı ve bu duvarın yıkılması sonucu ise güvenlik nedeniyle kale turizme kapandı. Daha sonra 2011 yılı itibariyle burada 1. etap restorasyon, 2. etap restorasyon ve 3. etap restorasyon yapılarak tüm güvenlik önlemleri alındıktan sonra ziyaretçiye 3 Ağustos 2022 tarihi itibariyle açıldı.
Over the years, the castle was used by many civilizations like Commagene, Rome, Byzantium and Mamluks. The castle has reopened to visitors on August 3rd. Agency report, Republic TV.
A cargo ship that broke down on the Rhine River blocked the river that caused a backup of other ships near the German town of St. Goar. Here's more in our next report.
A cargo ship broke down on the Rhine River. This caused a backup of other ships near the German town of St. Cor. The ship blocked the river until midday and later was towed downstream to the town of Bingen. According to the water police, ship heading in the same direction had to wait until the one with a non-working engine reached St. Cor.
Seit der Nacht um 1:30 haben wir jetzt eine Schifffahrtssperre zwischen Sangoa und Bingen. Und die Fachbehörden haben jetzt 2 passende Schiffe gefunden, die in der Lage waren, technisch bedingt aufgrund ihrer Maschinenleistung, das Schiff aus dieser Lage in der Kurve freizuschleppen. Und die haben es erstmal hier bis Oberwesel geschleppt.
The police further stated that it does not appear that the cargo ship's problem stemmed from the Rhine River's seriously low water levels. Meanwhile, the divers in Bingen plan to examine the ship for damage. It is still not clear as to how many ships were held up on the river and when the traffic would return to normal. Agency report, Republic TV.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed, another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist. Head of the World Health Organization has described the persistent crisis in Ethiopia's Tigray region as the worst disaster on earth. In a statement at a press briefing, WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom said the situation caused by the ongoing conflict in his home country is worse than any other humanitarian crisis in the world. Last of 3 men convicted of hijacking a school bus full of California children for an attempted $5 million ransom in 1976 in what a prosecutor called the largest mass kidnapping in U.S. history, released by the state's parole board. Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan says Pakistan is descending into a banana republic. Amid the controversy surrounding the arrest of Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf leader Shahbaz Gill, which the PTI chief claims is a conspiracy to target him and his party. Federation mobilized in Buenos Aires to demonstrate against big corporations amid the rising cost of living. This was the first protest led by the General Confederation of Labour in the 3 years of Alberto Fernandez's presidency. And coming up in a short while, Anubrata Mondal's daughter summoned in SSC recruitment scam case. All the details in the Morning Express next on Republic. Stay tuned. Also coming up, former Bihar Chief Minister and RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav to appear in Election Model Code of Conduct case of 2015 today in Hajipur.
Law Minister of Bihar, Kartik Singh, is absconding at the moment, and he's been wanted case pertaining to abduction of a person called Rajiv Singh, and there are charges of murder against him, and this case has been going on from 2014.
ये IPC के अन्य धाराओं के अलावा धारा 364 इसमें विक्टिम राजीव रंजन सिंह के अपहरण का मामला है और उनके ही के बयान के आधार पे कार्तिकेय सिंह का नाम इस कांड में आया है।
सर ये मार्च का क्या पर्पस क्या है इस मार्च का? ये थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर है, थोड़ा वो बैड एलिमेंट्स का हम लोग तो शो करना है, तो हम लोग का बहुत फोर्स है, स्ट्रिक्ट में एक्शन कर देंगे। अगर हालात की बात करें शिमोगा में, तो अभी हालात कैसे हैं? केरल तो अच्छा है, अच्छा सब है, कंट्रोल में आ रहा है। इट्स द थर्ड फ्लैग मार्च एंड दिस इज बीइंग डन to instill a sense of security, a sense of confidence among the people.
You made a whole lot of charges, Mr. Ishwarappa. You said कि कांग्रेस का हाथ है इसमें।
शिमोगा में सावरकर का फोटो कौन छीन गया है, वो लीडर अभी जेल में है। पत्नी कांग्रेस वाले है, पति क्या है, एसडीपी है। ये कांग्रेस और एसडीपी दोनों मिलाकर सावरकर का ये प्रोग्राम किया है, उसको हम खंडन कर रहा है।
Breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court where this matter will be listed on Mondays. They've asked for the centre to take proactive measures to ensure holding of the Under-17 World Cup and lift the suspension so objective is duly achieved. The centre tells Supreme Court it is holding talks with FIFA officials and breaking of ice could soon take place to resolve the crisis arising after FIFA bans India.
OPS finally getting a win in this matter. This is considered as a big victory for OPS's camp because the kind of fights that OPS had to put one by one for the past 2 months was extremely high. Justice J. Chaitran's verdict has come out from the Madras High Court. The dual leadership will be continuing. Edapadi K. Paliswamy and O. Paneerselvam will have to together administer the party now. They will be the coordinator and the co-coordinator of the party.
New Law Minister of Bihar, Kartik Singh, is absconding at the moment, and he's been wanted case pertaining to abduction of a person called Rajiv Singh, and there are charges of murder against him, and this case has been going on from 2014.
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
Mega row over Rohingyas, BJP slams Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing. AAP tries to pin blame on BJP, says BJP is hatching conspiracy. Scam after scam in Bengal. CBI news tightens around Mamta's man. CBI freezes rupees 17 crore of Anubrata Mondal's assets. Fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal. Daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam. Rift in Bihar's JDU-RJD government. JDU MLA Bhima Bharti now offers to quit. Blast reported during prayers at Kabul Mosque, 20 dead, 40 critically injured. A very good morning. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Nivedna Prabhu. Now, in the top story that we have at this hour, in a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala. Police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were nabbed near Vadaloljar drain. Furthermore, 2 kg of heroin and 30 bore pistol were recovered. Now, this is the big breaking that we're having coming in from Amritsar at the moment. In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested. And the arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala. Now, we believe that police chased them for 11 kilometers. For more on the story, we're joined in by Amandeep. Amandeep, we are also learning that pistols were recovered, but what more information can you give us about the story?
Well, Prabhu, this is now the Amritsar turning to be a sensitive point for law and order. And in fact, yesterday night in a routine check post, when the police party signaled a car to stop for the checking, instead of stopping, they have just broke down the barricades and ran away from that point in Amritsar, Jandiala. And in fact, police started chasing. Instead of stopping the car, the gangsters, both of the gangsters opened the fire on the police vehicle, and in a crossfire exchange, finally police was intercepted that vehicle and nabbed both the accused. 1.30 bore pistol and 2 kg of heroin has been recovered from them. But basically, during the preliminary investigation, it has been came to court that both the gangsters belongs to a Jaggu Bhagwan Puriya gang, who is actually a close associate of Lawrence Bishnoi as well, who was involved in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. So basically, the chain of the gangsters is spreading, and now the police is able to break down this chain. And in fact, last night operation is actually very sensitive, and this happened just 24 hours after a bomb planted in Amritsar under the car of a sub-inspector. And in fact, every second day something is happening in Amritsar, and that is the border city of Punjab. And even now the police is further investigating the case, just because this investigation is not limited to both arrests. There has to be some kind of chain who supplied the drugs and where they have to supply these drugs, from where they have got this packet of 2 kg of heroin, and this consignment has to be delivered somewhere. So now the police is trying to investigate both the points and both the angles, so that at least the chain of the drugs can be taken down in the border area, especially in Punjab. Yes.
All right, that was Amandeep getting us all the information on the crossfiring that took place last night. But moving on to other news, the Ministry of Home Affairs has issued a clarification that no directions have been issued to provide EWS flats to illegal Rohingya migrants in the country. This after Union Minister Hardeep Puri's statement that they will be shifted to EWS flats. What resulted was a mega spat between the BJP and AAP over the issue. Here's a report.
Union Minister Hardeep Puri's statement that Rohingya refugees will be shifted to EWS flats created a massive political storm, especially after the centre vowed to deal with illegal immigrants and infiltrators with an iron fist and deport them as per international law.
देश की इंच जमीन पर अवैध प्रवासी जितने भी रहते हैं, घुसपैठिए जितने भी रहते हैं, इनको हम आइडेंटिफाई करने वाले हैं और इंटरनेशनल कानून के तहत इनको डिपोर्ट करें.
In a damage control mode, the Ministry of Home Affairs issued a clarification saying that no directions were given to provide EWS flats to Rohingya illegal immigrants.
The issue of Rohingyas popped out of the blue when Urban Development Minister Hardeep Puri tweeted in the morning saying that the government had in fact decided to provide them with EWS amenities and accommodation with apartments being given to them, and UNHCR should take note of it, the benevolence and large-heartedness of Indian state. It scrambled into a controversy soon after, with the VHP coming out with a strong statement condemning the policy and suggesting that the government take it back and throw out the Rohingyas, obviously because they are illegal migrants from Myanmar. The government, in turn, came out with a statement in a hurried manner, with the Ministry of Home Affairs clarifying that there was no such policy and that the government was clear that the Rohingyas had to be sent back.
रोहिंग्याओं को ये फ्लैट बांट रहे हैं, रोहिंग्याओं को ये 24 घंटे सिक्योरिटी देने का इनके मंत्री ऐलान कर रहे हैं.
जो देश के नागरिकों के लिए साधन है, जो दिल्ली वासियों के लिए साधन है, उसको घुसपैठियों को देना चाहते हैं. और केंद्र सरकार स्पष्ट कर रही है कि ये घुसपैठिए हैं, इन्होंने देश का कानून तोड़ा है.
Controversy refuses to die down. It's a sensitive issue because connected with the Rohingyas is the question of illegal migrants
from Bangladesh, the numbers of which is huge, and that really adds to the whole issue of whether these many illegal migrants from Myanmar, from Bangladesh, the Ministry of Home Affairs statement for now putting to rest all concerns of organizations like the VHP and others.
As the Aam Aadmi Party continues to raise questions despite the clarification, the face-off over rehabilitation continues as Rohingyas await deportation. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on, in a big setback for jailed TMC leader Anubrata Mondal, the CBI froze assets in his name and those belonging to his family on Wednesday, that's yesterday.
In a big setback for jailed Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal, the Central Bureau of Investigation froze his assets and those belonging to his family. The assets primarily fixed deposits with State Bank of India and Axis Bank worth rupees 16.97 crore approximately in the name of Mondals were seized by Central Agency, which is probing the leader's role in the cattle smuggling case. Reportedly, a 4-member team, including a woman officer, went to their Nichupati residence in Bolpur to interrogate the TMC leader's daughter, Sukanya. Allegedly, she did not cooperate in the immediate interrogation and was hence served a notice. There are reports doing the rounds suggesting that multiple accounts of Sukanya were used for financial transactions in the case. The CBI arrested Anubrata Mondal on August 11th after he repeatedly escaped the summons of the agency in connection with the cattle smuggling case. Notably, the senior Trinamool Congress leader has ranked up ill health to escape his summons.
The CBI, on the other hand, suspects that this was only part of the money that he had got for carrying out this cattle smuggling in Birbhum district. There is a high possibility that the money that he was getting was also being utilized to buy properties and, for that matter, used for other purposes, which is now part of the investigation. In fact, not just Anubrata Mondal, his confidants are now under the scanner of the CBI.
His arrest came after the top aide of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee refused to appear before the agency and chose to skip the CBI summons for the 10th consecutive time. With Mamata's close aide being reamed to CBI custody till August 20th, trouble mounts for TMC Neta with the latest seizure of assets in connection to cattle smuggling case. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Central Bureau of Investigation handed over a notice to TMC leader Anubrata Mondal's daughter Sukanya in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. As per sources, CBI entered Anubrata's residence and left within 10 minutes as the TMC leader's daughter did not cooperate with an immediate interrogation.
In a shocking twist in the SSC scam, Anubrata Mondal's daughter Sukanya Mondal and 5 others have been asked to appear before the Calcutta High Court. This comes as her father Anubrata Mondal completes his 7th day in the CBI custody in the cattle smuggling case, and as the CBI froze rupees 16.7 crores worth of assets yesterday. The petitioner Firdoos Shamim made startling allegations against Sukanya Mondal in which Justice Abhijit Ganguly directed her to appear before the court.
The CBI, on the other hand, suspects that this was only part of the money that he had got for carrying out this cattle smuggling in Birbhum district. There is a high possibility that the money that he was getting was also being utilized to buy properties and, for that matter, used for other purposes, which is now part of the investigation. In fact, not just Anubrata Mondal, his confidants are now under the scanner of the CBI.
Meanwhile, CBI officials probing the cattle smuggling case reached Sukanya Mondal's residence in Bolpur yesterday, but she refused to entertain them. This is not the first time that family members of senior TMC leaders have been accused of benefiting from the SSC scam. On the 20th of May, the Calcutta High Court struck down the appointment of ex-Education Minister Paresh Adhikari's daughter's appointment as an assistant teacher. Amidst all this din, who could forget Partha Chatterjee, the one minister whose fall started tearing the TMC apart at the seams, and nearly 50 crores of cash was recovered from his aide Arpita Mukherjee's residence. As the TMC's fibre of trust continues to wear out by the repeated lacerations to its credibility, it remains to be seen if the party will manage to wash the public's imagination off of the mountain of cash which was recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's house. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The other stories that we're tracking at this hour, the daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the MLA arrested for a cattle smuggling case, had her name appear in the teacher's recruitment scam, also being investigated in West Bengal. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of her having secured the job without giving the TET exam. She has been pardoned by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, deferring his bail till the 1st of September. The BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing houses to EWS residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as the centre prepares for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. The JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in the Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Lishi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti allegedly said that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents in the area and that she would quit the cabinet were she not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Sarsa jail after murder convicted Anand Mohan's stay in a circuit house became viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question regarding the Lok Sabha elections in 2024, the RJD chief said they wished to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire in the Falyan Mandal area of Satwari in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the Jammu and Kashmir police being injured. A major consignment of arms and ammunition was recovered in Jammu as the consignment was dropped at the border, with the drone being dropped in at the Fly Mandal area in Jammu. An AK rifle, pistol and grenades were sent in from Pakistan. It was over this consignment the terrorist was taken to the border, where the terrorist was eventually killed after attempting to escape. An FIR has been filed against Samajwadi Party MLA Azam Khan and 5 others in Rampur for allegedly threatening witnesses in a case against the leader. The case was registered after 2 witnesses complained that they were being treated, not given evidence against Azam Khan. BJP announced a new parliamentary party board which will be headed by National President Jagat Prakash Nadda. Here's a full report.
Ahead of the 2024 polls, BJP has reshuffled its parliamentary and election committee board. BJP announced an 11-member parliamentary party board. The newly constituted board will be headed by National President JP Nadda and will also consist of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Union Home Minister Amit Shah.
JP Nadda's rejig of the Parliamentary Board and the Central Election Committee has stories both in inclusions and exclusions. The big ones on the inclusion side, V.S. Yediyurappa gets another life. We don't know, like the proverbial cat, whether it's 8th or 9th. Then, of course, Devendra Fadnavis, the big one, for netting Maharashtra. K. Lakshman, Telangana. Iqbal Singh Lalpura, focus on Punjab, minority community. Sudha Yadav, a Veer Nari, and of course completing with Sarbanand Sonowal, Northeast and a tribal.
New faces have been added into the huddle like B.S. Yediyurappa, Sarbananda Sonowal, K. Lakshman, Sudha Yadav, B.L. Santosh, Satyanarayan Jatia, Iqbal Singh Lalpura. Meanwhile, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari and Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan have been removed.
Of course, the biggest story, Nitin Gadkari out. Remember, just a fortnight back he said that he's disillusioned with politics, whether that was a comment foretelling his exclusion from the two important bodies, and then Shivraj Singh Chauhan, because the BJP did not perform very well in the Panchayat elections that happened just a fortnight back in MP.
The Saffron Party has also constituted a 15-member Central Election Committee. This committee will also be headed by JP Nadda and constitute of Prime Minister Modi, Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, B.S. Yediyurappa, Sarbananda Sonowal, K. Lakshman, Sudha Yadav, B.L. Santosh, Satyanarayan Jatia, Iqbal Singh Lalpura, Bhupendra Yadav, Devendra Fadnavis and O.M. Mathur. Other than that, the election committee has Vanathi Srinivasan, O.M. Mathur and Bhupendra Yadav. Notably, Sheikh Nawaz Hussain has also been dropped from the core election committee this time. As BJP gets battle ready for upcoming 2024 polls, its reshuffle list hints at experienced face in the driving seat.
Essentially, JP Nadda bringing in an inclusion story in the two apex bodies of the BJP as the party heads into another round of elections over the next couple of years.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Crackdown on nepotism in Kerala politics. Governor Arif Mohammad Khan on Wednesday froze the appointment of Priya Varghese as the Associate Professor in the Department of Malayalam of Kannur University. It is important to note that Varghese is the wife of the Chief Minister's private secretary and CPIM leader KK Ragesh.
West Bengal is not the only state where illegal appointments have taken the state by storm. In Kerala, the selection process of Priya Varghese to the Department of Malayalam in Kannur University has been stayed by the Kerala governor.
Only one thing, as long as I am Chancellor, there is no question that favoritism, nepotism will be allowed in the matter of appointments.
Priya Varghese just so happens to be the wife of the private secretary to Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan.
There has been so many eligible candidates who have done so much better in whether it's the interview that they have taken place, whether the exams that have taken place. But what happened was Priya Varghese got very high marks in the interview, which even other candidates didn't achieve, and based on an interview ranking, she was given the position. Now, this was questioned. There were many eligible candidates, and now the governor has used his quasi-judicial powers and has ensured that this particular appointment made is frozen.
Rejecting the allegations of nepotism, Priya Varghese claimed it was witch hunt against her, and the claims of having the lowest score are unverified. However, the Kerala governor who stepped in to halt the perpetrated act of favoritism has always taken this position.
ये तो आसानी से गवर्नमेंट उसको एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर चला सकती है, यूनिवर्सिटीज को, लेकिन एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, एक कन्वेंशन है कि यूनिवर्सिटीज शुड बी फ्री फ्रॉम एनी पॉलिटिकल इंटरफेरेंस एंड देयर ऑटोनॉमी मस्ट बी रेस्पेक्टेड.
With show cause notices issued, it remains to be seen how this recruitment controversy will unravel. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In other news, the ruling YSRCP filed an intervention application in the Supreme Court justifying the welfare programs undertaken by the state government, stating that their programs are meant for the welfare.
An intervention application has been filed by the ruling YSRCP in the Apex Court. The application is related to the writ petition that has been filed by Ashwini Kumar. Notably, Upadhyay extended the freebies to the poor to lure the voters. A similar intervention application in the same writ petition was previously filed by the Aam Aadmi Party and the DMK. Justifying the welfare programs, YSRCP claimed that they aim to uplift the poor. Quoting the Constitution of India, the YSRCP recalled that the India is a socialist republic. And within the constitutional framework, it is government's responsibility to take measures to ensure that the egalitarian goals are achieved. As the welfare programs versus freebie row has now expanded from being a tug of war between the centre and the Delhi government to a much larger issue, it remains to be seen which party will eventually emerge victorious. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In other news, a video of a person being crushed to death by a Bolero SUV in Bagaon area of Manipuri has come to light, sending shockwaves across the country. Here's a full report.
A video of a person being crushed to death by a Bolero SUV in Bhogao area of Mainpuri has come to light. Anupam, the son of deceased Ahivaran, said that he was having a land dispute with Anurag's son. And on July 13, there was a dispute with Anurag about vacating the shop.
हमारे पिताजी सड़क से एक साइड बैठे हुए थे और हमारे में रंजिश उनकी एक दिन पहले उनसे हमारे में दूसरे क्या नाम उन्हीं के चाचा का लड़का किराएदार हैं उनसे उनकी लड़ाई हो गई थी। अब वो कहते थे इनकी दुकान खाली कराओ तो हम कहते आपकी लड़ाई है मैं क्यों मुझे क्या मतलब है तो मुझे ये नहीं वो तो गाड़ी गलौज करके चला गया नहीं हमसे एक साल में उसे मर जाएगा आराम से।
Considering the same thing as enmity on July 14, when his father Ahivaran's son Patiram and a person with him was sitting outside the house on Mirapur Road, Anurag's son Bhanu Pratap killed him by speeding his vehicle on him. He then fled from the spot after driving the car. Vikas and two other unidentified people were also sitting inside the vehicle. The injured was rushed to the district hospital where he died, while the incident was reported to the police station on July 16. A case was registered by the police under Section 304 of IPC, but no action was taken in it. The SP has assured action in the entire matter. Regarding the whole matter, SP Kamlesh Dikshit said that a video of a Bolero car driving over a person has come to notice, due to which he died in the hospital.
दो व्यक्ति जो रोड के किनारे बैठे हुए थे उसमें एक वीडियो में दिख रहा है कि एक बोलेरो खड़ी थी वो पीछे बैक करके आई और उसको ठोकर मारा जिससे एक आदमी को अस्पताल ले जाया गया जहां उसकी डेथ हो गई। इस संबंध में हत्या का अभियोग पंजीकृत किया गया है और शीघ्र ही अभियुक्त की गिरफ्तारी की जाएगी।
In respect of which a case has been registered and teams now have been formed for arrest. It has been assured that the accused will be arrested soon. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On the other side, AAP tries to pin blame on BJP over Rohingya housing row, says BJP is hatching conspiracy. And rift in Bihar's JDU-RJD government, JDU MLA Bima Bharti now offers to quit.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
made a whole lot of charges, Mr. Ishwarappa. You said कि कांग्रेस का हाथ है इसमें.
शिवमोगा में सावरकर का फोटो कौन छीन गया है, वो लीडर अभी जेल में है. पत्नी कांग्रेस वाले है, पति क्या है, एसडीपी है. ये कांग्रेस और एसडीपी दोनों मिलाकर सावरकर का ये प्रोग्राम किया है, उसको हम खंडन कर रहा है.
Breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court where this matter will be listed on Mondays. They've asked for the centre to take proactive measures to ensure holding of the Under-17 World Cup and lift the suspension so objective is duly achieved. The centre tells Supreme Court it is holding talks with FIFA officials and breaking of ice could soon take place to resolve the crisis arising after FIFA bans India.
OPS finally getting a win in this matter. This is considered as a big victory for OPS's camp because the kind of fights that OPS had to put one by one for the past 2 months was extremely high. Justice J. Chaitran's verdict has come out from the Madras High Court. The dual leadership will be continuing. Edapadi K. Palliswamy and O. Paneerselvam will have to together administer the party now. They will be the coordinator and the co-coordinator of the party.
New Law Minister of Bihar, Kartik Singh, is absconding at the moment, and he's been wanted case pertaining to abduction of a person called Rajiv Singh, and there are charges of murder against him, and this case has been going on from 2014.
ये आईपीसी के अन्य धाराओं के अलावा धारा 364 इसमें विक्टिम राजीव रंजन सिंह के अपहरण का मामला है और उनके ही के बयान के आधार पे कार्तिकेय सिंह का नाम इस कांड में आया है.
सर, ये मार्च का क्या पर्पस क्या है? इस मार्च ये थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर है, थोड़ा वो बैड एलिमेंट्स का हम लोग तो शो करना है. तो हम लोग का बहुत फोर्स है, स्ट्रिक्ट में एक्शन कर देंगे. अगर हालात की बात करें शिवमोगा में, तो अभी हालात कैसे हैं? केरल तो अच्छा है, अच्छा सब है, कंट्रोल में आ रहा है. इट्स द थर्ड फ्लैग मार्च एंड दिस इज बीइंग डन to instill a sense of security, a sense of confidence among the people.
You made a whole lot of charges, Mr. Ishwarappa. You said कि कांग्रेस का हाथ है इसमें.
शिवमोगा में सावरकर का फोटो कौन छीन.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question.
Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Top headlines at 8:30. Mega row over Rohingyas. BJP slams Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing. AAP tries to pin blame on BJP, says BJP is hatching conspiracy.
अपने देश के लोगों को सुरक्षा देने के लिए इनके पास कुछ नहीं है. रोज कश्मीर के अंदर कश्मीरी पंडित भाइयों को चुन चुन के मारा जा रहा है. ये रोहिंग्याओं को लिखा हुआ है 24 आवर सुरक्षा देंगे मोदी सरकार के मंत्री जी.
Scam after scam in Bengal. CBI news tightens around Mamta's man. CBI freezes 17 crores of Anubrata Mandal's assets. Fresh trouble for Anubrata Mandal, daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam. Rift in Bihar, JDU RJD government. JDU MLA Bhima Bharti now offers to quit. Blast reported during prayers at Kabul Mosque. 20 dead, 40 critically injured. Thanks for tuning in this morning. You're watching the Morning Express and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in. And a shocking incident coming to light from Rajasthan's Jaipur, where a teacher, we are told, was set ablaze in Raisar village of Jambara Marghar in Jaipur rural. So that's the shocking news coming in, where a woman was set ablaze in Jaipur, and unfortunately the woman has succumbed to injuries after she was set ablaze. In fact, we are told that the woman had asked for 2.5 lakh from the miscreant, for which on August 10 the teacher was first abused, then set on fire by sprinkling petrol on her. So this even as the teacher kept shouting for help, people kept making videos and nobody came forward to help the woman. So we are told that the woman was admitted to the hospital, but unfortunately she succumbed to the injuries. We have a reaction as well coming in. Let's listen in.
मैं सुबह काम पे आ गया था और मेरे बीवी स्कूल पढ़ाने जा रही थी। बीच रास्ते उसको अकेला देख के उसके उसके साथ जान लो पेट्रोल डाल दिया।
10 तारीख को सूचना मिली थी कि एक लेडीज जली हुई है, तो उसको भर्ती करवाया गया जमारामगढ़ हॉस्पिटल में। उसके बाद उसको SMS रेफ़र कर दिया गया था, और SMS रेफ़र करने के पश्चात पुलिस ने, थाना रायसर ने उसके जो पर्चा बयान के आधार पर मुकदमा दर्ज किया था। मारपीट और धारा 307 में मुकदमा दर्ज किया था। उसका अनुसंधान चल रहा था। पीड़िता जहरीला भर्ती थी, जिसकी देर रात कल डेथ हो गई है। अभी प्रकरण में पोस्टमार्टम करवाया जा रहा है, और जो आगे का अनुसंधान है उसकी तफ्तीश भी हमारे जो एडिशनल SP सिकाऊ हैं श्री भवानी सिंह जी, उनको SP साहब ने इन्वेस्टिगेशन दी है। तो इस प्रकरण के आगे की जो अनुसंधान है वो भवानी सिंह जी करेंगे।
झगड़े का कारण क्या है सर?
पूर्व में जो झगड़े का जो कारण आया है वो ये आया है कि जो पीड़िता है, शिक्षिका हैं, उन्होंने अपने जेठ के लड़के को कोई पैसे उधार दे रखे थे। यद्यपि उसकी कोई लिखापढ़ी पेश नहीं हुई है, परंतु ये बात आई है कि उधार पैसे दे रखे थे। उस उधार पैसे की बात को लेके ये एक ही परिवार के लोग हैं, उनमें झगड़ा हुआ था। तो उसमें पीड़िता ने जो पहले रिपोर्ट दी थी, एक बार लेडीज़ों द्वारा मारपीट की रिपोर्ट दी थी, उसमें पुलिस ने त्वरित कार्रवाई करते हुए लेडीज़ों का चालान किया था, दूसरे पक्ष की 2 लेडीज़ों का। उसके बाद उन्होंने एक दोबारा रिपोर्ट 4 दिन बाद दी थी, जिसमें छेड़छाड़ और मारपीट का आरोप लगाया था। उसमें अनुसंधान करके और 2 व्यक्तियों को उसमें भी धारा 354 और मारपीट में गिरफ्तार करके चालान पेश किया गया था। उसके बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के 2 व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे, आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है, और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली, उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान किया जा रहा है।
So very, very unfortunate incident coming to light. The family of the victim inconsolable. The police official there talking of the incident. We also have Amardeep reporting live from Jaipur. Amardeep, what can you tell? Has the accused been nabbed? And why was why was the woman set ablaze? The law and order situation in Rajasthan has completely gone out of hand.
देखिए, राजस्थान में कानून व्यवस्था की अगर बात करें तो फिर चाहे जालौर की बात हो, अलवर की बात हो, हनुमानगढ़ की बात हो, या फिर जयपुर रूरल की बात हो, तमाम इस तरीके की खबरें लगातार आती रही हैं। एक दलित शिक्षिका जिसको पेट्रोल डाल करके दिन दहाड़े जला दिया जाता है, चाहे वो बदमाश क्यों ना उनके अपने ही हो, लेकिन कानून का जो डर होना चाहिए, खौफ होना चाहिए, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो सिचुएशंस राजस्थान में है, उसको लेकर के अब सवाल खड़े होने लगे हैं। क्योंकि जब दिन दहाड़े इस तरीके की हरकत होती है, पेट्रोल छिड़क करके किसी शिक्षिका को जला दिया जाता है तो सवाल जाहिर सी बात है कि सरकार पर, कानून व्यवस्था संभालने वाले लोगों पर खड़े होते हैं। ऐसे में खुद गृह मंत्री की भूमिका में जो है खुद मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत भी हैं, तो सवाल उन पर भी खड़े होते हैं। और जालौर वाली घटना के बाद खुद सचिन पायलट इस व्यवस्था पर, कानून व्यवस्था पर सवाल उठा चुके हैं, यानी कि अपनी ही सरकार के ऊपर सवालिया निशान लगाने का काम खुद उनके अपने कर चुके हैं। खुद सचिन पायलट ने एक दिन पहले ये बोला है कि जिस तरीके की कानून व्यवस्था है उसमें किसी भी तरीके का भरोसा लोगों में नहीं है। अब कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ती जा रही है, तो लोगों को ये भरोसा दिलाना पड़ेगा कि कानून व्यवस्था और जो सरकारी इकबाल है वो बुलंद राजस्थान में किस तरीके का हो। तो ऐसे में अपनों से ही कहीं ना कहीं अशोक गहलोत घिरते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। दूसरी तरफ इस तरीके की घटनाएं जो है वो बता रही हैं कि राजस्थान में कानून का माहौल जो उड़ाया जा रहा है वो किस कदर उड़ाया जा रहा है, किस कदर की यहाँ कंडीशन है। तो ये एक पहली घटना नहीं है, इस तरीके की घटना पिछले एक महीने में सैकड़ों हो चुकी हैं। और इस तरीके की घटनाओं को लेकर के जब लिस्ट बनाने लगे तो समझ में आता है कि चाहे हनुमानगढ़ हो, जालौर हो, अलवर हो, उसके बाद जयपुर रूरल हो, या फिर इसके बाद में कहीं और की घटनाएं हो, तो इस तरीके से बहुत सारे आपको आंकड़े मिलेंगे जहां इस तरीके की घटनाएं हुई हैं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा सवाल निशान ये है कि जिनके ऊपर जिम्मेदारी है वो जिम्मेदार क्या कर रहे हैं, इस तरीके की घटना कैसे हो गई, और वो भी राजधानी से महज 70 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर।
Well, Amardeep, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Amardeep reporting live after this shocking incident that has come to light. The victim, of course, unfortunately has succumbed to the injuries. Moving on then to more news coming in. The police has issued an arrest warrant against Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh on a kidnapping case of Rajiv Ranjan Singh which took place in the year 2014. Reportedly, the RJD leader Kartikeya Singh, who is also a minister in the Bihar government, was granted interim protection till 1st of September by the court in an order on 12th of August.
A day after RJD MLA took oath as the Bihar's new cabinet law minister, an arrest warrant came to the fore that named Kartikeya Singh from RJD, with reports surfacing that he had not presented himself for a case that he was supposed to appear from 2014. Bihar Law Minister Kartikeya Singh's advocate, citing a legal document, said that the court hasn't found any role of the minister in the kidnapping of Rajiv Ranjan Singh.
इनके विरुद्ध जिस मुकदमा की चर्चा की जा रही है उस मुकदमा में प्राथमिकी में कार्तिक कुमार अभियुक्त नहीं है। यह बात स्पष्ट कर देता हूं कि जिस मुकदमा को लेकर के इतना हाईलाइट किया जा रहा है उस मुकदमा में कार्तिक कुमार नामजद अभियुक्त नहीं है।
When speaking to the minister that has been avoiding the courts, he stated that there was a difference between being accused of a case and being convicted for the same.
पहला बात तो मतलब कोई ऐसा तरह का केस मेरे ऊपर नहीं है, और जो भी ऐसा कुछ है उसको हलफनामा में सब लोग दिए हुए हैं, जितने भी हैं जो भी चुनाव लड़ते हैं सब देते हैं। आप हलफनामा देख लीजिएगा, ऐसा कोई बात नहीं है। आरोप किन्हीं पर लगाना और आरोप साबित करना दोनों अलग बात होता है।
Bihar Chief Minister, however, refused to have any knowledge about the arrest warrant.
वारंट जारी हुआ है सर कार्तिकेय पे?
नहीं, हमको नहीं पता, इसके बारे में जानकारी हमको भी।
Meanwhile, former Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad demanded resignation of the Law Minister.
He has given a statement under Section 164 CRPC describing in detail the manner in which he was kidnapped, and he has fully described the role played by the petitioner. Petitioner कौन है? Kartikeya Singh.
He further asked Kartikeya Singh to surrender before the court. Meanwhile, Rashtriya Janata Dal Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav came to defend Kartikeya Singh.
जो सरकार पर हमलावर सुशील मोदी ने कहा है ये सुशील मोदी का क्या झूठा है, ऐसा कोई मामला है सर? कोई ऐसा मामला नहीं, ऐसा कोई मामला है सर? नहीं, गलत बात।
The development comes as an unusual situation as the state's new law minister is considered guilty of running away from the law a day after he takes oath.
Kartik Singh, an associate of Bahubali Don Anand Singh, getting inducted into Nitish's cabinet. Now, these two examples are glaring examples as to how Nitish is losing grip over administration, and as the BJP leaders allege that this is just a trailer and the worst is yet to come as far as the deteriorating law and order in Bihar is concerned. In Patna, with video journalist Kundan, Prakash Singh for Republic.
Slipping into a very short break, don't go anywhere, lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. Mega row over Rohingyas, BJP now slams Kejriwal government letters citing permanent housing. And scam after scam in Bengal, CBI news tightens around Mamta's bans as CBI freezes 17 crores of Anubrata Mondal's assets.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
OPS finally getting a win in this matter. This is considered as a big victory for OPS's camp because the kind of fights that OPS had to put one by one for the past 2 months was extremely high. Justice J. Chaitran's verdict has come out from the Madras High Court. The dual leadership will be continuing. Edappadi K. Palaniswamy and O. Paneerselvam will have to together administer the party now. They will be the coordinator and the co-coordinator of the party.
New Law Minister of Bihar, Kartik Singh, is absconding at the moment, and he's been wanted case pertaining to abduction of a person called Rajiv Singh, and there are charges of murder against him, and this case has been going on from 2014.
ये IPC के अन्य धाराओं के अलावा धारा 364 इसमें विक्टिम राजीव रंजन सिंह के अपहरण का मामला है और उनके ही के बयान के आधार पे कार्तिकेय सिंह का नाम इस कांड में आया है।
सर, ये मार्च का क्या पर्पस क्या है इस मार्च? ये थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर है, थोड़ा वो बैड एलिमेंट्स का हम लोग तो शो करना है। तो हम लोग का बहुत फोर्स है, स्ट्रिक्ट में एक्शन कर देंगे। अगर हालात की बात करें शिमोगा में, तो अभी हालात कैसे हैं? कह रहे तो अच्छा है, अच्छा सब है, कंट्रोल में आ रहा है।
It's the third flag march and this is being done to instill a sense of security, a sense of confidence among the people.
You made a whole lot of charges, Mr. Ishwarappa. You said कि कांग्रेस का हाथ है इसमें।
शिवमोगा में सावरकर का फोटो कौन छीन गया है? वो लीडर अभी जेल में है। पत्नी कांग्रेस वाले है, पति क्या है? एसडीपी है। ये कांग्रेस और एसडीपी दोनों मिलाकर सावरकर का ये प्रोग्राम किया है, उसको हम खंडन कर रहे हैं।
Breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court where
Arvind Kejriwal has today effectively pitched himself as a prime ministerial face for 2024. It's quite clear that the Aam Aadmi Party intends to accelerate its growth on the political carcass of the Congress and try and race to get to the second highest number of seats nationally. Would both Nitish and Mamta stand aside and say, Mr. Kejriwal, please go ahead? And if they don't do that, then what happens? More confusion. No party has a chance against the BJP in 2024 nationally unless they all come together and form a massive national pre-poll alliance against the BJP.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartik Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the J&K police being injured. A major consignment of arms and ammunition was recovered in Jammu as a consignment was dropped at the border, with the drone being dropped in at the Fly Mandal area in Jammu. In fact, AK rifle, pistol and grenades were also sent in from Pakistan. It was over this consignment that the terrorist was taken to the border, where the terrorist was eventually neutralized after attempting to escape. An FIR has been filed against Samajwadi Party MLA Azam Khan and 5 others in Rampur for allegedly threatening witness in a case against the leader. The case was registered after 2 witnesses complained that they were being threatened not to give evidence against Azam Khan. And more breaking news coming in, this one from Bihar, where in a shocking incident that has come to light, a vegetable seller's daughter was shot at in Patna. In fact, the incident took place in the streets of Indrapuri locality of Sipara near the Beor police station area. The 15-year-old girl was shot at in the neck, and the police meanwhile reached the spot after over 1 hour. In fact, in the visuals also that we've accessed, in which the 15-year-old was shot at in broad daylight. We have Prakash also joining us. Prakash, indeed another shocking incident coming to light from Patna. Take us through the details.
Well, early this morning, a 15-year-old girl, while she was going to school, someone shot from on her back and in the neck. And the concerned girl has been admitted in a serious condition in a nearby hospital. The doctors say that her condition is precarious, and the doctors are attending to her. Meanwhile, the security personnel and the police personnel have reached on the spot and trying to verify the spot of incidents. Meanwhile, we have accessed the CCTV footage. We can see that someone is firing the gunshot and running. So it appears that there is a personal animosity for a long time, and as a result of which this incident has taken place. The concerned girl is the daughter of a vegetable vendor. And time and again we have been getting reports of such incidences all across Bihar. So this raises questions on the deteriorating law and order ever since the change of guard in Bihar, and more especially when Bahubalis. We have reported 2 stories, one of Anand Mohan, the dreaded gangster who was spotted by the police and made to stay in government guest house, and second, Kartik Singh, the law minister who was absconding, facing an arrest warrant. This was to show that all the criminals are now scot-free, and these incidences will come to light, more light in the near future.
Yes. Well, absolutely, Prakash. Thank you for getting us all those details. So these incidents coming to light just days after the new government, the Mahagathbandhan 2.0 that has been formed in the state of Bihar. Slipping into a very short break, we'll continue to get you more news breaks on the other side. Megha Rao over Rohingyas. BJP slams Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing for Rohingyas. And fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal, daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Oh, it's certainly getting much hotter politically, isn't it? Arvind Kejriwal has today effectively pitched himself as a prime ministerial face. Can you believe it, viewers? For 2024. He's made it clear he wants to be prime minister. He organized an event clearly competitive at a national level. And his launch pitch is the slogan, "Make India number one." Not terribly original, sounding much like Donald Trump's "Make America Great Again" slogan. It's quite clear that the Aam Aadmi Party intends to accelerate its growth on the political carcass of the Congress and try and race to get to the second highest number of seats nationally in the Lok Sabha elections. And it will do so by not entering into any pre-poll alliances and fight in as many places as possible directly one-on-one against the BJP. Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, maybe even UP, Gujarat for sure, Punjab, Delhi. To emerge as an alternative and try and amass enough votes nationally to be officially recognized as a national party by the Election Commission. And that is why in coalitions or fronts, you will find the Aam Aadmi Party is largely absent. It stands on its own, not with the other opposition parties, not with the BJP, on its own. On many issues, it works with opposition parties, but it is not part of their group. And that is where Kejriwal sees a chance of emerging as the main contender in the short term and a shot in national politics in the medium term. Now, viewers, Arvind Kejriwal is a very, very ambitious person. Nothing wrong with that. He's politically very ambitious for someone who once said, in an interview to me, that he would never join politics. But his political rise has been mainly on the back of what was a non-political anti-corruption movement. Why did people follow Anna? Because he said, "I'm never in politics. I'm a force outside party politics." The issue was corruption, and Kejriwal benefited as a result of that movement. Today, with one minister in jail for serious corruption charges,
Thanks for staying tuned. On to more breaking news coming in. This one again from Rajasthan, where we are told that a priest has been murdered. So another incident coming to light, shocker coming to light from Rajasthan, where a priest was murdered in Rajasthan's Sangria. That's the latest update coming in. It is feared that some sharp object, we are told that the priest was found lying in a pool of blood in his hut. In fact, blood was oozing out from his nose and mouth. So disturbing news coming in from Rajasthan. It is feared that a crowd, that sharp objects were used. We have Amardeep breaking that story. Amardeep, yet again another shocker from Rajasthan. A priest now murdered in Hanumangarh. Take us through the details.
देखिए, हनुमानगढ़ में एक साधु जो कि 25 साल से गांव में ही कुटिया बना करके रहता था, वहां उसकी नुकीली धारदार हथियारों से हत्या की जाती है। और हत्या के बाद में जिस तरीके से उसकी बॉडी मिलती है, उससे संदेह ये होता है कि एक टारगेट जो है बना करके उनको मारा गया था। क्योंकि मंदिर में अगर साधु होते तो समझ में आता कि लूट की घटना थी, लेकिन जिस कुटिया में वो 25 साल से रह रहे थे और गाँव वालों से मांग करके, खा करके, भिक्षा लेकर के वो अपना गुजर बसर करते थे, तो वहाँ उनकी हत्या हत्या हो जाना कहीं ना कहीं संदेहास्पद है। और इसी को लेकर के अब वापस से वही सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं कि जो कानून व्यवस्था राजस्थान में है, हनुमानगढ़ की बात करें या इससे पहले हमने जिस तरीके से जिक्र किया था जालौर की बात करें, अलवर की बात करें, जमवा रामगढ़ की बात करें, तो ये बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल हैं जहां राजस्थान में कानून व्यवस्था को लेकर के, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशंस को लेकर के अब बहुत बड़े सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं। और सवाल सिर्फ हम खड़े नहीं कर रहे बल्कि सचिन पायलट जो कि कांग्रेस के नेता हैं वो भी खड़े कर रहे हैं। तो अशोक गहलोत सरकार खुद के लोगों से ही घिरी हुई है और सवाल इसलिए भी बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि जिस तरीके से पृष्ठ की हत्या की गई, ये न सिर्फ पृष्ठ की हत्या, इससे पहले करौली का हमने मामला देखा, वहां पे किस तरीके से एक पुजारी को जिंदा जला दिया गया था। तो ये
Amardeep, yes, I'll have to interrupt you there. Amardeep getting us the breaking news from Jaipur where yet another shocker has been reported. A priest now was murdered. Well, slipping into a very short break, don't go anywhere. We'll get you more news breaks on the other side. NIA raids which are now underway in J&K at several locations. Slipping into a very short break, Gursimran will get you all the updates on that big breaking news story on the other side.
Breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court where this matter will be listed on Mondays. They've asked for the centre to take proactive measures to ensure holding of the Under-17 World Cup and lift the suspension so objective is duly achieved. The centre tells Supreme Court it is holding talks with FIFA officials and breaking of ice could soon take place to resolve the crisis arising after FIFA bans India.
OPS finally getting a win in this matter. This is considered as a big victory for OPS's camp because the kind of fights that OPS had to put one by one for the past 2 months was extremely high. Justice J. Chaitrendran's verdict has come out from the Madras High Court. The dual leadership will be continuing. Edappadi K. Paliswamy and O. Paneerselvam will have to together administer the party now. They will be the coordinator and the co-coordinator of the party.
New Law Minister of Bihar, Kartik Singh, is absconding at the moment, and he's been wanted case pertaining to abduction of a person called Rajiv Singh, and there are charges of murder against him, and this case has been going on from 2014.
ये आईपीसी के अन्य धाराओं के अलावा धारा 364 इसमें विक्टिम राजीव रंजन सिंह के अपहरण का मामला है और उनके ही के बयान के आधार पे कार्तिकेय सिंह का नाम इस कांड में आया है।
सर, ये मार्च का क्या पर्पस क्या है? इस मार्च
ये थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर है, थोड़ा वो बैड एलिमेंट्स का हम लोग तो शो करना है। तो हम लोग का बहुत फोर्स है, स्ट्रिक्ट में एक्शन कर देंगे।
अगर हालत की बात करें शिमोगा में, तो अभी हालात कैसे हैं?
केरल तो अच्छा है, अच्छा सब है, कंट्रोल में आ रहा है।
It's the third flag march and this is being done to instill a sense of security, a sense of confidence among the people.
You made a whole lot of charges, Mr. Ishwarappa. You said कि कांग्रेस का हाथ है इसमें।
शिमोगा में सावरकर का फोटो कौन छीन गया है? वो लीडर अभी जेल में है। पत्नी कांग्रेस वाले है, पति क्या है? एसडीपी है। ये कांग्रेस और एसडीपी दोनों मिलाकर सावरकर का ये प्रोग्राम किया है, उसको हम खंडन कर रहा है।
Breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court where this matter will be listed on Mondays. They've asked for the centre to take proactive measures to ensure holding of the Under-17 World Cup and lift the suspension so objective is duly achieved. The centre tells Supreme Court it is holding talks with FIFA officials and breaking of ice could soon take place to resolve the crisis arising after FIFA.
Top headlines at 9 a.m. Mega row over Rohingyas. BJP slams Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing for Rohingyas.
अपने देश के लोगों को सुरक्षा देने के लिए इनके पास कुछ नहीं है। रोज कश्मीर के अंदर कश्मीरी पंडित भाइयों को चुन चुन के मारा जा रहा है। ये रोहिंग्याओं को लिखा हुआ है 24 आवर सुरक्षा देंगे मोदी सरकार के मंत्री जी।
AAP tries to pin blame on the BJP, says BJP is hatching conspiracy. Scam after scam in Bengal, CBI news tightens around Mamta's man as CBI freezes 17 crores of Anubrata Mondal's assets. Fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal's daughter, now summoned in Bengal cash scam. Rift in Bihar's JDU-RJD government, JDU MLA Bhima Bharti now offers to quit. Thanks for tuning in this morning. We are live and breaking, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in from JNK. And it's a mega NIA crackdown in Jammu and Kashmir as the NIA raids are currently underway in several locations in JNK. Over half a dozen locations, we are told, are currently being raided by the NIA, which include Jammu, Kathua and Samba. So the raids, the NIA raids which are being carried out at multiple locations in Jammu, Kathua and Samba. We'll go across to Gursimran as well to get us more information, but that's another mega crackdown on terror by the NIA as the raids are underway early this morning. At several locations, in fact, at least at 8 locations in Jammu, Kathua and Samba. And Gursimran is joining us live, reporting from Jammu. Gursimran, another mega crackdown by the NIA. Take us through the details that you're picking up.
See, right now we are outside the Pir Mitha police station where the NIA teams are inside and some of the teams are outside waiting for a go-ahead from the local police, and they will be carrying out raids at a local vicinity here. Important to mention that at present over half a dozen locations are being raided by the National Investigation Agency team. These are the NIA vehicles that are on the standby here. Important to mention that these raids are in connection with the drone dropping case that has taken place, and NIA teams will be raiding the residence of terrorist Faisal Munir, who was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police last month, and he was the one who carried out over 35 sorties from the international border to Kashmir Valley. See, which districts are being raided? Jammu, Kathua, Samba, Doda and Srinagar are the districts that are being raided by the National Investigation Agency. We are getting to know that NIA teams, they have already left, they have already reached all the other houses, and now some of the more officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are coming out from the police station. These also include the officials, the senior officials from the NIA, the SP rank official of the NIA, those who are leaving for the raid side from here. They will be raiding the house of Faisal Munir, who is a terrorist of Lashkar-e-Toiba, involved in the dropping of consignment, especially the consignment that was coming from Pakistan and was going to Kashmir Valley. Now the senior officials of the National Investigation Agency, they are leaving for the raids. Important to mention that we are told that 7 to 8 locations will be raided by the NIA, followed by the subsequent raids. Yesterday a drone consignment was recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and now these raids by the NIA clearly shows that how these things are going to happen. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals of this the mega NIA crackdown that is going on in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir on the terrorist sympathizers, those who were involved in the carrying out the drone dropping from Pakistan to the handlers in the Kashmir Valley. A Srinagar-based house is also being searched by the National Investigation Agency team, as he was involved in further sending these pistols to the terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba to carry out the civilian killings, and the IEDs were to be used in the Jammu region to carry out major terror strike.
Yes, well, Gursimran, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Gursimran, they're breaking that story for us of the NIA raids, which are in connection with the consignment, the drone consignment that was dropped late yesterday, in fact, in which grenades and pistols that were also dropped. Thanks for the moment, Gursimran. We'll keep coming back to you. Well, more breaking news coming in. This one in connection to the Anubrata Mondal case, where we are told that his daughter Sukanya Mondal is now leaving her residence for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. And in fact, remember, her name has come up in connection with the SSC teachers recruitment scam. So that's the breaking news coming in right now. So more trouble there for the TMC MLA Anubrata Mondal, as his daughter, who is now left for the High Court, and she's supposed to appear before the High Court by 3 p.m. We also have Kishle joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, help us with the more details that you're picking up.
Exactly. Well, yesterday we saw Anubrata Mondal's daughter, Sukarna Mondal, who was already in CBI scanner for cattle smuggling case, has now been named in the teachers recruitment scam as well. And yesterday, the High Court has instructed her to appear before the High Court by 3 p.m. today, because her name has come up as one of the candidates who got the job as a primary teacher without even appearing for the TET examination or the teacher's eligibility test examination. So therefore, today morning we saw that she has come out of her house. She has left for Kolkata. We are following her, we are tracking her, we are trying to understand whether she will be coming to the High Court and appearing before the High Court or not, because it is mandatory for her to appear before the High Court along with 6 other people whose name has been mentioned as the ones who got jobs as primary teachers without appearing for the TET examination, which is mandatory if one wants to get a job as a primary teacher. Therefore, not only the cattle smuggling case, which is already being probed, and Sukarna Mondal's name is there, CBI is probing that case. Also, in the SSC teachers recruitment scam, where Partho Chatterjee, in the case where Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee are in custody, also in that case, her name has come up, and Anubrata Mondal's name has come up. We have got the visuals where she is coming out of her house, and she is supposed to appear before the High Court by 3 p.m. today, and we are keeping a track on her movement, and we are seeing whether she will be appearing and what answers she will be giving when the High Court will be asking her about the details of her recruitment.
Well, absolutely, Kishle. Yes, stay with us. And like you're telling us, this is in connection with that recruitment that happened, which also goes on to prove that how many people, those who wanted to apply for the job were disqualified, even as they were qualified more than Anubrata Mondal's daughter, who could have gotten this job for which they'd applied for.
Well, exactly. We saw that the minister, Paresh Adhikari, his daughter as well, Ankita Adhikari, she got a job in the primary recruitment, in the primary teachers recruitment process without qualifying for the exam. She got numbers which was quite less than other candidates. In spite of that, she got the job as a primary teacher. Now we are seeing this person, Sukarna Mondal, who is Anubrata Mondal's daughter, has also gone through similar process, but this time she did not even appear in the TET examination. She did not even appear in the primary teacher's eligibility test examination. Without even appearing for the examination, without even writing that exam, she was recruited as a teacher in the primary board. There is a shocking details of how this whole scam was working, and 2 ways people could get job in this primary teachers recruitment system or board. One, by paying money to the whole nexus who was working in the, and in that case, Partho Chatterjee is already in ED custody, in judicial custody, and being probed by the ED, and also the people who were close to the ministers, close to TMC leaders and MLAs also got job. So either you had to have a lot of money and pay the whole nexus to get a job as a teacher, or you had to be a relative or a close aide of any of the ministers. That's what is coming up, and that's quite shocking. As the case goes farther, as the probes move farther, we are getting shocking details and twists and turns as the primary teachers scam explodes here in West Bengal.
All right, Kishle, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Kishle, they're tracking all the latest in connection with Anubrata Mondal and as well as his daughter, who's now been asked to appear before the High Court by 3 p.m. Well, moving on to more breaking news coming in. Well, getting in a big lead in ISI's terror plot, we are told that on the first day of remand of terrorists, the ATS asked several questions pertaining to the personal life of terrorists who were interrogated in scientific and psychological way. In fact, yesterday the same questions were asked from the 3 terrorists in 3 different rooms. In fact, the video recording was also done during this questionnaire that happened. The investigators of the ATS kept recording the answers of the terrorists in the diary word by word. We have Vivek reporting live from Lucknow. Vivek, if you could talk to us more about this ISIS plot, which only seems to be getting bigger by the day. Talk to us about the questioning which happened yesterday and what can we expect today.
देखिए, आपको बताऊं कि जिस तरीके से पिछले 10 दिनों में 3 आतंकियों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है और उसके बाद लगातार इनकी पुलिस कस्टडी रिमांड लेने को लेकर के एटीएस का प्रयास था और कल से ये तीनों पुलिस कस्टडी रिमांड में आ चुके हैं। एटीएस ने कल से इनसे पूछताछ शुरू किया है। 11 बजे से पीसीआर शुरू हुई थी और उसके बाद से इन तीनों को अलग अलग कमरों में बैठा करके अलग अलग तरीके से इनसे पूछताछ की गई है और इन तीनों को वैज्ञानिक और मनोवैज्ञानिक तरीके से इनसे पूछा गया है। इसके साथ ही साथ सवाल जवाब के दौरान उस पूरी प्रक्रिया की वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग भी की गई है। और अगर इनके सवाल जवाब की बात करें तो इनकी पर्सनल राइट्स से जुड़े हुए जो तमाम सवाल जवाब हैं वो पूछे गए हैं कि परिवार में कितने लोग हैं, कितने भाई बहन हैं, साथ साथ ये लोग क्या काम करते थे। इसके अलावा इनके इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गैजेट्स को लेकर के भी इनसे सवाल जवाब किए गए हैं कि क्या ये फ़ोन कितने रखते थे, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गैजेट्स में क्या लैपटॉप इस्तेमाल कर पाते थे, नहीं कर पाते थे, अगर फ़ोन रखा था तो कितनी बार सिम कार्ड कितनी बार चेंज किया है। तो ये तमाम ऐसी जानकारियाँ हैं जिसको लेकर के एटीएस ने उनसे पूछताछ की। तकरीबन 20 से ज़्यादा ये ऐसे क्वेश्चंस थे जो तीनों से अलग अलग पूछे गए हैं और उसके जवाब इन तीनों के जवाब जो है वो अलग अलग एटीएस ने उसको सबको पेन डाउन किया है, नोट डाउन किया है। हालांकि इसमें एक बड़ी चीज़ ये भी पता चली कि जो फर्जी आईडी बनाने का तरीका था ये भी आतंकी जो नदीम और सैफुल्लाह उन्होंने बताया कि ये उनके आकाओं ने उनको पाकिस्तान से बैठकर सिखाया था और उनको ये भी कहा था कि जब आप ये चीज़ें करें तो किसी और अपने दोस्त का फ़ोन यूज़ करके करें। और इन्होंने ये भी बताया कि अपने दोस्तों के फ़ोन का ये इस्तेमाल करते थे और तब तक वो फ़ोन रखे रहते थे जब तक वो आईडी बनाने के दौरान जो OTP का मैसेज है वो जब तक नहीं आ जाता तब तक उनके फ़ोन का इस्तेमाल करते थे। तकरीबन 50 से अधिक वर्चुअल आईडीज़ बनाने की बात निकल के सामने आई थी। हालांकि उन्होंने ये भी बात कबूल की है कि इनके इस नेटवर्क में उत्तर प्रदेश के अलावा भी 4-5 ऐसे राज्य हैं जहाँ के लोग इनके संपर्क में थे, जिसमें कश्मीर का भी नाम इन्होंने लिया है। तो ये कुछ ऐसी जानकारी जो इन्होंने शेयर की हैं। तकरीबन कुछ ऐसे लोगों के भी कुछ और 7 से 8 लोगों के भी नाम नदीम और सैफुल्लाह ने बताया, जिसमें बताया कि ये लोग उनके संपर्क में थे जो कि उत्तर प्रदेश के ही अलग अलग 4-5 अलग अलग डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स के नाम उन्होंने लिए हैं जहाँ के लोगों को ये संपर्क में थे। तो ये कई ऐसी जानकारियाँ हैं जो पहले दिन की पूछताछ में एटीएस को तीनों आतंकियों ने बताई हैं, नदीम, सैफुल्लाह और सुबाउद्दीन। हालांकि सबसे पहले सुबाउद्दीन की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी। नदीम और सैफुल्लाह सीधे तौर पर जैश-ए मोहम्मद से जुड़े हुए हैं। सुबाउद्दीन भी इसमें कहीं ना कहीं सीधे तौर पर तो जैश-ए मोहम्मद से नहीं लेकिन इन तीनों से कहीं ना कहीं लिंक था और पाकिस्तान में बैठे अपने लोगों से बातचीत करके भारत को गजवाए हिंद का सपना इनका था जिसको साकार करने की लगातार कोशिश कर रहे थे। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी 9 दिन की इनके रिमांड और बची हुई है और आज भी इनकी पूछताछ एटीएस से जारी है। अब देखना होगा कि और क्या चीजें निकल के सामने आती हैं।
All right, Vivek, they're getting us all those updates from Lucknow. Vivek, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. And moving on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. The daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the MLA, was arrested in relation to the cattle smuggling case. His daughter's name has cropped up in teachers' recruitment scam, who's also being investigated. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of her having secured the job without giving the required exam. She's been called in by the Kolkata High Court by 3 p.m. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections residences to be given to Rohingyas even as the centre prepares for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party spokesperson AAP spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that the AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement of Rohingyas to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that Leshi Singh was repeatedly involved in incidents in the area under her charge and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh wasn't removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan's stay in a circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD supremo said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as the prime ministerial candidate. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan was taken for questioning. He snatched the weapon. He was seen snatching the weapon of the police personnel and also opened fire at him. Eventually, the terrorist was neutralized. However, the personnel of the J&K police was injured. A major consignment of arms and ammunition was recovered in Jammu as a consignment was dropped at the border, with the drone being dropped in at the Fly Mandal area in Jammu. An AK rifle, pistol and grenades that were sent in from Pakistan were also recovered. It was over this consignment that the terrorist was taken to the border, where the terrorist was eventually neutralized after attempting to escape. Meanwhile, an FIR that has been filed against Samajwadi Party MLA Azam Khan and 5 others in Rampur for allegedly threatening witnesses in a case against the leader. The case was registered after 2 witnesses complained that they were being threatened not to give evidence against Azam Khan. Well, tracking another breaking story coming in from J&K with regard to the mega NI raids which are underway as we speak. We are told that the raids are currently underway at least 6 locations by the NI. The raids are taking place in areas including in Jammu, Kathua, Samba and Srinagar as well. In fact, we are told that more breaking news that is coming in, that raids are taking place at 6 locations. Gursimran is standing with all the latest on that. Gursimran, take it away. Take us through all the updates you're picking up with regard to the NI raids.
See, right now we are outside the house of Faisal Munir, the Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist that was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and Gaurav is showing you the visuals that the NIA raids, the mega NIA crackdown is underway across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. 5 districts of Jammu and Kashmir, Jammu, Kathua, Samba, Doda and as well as Srinagar is being raided by the National Investigation Agency, and this is in connection with the drone dropping case. So important to mention that a drone dropping module was busted by Jammu and Kashmir police. 35 sorties of the drone that were sent from across the border was taken from the Kathua, Samba and nearby areas to the Kashmir Valley and other parts of Jammu city by Faisal Munir, who is now under the custody of Jammu and Kashmir police as he was arrested by Jammu police. The case RC06 was transferred to the National Investigation Agency in the end July, and now the raids are underway. I request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals. The deployment of the police can also be seen here as well. All the points, entering and exit points have been barred by the Jammu and Kashmir police so as to ensure that no one enters or leaves this premises. This case of the drone dropping module. Important to mention that yesterday evening we have also shown how another drone dropping consignment was recovered by Jammu police, in which 1 AK rifle, 1 pistol, 3 magazines and 2 grenades were recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police yesterday when they took a Pakistani terrorist who was in the custody of the police for the verification of the spot. He fired upon the forces. In retaliation, he was killed. 1 Jawan of the Jammu and Kashmir police was injured, and now the raids are underway. The raids have begun exactly at 9 when Republic broke this exclusive story of NIA carrying out crackdown in the Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory. We are getting to know that many areas that are very near to international border, including the Hariachak area of Samba district, that is also being raided by the teams of the National Investigation Agency. Even some raids are going on in Doda and at the residence of Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist in the Srinagar as well. So this is the update as of now, that the mega crackdown of the National Investigation Agency is going on a day day after a massive consignment of weapons was recovered by Jammu police in the Fly Mandal area, and now these raids, they clearly show that how agencies are working in coordination with each other to eradicate this menace of terrorism in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, because we have seen that since the ceasefire agreement between India and Pakistan, the Pakistani terrorists are now taking the advantage and using the drones to push in weapons into the Indian territory, and many a times these drone consignments were recovered. 2 drones have been shot down by the BSF and the Jammu and Kashmir police in June 2020, and even in this year also, when Kathua police shot down a Pakistani drone that was coming with the consignment of the weapons that include sticky bomb and UBGL grenades into the Indian territory. So this crackdown will have a major impact, because a module of the Pakistan Lashkar-e-Toiba that was working from inside a house in Jammu, he was managing it all, has now been raided by the National Investigation Agency, and the officials of the agency, they too are outside and inside. They are now looking into the documents, the digital evidences, as well as other things that are available inside this house, so that they can get an idea about how this module of Lashkar-e-Toiba was working and who all were part of this module.
Yes. Gursimran, if you could once again talk to us more about this consignment that was recovered and the incriminating materials that was recovered, because there seems to be a very deep sinister plot that was being hatched.
Yes, we have a ground report from the Fly Mandal area as well yesterday evening, when the consignment of this drone dropping arms and ammunition was recovered. AK-47 rifle, a pistol, possibly a Chinese pistol, along with the 3 magazines, 1 AK magazine and 2 pistol magazines, 40 rounds of AK and 10 rounds of the pistol, and 2 Chinese grenades. They were recovered by the Jammu police, and this was on the investigation of a Pakistani terrorist who has been identified as Ali, who was taken for the spot identification, but he taking the advantage of the ongoing darkness, he tried to fire at the security forces using the service rifle of the Special Operation Group Jawan, and in the retaliation he was killed by the Jammu and Kashmir police. He was injured and later succumbed to the injuries, and one Jawan of the Jammu and Kashmir police was hit at his right arm, while other Jawan of the Jammu and Kashmir police was fired at chest. However, he was wearing a bulletproof jacket, so he was saved, and this terrorist, he was retaliated and he was killed. But a big consignment of the drone dropping consignment was recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and now the National Investigation Agency has begun their raids. We are getting to know that the 5 districts, Jammu, Kathua, Samba, Doda and Srinagar, are presently being raided by the officials of the NIA. Inside this house, senior SP rank officer of the NIA is inside, who is investigating
all
this
right,
matter.
Gursimran, yes, we leave it at that. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on that. So Gursimran Dev getting us those live updates from that raid location in Jammu, the raids that are being carried out by the NIA. Well, moving on to more breaking news coming in. This one from Madhya Pradesh, where we are told that the raids are being carried out by the Economic Offences Wing at the residence of Regional Transport Officer Santosh Pal, who is now under the net in connection with a disproportionate assets case. We are told that the Bureau has conducted raids at a total of 3 locations, and the first visuals also that we are getting to you right now of the raids that are taking place in Jabalpur in Madhya Pradesh, where 16 lakh cash and jewellery that has been recovered from the residence of Regional Transport Officer Santosh Pal in Jabalpur. So massive recovery there that has been made by the Economic Offences Wing. This is in relation to disproportionate assets case. The raids were conducted at a total of 3 locations in Jabalpur, where the Regional Transport Officer was raided. 16 lakh cash along with jewellery that was recovered from his residence. And a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 people and injured 16. The head of the Kharkiv region said that the Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, with Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque in Kabul killed 20 people and injured 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during the evening prayers, as a result of which the explosion in the mosque claimed lives of 20 people. In New York, a fire consumed a building at the site of long-closed Grossinger's Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Castles. The resort had 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, and 1,500-seat dining room. The U.S. State Department called on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus while reporting on Syrian conflict. Syria, meanwhile, denied accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
The mega crackdown of the National Investigation Agency on those involved in the drone dropping module has been going on in the 5 districts of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, where over 6 locations are being raided by the Premier Investigation Agency, including the house of Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist Faisal Munir in Jammu. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Oh, it's certainly getting much hotter politically, isn't it? Arvind Kejriwal has today effectively pitched himself as a prime ministerial face. Can you believe it, viewers? For 2024. He's made it clear he wants to be prime minister. He organized an event clearly competitive at a national level. And his launch pitch is the slogan, "Make India #1." Not terribly original, sounding much like Donald Trump's "Make America Great Again" slogan. It's quite clear that the Aam Aadmi Party intends to accelerate its growth on the political carcass of the Congress and try and race to get to the second highest number of seats nationally in the Lok Sabha elections. And it will do so by not entering into any pre-poll alliances and fight in as many places as possible directly one-on-one against the BJP. Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, maybe even UP, Gujarat for sure, Punjab, Delhi, to emerge as an alternative and try and amass enough votes nationally to be officially recognized as a national party by the Election Commission. And that is why in coalitions or fronts, you will find the Aam Aadmi Party is largely absent. It stands on its own, not with the other opposition parties, not with the BJP, on its own. On many issues, it works with opposition parties, but it is not part of their group. And that is where Kejriwal sees a chance of emerging as the main contender in the short term and a shot in national politics in the medium term. Now, viewers, Arvind Kejriwal is a very, very ambitious person. Nothing wrong with that. He's politically very ambitious for someone who once said, in fact, in an interview to me, that he would never join politics. But his political rise has been mainly on the back of what was a non-political anti-corruption movement. Why did people follow Anna? Because he said, "I'm never in politics. I'm a force outside party politics." Arvind Kejriwal has effectively pitched himself as a prime ministerial face for 2024. His launch pitch is the slogan, "Make India #1." The Aam Aadmi Party intends to accelerate its growth on the political carcass of the Congress to get to the second highest number of seats nationally. It will do so by not entering into any pre-poll alliances. It stands on its own, not with the other opposition parties, but it is not part of their group. Would Nitish and Mamta stand aside and say, "Mr. Kejriwal, please go ahead"? And if they don't do that, then what happens? More confusion. No party has a chance against the BJP in 2024 nationally unless they form a massive national pre-poll alliance against the BJP. It's radar on 2024.
mega NI crackdown in Jammu and Kashmir, raids on across 6 locations. From Jammu to Srinagar, multi-location raids underway. Lashkar terrorists raided. Scam after scam after scam in Bengal. CBI news tightens around Mamta's man. CBI freezes 17 crore rupees of Anubrata Mondal's assets. Fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal. Daughter now summoned in Bengal. Cash scam. Mega row over Rohingyas. BJP slams Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing. New TMC posters claiming new government in 6 months. BJP asks, where is Mamata? You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma, and in our top story, after posters of Trinamool Congress leader Abhishek Banerjee claiming new TMC will come in the next 6 months were put up in Kolkata, the Bharatiya Janata Party on Wednesday took a dig at the ruling party in West Bengal, saying people no longer have faith in Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Interestingly, the posters did not have TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee's photograph. It was only Abhishek Banerjee who was on the poster, stating, in the next 6 months, a new TMC will come out, just as the people wanted it to be.
ये जो इशू आपने बताया, देखिए, ये कोई अहम इशू नहीं है। सबसे बड़ा बात है, तृणमूल कांग्रेस का जन्म हुआ था ममता बनर्जी का हाथों से, और ममता बनर्जी सुप्रीम लीडर है पार्टी का। ये लेके कोई दो राय नहीं है। हम लोगों का और एक वरिष्ठ नेता अभिषेक बनर्जी टाइम एंड अगेन बार बार बताए, बयान दिया, कर्मी लोग को उत्साहित किया, जे हम लोग सब वर्कर है पार्टी का, और हम लोगों का एक ही नेता है, एक ही लीडर है, वो है ममता बनर्जी। ये खुद अभिषेक बनर्जी बार बार दोहराया है। अभी का जो इशू आपने बताया, कोई अति उत्साही कोई कार्यकर्ता, वो कुछ सोच के ये सब लगाया है। और
And joining us now on the phone line is Mr. Shishir Banerjee of the BJP. Mr. Banerjee, what do you make of the new TMC? Well, sorry about that, Mr. Shishir Bajoria. What do you make of the new TMC poster that talks about a new TMC? The question everyone is asking is, where is Mamata Banerjee? Your comments, your reaction.
Well, very clearly, let's look at the timing of this poster. The timing of this poster is just when this big, huge pile of cash is, I'm talking of Partha Chatterjee and his various lady associates coming, and new people showing it on TV. Then followed by the closest Trinamool party leader to their Supremo Mamata Banerjee, I'm talking of Anubrata Mondal, getting caught. And when his wealth is being unearthed. So possibly within the party there's a thing that, look, we are going to sink. So here comes this new Trinamool soon. Now, if they say that this is some misadventure by some party worker, why don't they take down these posters? And another thing, please remember, I will remind people that when Mamata Banerjee came to power, every Trinamool poster carried one tag.
Fall back, Barhado.
Satyata ka pratik. Bangla mein they would write Satotar pratik. That means the government of truth. They have stopped writing Satyata ka pratik. The party itself understands that this party is not Satya. Now, the fact is that they are getting caught on a daily basis. Something or the other is being unearthed. So now they talk of the new Trinamool soon. Look, there's a very famous English saying, united we stand, divided we fall. I think their falling time has come.
So when the TMC in its poster says, well, we're looking, there will be a new TMC, there are many implications. Many thanks, Mr. Bajoria, for joining us there and for sharing your thoughts with us. And we go across now to to Kishle, who's joining us from Kolkata. Kishle, when we talk about these new posters, have you been able to speak to any TMC leader to explain what it means, what the TMC means when it talks about a new TMC in 6 months?
Well, yesterday and day before yesterday, we saw these posters all over the South Kolkata region, where suddenly these posters sprung up which says that in 6 months, it's giving a deadline in fact, in 6 months, a new TMC, like a TMC which people want, that's quote unquote, that's what it's written in the poster very clearly, a TMC that people wants. That kind of TMC is coming up with Abhishek Banerjee's a huge life-size photo in it without Mamata Banerjee's photo. Now there is a clear question by the people or by the opposition that what TMC right now we are having then. This is not the TMC what people want under the leadership of Mamata Banerjee. That's what the opposition is asking. However, when we are asking TMC leaders, Trinamool Congress leaders, they are all saying that Abhishek Banerjee is very loyal to Mamata Banerjee. He always follows her, and there is no way that he is creating a new TMC or he is trying to establish his own leadership over Mamata Banerjee's leadership. That's what Jayaprakash Majumdar also said a few minutes back in our channel right now. So that's what the version of TMC is, Trinamool Congress is. However, these posters all over South Kolkata and some part of North Kolkata is clearly creating a question in people's mind that what kind of TMC is actually Abhishek Banerjee trying to create, or whether the TMC that we are having right now in this state that the common people has elected as the ruling party is not actually a TMC that is ideally should ideally be there. So that's the question the opposition is asking, and also the common people is asking here. That's a controversy that's brewing up. However, we do not know whether TMC officially acknowledges these posters or not, because they are not also denying it. All the leaders we have spoken to, they are saying that we know about this poster. Well, there is nothing wrong about it because Abhishek Banerjee is a very senior leader. However, they are defending by saying that Abhishek Banerjee has always been loyal to Mamata and he is not ever going to create a TMC or his leadership over Mamata Banerjee's dominion.
Right, so it's still not clear, Kishle, whether, as you said, there's no official word from the TMC leadership or the TMC top brass. It will take some time to understand. Right now, however, the message that we are seeing on these posters is that in the next 6 months, it will be, the people of Bengal will be seeing a new TMC. Many thanks, Kishle, for joining us there. And so, Major Poster Rao, again, in, a thought-provoking poster, can we say, in West Bengal, in Kolkata. And Kishle reporting to us from Kolkata there and telling us and breaking this up, this entire story for us. We are seeing the poster of Abhishek Banerjee on them. And moving on to other breaking news coming in here on Live and Breaking. The Rohingya issue dominates headlines once again. Chief Secretary in Delhi chairs a key meet on Rohingyas now. Already there's major row between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over the Rohingya housing for the Rohingya issue. Rohingya housing row now gets bigger. The Chief Secretary is chairing a key meet, to chair a key meet on the issue. And decisions are likely to be, major decisions are likely to be taken in the meeting. As we were telling you, it was a housing row about, a declaration made by Hardeep Singh Puri. And Anuj to take us through this latest breaking development on the issue. Anuj, first of all, break up the issue for us. What is the row that we are looking at? You know, the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP at loggerheads. Well, what is each side saying?
Well, if we talk about this particular issue, then since from yesterday, we are seeing this conflict among the two parties, that's BJP, the ruling party in the central, and the Aam Aadmi Party, the government who is in the national capital. Let me tell you, if we talk about this particular issue, then this is about the Rohingyas, this is about the flats or the facilities which was announced to be given to the Rohingyas or the immigrants or the outsiders who are not Indian, who are residing in India. So we have seen this particular issue and the stand of the Bharatiya Janata Party and none other but Home Minister himself earlier also, that what exactly the Bharatiya Janata Party's stand on the same is that there will be no permission, there will be no resident, there will be no place which will be given to these people. But yesterday what happened, this was none other but Hardeep Singh Puri, the Urban Development Minister, who came with a tweet early in the morning where he stated that now we are going to give the facilities to Rohingyas in the country. And later it was clarified by none other but Ministry of Home Affairs itself. By the Ministry of Home Affairs, it was made it clear that nothing will be given, no such kind of facilities will be given. And this has been again clarified by the minister, that's Hardeep Puri, Urban Development Minister, that yes, the MHA stand is clear, we are going to go with the MHA stand. Now the controversy started when the Aam Aadmi Party stating that earlier the different stand was BJP was seen, why the minister has tweeted the another stand, and if this is the stand of the Bharatiya Janata Party or the minister, then what exactly the MHA has to say on the same. Now the conflict has started. We are seeing the papers, we are seeing the meetings which was called in earlier, we are seeing the tweets, the war of words has started among the two parties, that's Bharatiya Janata Party, the central government and the Delhi government. On the other hand, what at this point in time we are breaking is a paper, the notice or the minute-to-minute meeting which was scheduled on 29th of July, which held rather on 29th of July, which was the meeting which was called in by the Chief Secretary regarding the same issue. Regarding the Rohingya issue, this was the particular meeting which was called in by the Chief Secretary of Delhi, and who all were the participants, the officers in that particular meeting. We are going to come up with that also. This is time for a short break. We are slipping for a short break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back on the story. Stay tuned.
You made a whole lot of charges, Mr. Ishwarappa. You said the Congress का हाथ है इसमें.
शिवमोगा में सावरकर का फोटो कौन छीन गया है, वो लीडर अभी जेल में है, पत्नी कांग्रेस वाले है, पति क्या है, एसडीपी है। ये कांग्रेस और एसडीपी दोनों मिलाकर सावरकर का ये प्रोग्राम किया है, उसको हम खंडन कर रहे हैं।
Breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court, where this matter will be listed on Mondays. They've asked for the centre to take proactive measures to ensure holding of the Under-17 World Cup and lift the suspension so objective is duly achieved. The centre tells Supreme Court it is holding talks with FIFA officials and breaking of ice could soon take place to resolve the crisis arising after FIFA bans India.
OPS finally getting a win in this matter. This is considered as a big victory for OPS's camp because the kind of fights that OPS had to put one by one for the past 2 months was extremely high. Justice J. Chaitrendran's verdict has come out from the Madras High Court. The dual leadership will be continuing. Edappadi K. Palliswamy and O. Pannirselvam will have to together administer the party now. They will be the coordinator and the co-coordinator of the party.
New Law Minister of Bihar, Kartik Singh, is absconding at the moment, and he's been wanted case pertaining to abduction of a person called Rajiv Singh, and there are charges of murder against him, and this case has been going on from 2014.
ये आईपीसी के अन्य धाराओं के अलावा धारा 364 इसमें विक्टिम राजीव रंजन सिंह के अपहरण का मामला है और उनके ही के बयान के आधार पे कार्तिकेय सिंह का नाम इस कांड में आया है।
सर ये मार्च का क्या पर्पस क्या है इस मार्च? ये थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर है, थोड़ा वो बैड एलिमेंट्स का हम लोग तो शो करना है, तो हम लोग का बहुत फोर्स है, स्ट्रिक्ट में एक्शन कर देंगे।
अगर हालत की बात करें शिमोगा में, तो अभी हालात कैसे हैं?
केरल तो अच्छा है, अच्छा सब है, कंट्रोल में आ रहा है।
It's the third flag march and this is being done to instill a sense of security, a sense of confidence among the people.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and breaking news coming in now from West Bengal. Two alleged Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in the state of West Bengal. Both of them arrested from Sashan in North 24 Parganas. The arrest was made by the STF. And the names of the terrorists are, their photos are there on your screen. Rakib Sarkar and Qazi Ehsan Ullah. So two alleged Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal by the STF, and both of them were arrested from Sashan in North 24 Parganas. Kishle, to take us through this breaking news. Kishle, shocking news coming in from West Bengal. Two alleged Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested. What are the details? We believe it's an arrest made in Sashan in North 24 Parganas. What more can you tell us?
Well, exactly. Very near from Kolkata, very near from the capital city of West Bengal. The North 24 Pargana district is there. Yesterday night, STF got a tip-off that there are possibly some of the Al-Qaeda terrorists, allegedly Al-Qaeda terrorists, who are hiding in that area and who are also having documents and some of the materials that are anti-state, anti-country. And after they got that tip-off, they went to that area. There was a raid, and then these two people, their names are Rakib Sarkar and Qazi Ehsan Ullah. Both of them were arrested from that area, and one of them are also used to stay in Kolkata itself. He used to stay in Kolkata and both in North 24 Pargana area. And when STF arrested them, STF got hold of many documents that had clear indication that they were trying to wage a war against India. There are documents which says that there should be a war against India. There should be attacks in India, and that kind of documents have been found from them. STF is looking into those documents and trying to understand that who else were in this whole nexus of terrorism, who were living in that area. STF is also questioning them regarding whether they were having any kind of weapons and whether they were in connection with any higher Al-Qaeda terrorist groups or higher Al-Qaeda terrorists who were operating from outside the country or from any other part of the country. So therefore, this is a big news coming from West Bengal, where two terrorists have been nabbed by the STF, and also documents which establishes their war against India, war against the country, quote unquote. That's what was written in those documents that were recovered from them. These have been recovered and they are being arrested, and they are in STF custody now. And STF is trying to understand who else are there in this state who are related to Al-Qaeda and who else were in connection with them. Back to the studio.
Right, so Kishle, as you tell us, investigations are on, but when we talk about these two terrorists in particular, are there any details available as far as their background is concerned? Are they residents of West Bengal, or have they migrated here from a neighboring country? What more details do the police have regarding that?
Well, one of them were staying in Dinajpur, North Dinajpur, which is a district in West Bengal itself. He comes from there, he hails from there. Another person who have been arrested, the first one who was arrested, Rakib Sarkar, he's from Dinajpur. And the second person, Qazi Ehsan Ullah, he is from Kolkata itself. He had his house in Kolkata itself. Whether they had any connection with Bangladesh or not is being right now investigated by the STF. There are possible calls that they made to Bangladesh and outside India. STF is looking at their call list, but majorly they had their homes in West Bengal itself. So STF is trying to understand, and the investigating officers are trying to understand that how did they come in connection with Al-Qaeda and what were they doing exactly in terms of their role in this whole organization of terrorism, and whether they already had a plan of any attacks or not. That's what the STF officials are trying to understand.
So the STF continuing with their investigations to terrorists, alleged terrorists with links to Al-Qaeda nabbed in West Bengal. Kishle reporting there from Kolkata. So two alleged Al-Qaeda terrorists, as we were telling you, those are the photographs on your screen, arrested in West Bengal. Both of them have been arrested from Sashon in North 24 Parganas. The STF, which made the arrest, is continuing with investigations. And going back to Kishle once again, Kishle, it's a major breaking development because, well, West Bengal does not have many such cases. It's very rare to actually have terrorists with alleged links to Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda not really known to have a presence there. What are the kind of angles that the STF is investigating right now?
Well, exactly. These people who have been arrested are linked to Al-Qaeda. That's what the STF is saying. That's what is the allegation against them, charges against them. Now, whether they were linked with any other terrorist groups or not, because we have found that there were terrorists before who were arrested who had connection with Bangladesh terrorist groups. So we were looking into that, and STF is also trying to understand that exactly what was their role in the whole organization of terrorism in Al-Qaeda. We are coming back with more in that story. We have more exclusive information. We will come back with more after a short break.
Finally getting a win in this matter. This is considered as a big victory for OPS's camp because the kind of fights that OPS had to put one by one for the past 2 months was extremely high. Justice J. Chaitrendran's verdict has come out from the Madras High Court. The dual leadership will be continuing. Edapadi K. Palliswamy and O. Paneerselvam will have to together administer the party now. They will be the coordinator and the co-coordinator of the party.
New Law Minister of Bihar, Kartik Singh, is absconding at the moment, and he's been wanted case pertaining to abduction of a person called Rajiv Singh, and there are charges of murder against him, and this case has been going on from 2014.
ये IPC की अन्य धाराओं के अलावा धारा 364 इसमें विक्टिम राजीव रंजन सिंह के अपहरण का मामला है, और उनके ही के बयान के आधार पे कार्तिकेय सिंह का नाम इस कांड में आया है।
सर, ये मार्च का क्या पर्पस क्या है? ये थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर है, थोड़ा वो बैड एलिमेंट्स का हम लोग तो शो करना है, तो हम लोग का बहुत फोर्स है, स्ट्रिक्ट में एक्शन कर देंगे। अगर हालात की बात करें शिमोगा में, तो अभी हालात कैसे हैं? कैसे तो अच्छा है, अच्छा सब है, कंट्रोल में आ रहा है। It's the third flag march and this is being done to instill a sense of security, a sense of confidence among the people.
You made a whole lot of charges, Mr. Ishwarappa. You said कि कांग्रेस का हाथ है इसमें।
शिमोगा में सावरकर का फोटो कौन छीन गया है? वो लीडर अभी जेल में है, पत्नी कांग्रेस वाले है, पति क्या है? एसडीपी है। ये कांग्रेस और एसडीपी दोनों मिलाकर सावरकर का ये प्रोग्राम किया है, उसको हम खंडन कर रहा है।
Breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court, where this matter will be listed on Mondays. They've asked for the centre to take proactive measures to ensure holding of the Under-17 World Cup and lift the suspension so objective is duly achieved. The centre tells Supreme Court it is holding talks with FIFA officials and breaking of ice could soon take place to resolve the crisis arising after FIFA bans India.
OPS finally getting a win in this matter. This is considered
live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Sports news now. Four-seeded Stefanos Tsitsipas ended his two-match losing run after outplaying Serbian Filip Krajinovic in straight sets to reach the last 16 at Cincinnati. World number 1, Iga Swiatek chalks up 50th win of the season after victory over American Sloane Stephens. It was the first meeting between the pair and Swiatek broke the Stephens serve 6 times on her way to the win. The Pole now faces either Madison Keys or Yelena Ostapenko for the next round. Kylian Mbappe is one of the 30 players nominated for the 2022 Ballon d'Or, but there is no doubt who he believes should win this year's award. He's reported to have said that Karim Benzema just had the season of his life at 34 years of age and he must win. In Malaysia, Sabah's title ambitions were dampened after their draw against Kedah. The draw result meant Sabah are on 35 points, keeping them second in the Malaysia Super League standings. Mega NI crackdown in Jammu and Kashmir, raids on across 6 locations. All the news coming up on Republic. Stay with us. Also coming up, fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal, daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam.
सर ये मार्च का क्या पर्पस क्या है? ये थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर है, थोड़ा वो बैड एलिमेंट्स का हम लोग तो शो करना है, तो हम लोग का बहुत फोर्स है, स्ट्रिक्ट में एक्शन कर देंगे।
अगर हालात की बात करें शिमोगा में, तो अभी हालात कैसे हैं?
केरल तो अच्छा है, अच्छा सब है, कंट्रोल में आ रहा है।
It's the third flag march and this is being done to instill a sense of security, a sense of confidence among the people.
The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the JNK police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed, another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teachers' recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal. Top headlines at 10 a.m. Two suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's 24 North Parganas. Mega NIA crackdown in Jammu and Kashmir, raids on across 6 locations. From Jammu to Srinagar, multi-location raids underway, Lashkar terrorists raided. Fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal, daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam. Mega row over Rohingyas. BJP slams Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing for Rohingyas. Big buzz over new TMC posters claiming new government in 6 months. BJP asks, where is Mamata? Thanks for tuning in this morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We are live and breaking, starting with breaking news coming in. This one from J&K, where mega NI raids are underway in several locations. In at least 6 locations, we are told, in fact, the number of locations being raided is 8 now. We are told that raids are being conducted in Jammu, Kathua and Samba as well. We'll go across to Gursimran for more information. The raids... Gursimran is reporting live from the location where the raids are being carried out by the NIA. In fact, Lashkar terrorist Faisal Munir has also been raided by the NIA. We have Gursimran with us. Gursimran, if you could take us through the details that you are learning with respect to these raids being carried out by the NIA.
See, right now we are outside the house of Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist Faisal Munir in Jammu, who was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police on 18th of July, and the raids by the National Investigation Agency is underway. Important to mention that SP rank officer of the National Investigation Agency is part of the raids, who is carrying out the raids. 4 locations in Kathua, 1 in Samba, 1 in Jammu, 1 in Doda and 1 in Kishtwar is being raided by the National Investigation Agency. Total of 8 locations. Important to mention that Faisal Munir was the one who carried who carried almost 35 consignments of drone dropping from the international border to Kashmir Valley, and these consignments, they were weapons, narcotics as well as cash, because this is new modus operandi of the Pakistan, not to transfer the amount to the accounts of these terrorists but to send it via drone. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals of the raids that are going on, and rupees 1 lakh was coming, 1 lakh cash was coming with every drone consignment that was coming from Pakistan and was going to Kashmir Valley. He was regularly in touch with the Lashkar commanders in the Srinagar, as well as he was providing them the regular supplies of the arms and ammunition. We are told that these consignments were mostly of the small weapons, that is the pistols, especially the Chinese-made Norinco pistols, more to carry out the targeted killings in the Kashmir Valley. So this was the plot that was unearthed by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and late last month the National Investigation Agency was handed over the case. Gaurav is showing you the visuals from the residence of Faisal Munir, where the raids are going on. The officials of NIA are inside, and they are looking into the technical evidences as well as the digital devices and storage devices that are inside. They are analyzing them, and they are trying to get some details how this entire module was working, so that more arrests in this case can be made.
Yes. Well, Gursimran, stay with us. Talk to us more about these big recoveries that have been made. We understand that 35 sorties of arms and ammunition that were dropped by the drone from Jammu to the valley. If you could talk to us more, because there seems to be a very sinister plot when we talk about these recoveries that have been made, as well as the consignment that was recovered from this terrorist who's now been neutralized.
See, this plot was hatched by the Pakistani terror group Lashkar-e-Toiba, and what they wanted is to push more and more small weapons into the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The aim to push these small weapons, these pistols into the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and the sticky bombs is to carry out targeted killings and terror strikes in the Jammu region. The plot was very clear: targeted killings in the Kashmir Valley of the minorities and the security forces, and second is the terror strike in the Jammu region. Because if you remember, the recovery that was made days ahead of start of Amarnath Yatra on 29th May in the Kathua district, that was having 7 sticky bombs and 7 UBGL grenades, and it was aimed to target the Amarnath Yatra, and it was recovered some 5 to 7 days before the start of the Yatra. Then coming to the important thing is that another module that was busted by the Jammu and Kashmir police, in which multiple grenades, AK rifles, pistols were recovered on 18th of July, in which the entire case of 2020 drone dropping as well as the 2022 case was solved by the Jammu police based on the digital evidences and the manual inputs that they have got. And then the case, it was decided that the case be handed over to the National Investigation Agency because it was having the Pakistani angle. Moreover, it was a part of a larger conspiracy that was hatched by the Lashkar-e-Toiba to target the security forces and the civilians in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. This is the area where the raids are going on. This is in the Talab Khatika area. The security forces have cornered the area from outside so that no one can enter this area without their permission. This is the house of Faisal Munir, where he was living, the Lashkar terrorist that was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police on July 18th. We are being told that he was in constant touch with the Pakistani social media, Pakistani handlers via social media using the Telegram application. He was constantly in touch and he was getting the locations where the consignment of the drones were dropped. 35 consignment is a huge number because we have seen that each and every consignment that was recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police, those consignments were having 3 to 4 to 5 to up to 10 pistols. And yesterday, recovery that was made, we have that report as well, where a AK-47 rifle, small pistol, possibly a Chinese-made pistol, along with the 3 magazines, 50 rounds and 2 Chinese grenades were recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police in the Fly Mandal area. And after which the Special Operations Group, they cornered the entire area, and the searches are going on even now as well to find out whether there was any other dropping. But that was also drone dropping that was done from across the border. And the Pakistani terrorist Ali, who was killed in retaliation by the Jammu and Kashmir police when he attacked the forces while being taken to the spot for the identification of spot. He was the one who was operating this module from inside the Kot Balwal jail of Jammu. So a big blow to Lashkar-e-Toiba yesterday, as their key man who was operating this drone modules from inside the Kot Balwal jail was killed yesterday evening. And today the National Investigation Agency is in full swing, carrying out raids at 8 locations in the 5 districts of Jammu, Kathua, Samba, Doda and Srinagar.
Yes, Gursimran, just a follow-up question. If you could talk to us more about the raids which are also being carried out in Kathua and Samba, like you're telling us.
See, the raids that are being carried out in Kathua and Samba, the number of the place being raided in Kathua is 4, and in Samba 1 location is being raided by the National Investigation Agency. 5 locations in these 2 districts, and these 2 are really very crucial districts because these were the districts where the drone dropping has taken place. The drone dropping in the sense that these border areas were used by the Pakistani handlers to push in these drones into the Indian territory, and then the drone consignment used to be picked by Faisal Munir and then handed over to his associates who were involved in this terror module. Now the agencies are looking into every possible angle because without local support it cannot be possible, and that's why the raids are being carried out at 5 locations, 4 in Kathua and 1 in Samba district, in 2 districts, and other than that Jammu, Doda and Srinagar, 1 location each being raided by the National Investigation Agency. Now we are getting to know that some digital evidences have been seized by the National Investigation Agency in the Haryachak area that falls in the Kathua, and they are looking into it. They have seized those devices. They are analyzing it so that many more inputs can be generated. It is very likely that if these analysis is done at an earlier stage, within an hour or so, some arrests are also likely in this very case.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Gursimran, they're reporting live from that raid location that is being carried out by the NI officers. We are told that 8 locations that are currently being raided. Thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates. For now, moving on to more breaking news coming. Well, that's another breaking news that is coming in. The IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has said that 5G spectrum assignment letter will be issued very soon, requesting, in fact, that's a big statement that has been made by the Union Minister with regard to the 5G spectrum, saying that the 5G spectrum assignment letter will be issued very soon. So asking the telecoms to prepare for the 5G launch, a mega statement there that's being made. So India gearing up for that mega 5G launch. That is that India will soon get 5G services, as that's a big statement that is coming in by the Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav with respect to the 5G spectrum allocation, saying that asking the telecom operators to prepare for the 5G launch, saying that the 5G spectrum assignment letter has been issued and that the telecom operators must gear up for that mega 5G launch. We also have a senior executive editor, Abhishek, also joining us. Abhishek, if the only question in everyone's mind is how soon can we get the 5G in the country, the 5G services?
Well, Samiksha, the government and the minister are on record saying that the 5G rollout has to happen sometime later this year, between October and November. And the statement that has come today with the release of letter is essentially a move in that direction. We have seen how auctions to 5G happened last month, and they were very successful, and the government netting about 1.5 lakh crore rupees out of those auctions. The bandwidth is in place, and the auctions have been completed. I believe now it's just a matter of the company that has taken the 5G bandwidth, starting the process of rollout by putting in towers. So expect that in the first few cities, we should have 5G by October, November, and then the gradual rollout, which would see most of the major cities first, and then tier 2 and tier 3 towns getting 5G over the next few years. It's a big leap for India, moving in the direction of 5G technology. The speeds available for data transmission typically between 4G and 5G, the difference is almost 10 times. In fact, as we speak, as India rolls out 5G, there are some countries like South Korea and Japan that are testing 6G, and the rollout of 6G is expected around the end of this decade, 2030. And when that happens, the speeds would be 10 times more of 5G. So typically what we are looking at is over this next decade, the data speeds are going to be 100 times more than what we are seeing now. And in that sense, you can see the kind of revolution that's going to happen in terms of how we see the world, in terms of the data, the speeds that are available for data transmission, the bedrock of the Industrial Revolution 4.0. So I think one of the first few countries becoming 5G compliant, rolling out its own 5G. Much of the technology, in fact, is going to be indigenous in terms of manufacturing of towers and the use of chips. We are not depending on Huawei. Remember, in the backdrop of the standoff with China on Ladakh, the manner in which policy has been tweaked to make sure that companies like Huawei don't enter this space. I think we are moving in a direction where India is going to be a 5G power over the next just couple of years.
Abhishek, a follow-up question. If you were talking about the auction which concluded on 1st of August, if you could talk to us more about who has emerged as the biggest buyer of the 5G auction from the telecom operators.
So obviously, number one buyer is Reliance Jio, then we have Airtel, then we have Vodafone. We know Adani have taken some space, but that's, I believe, an explanation has come that that's more for their internal consumption and their internal systems, given the fact that they are a huge corporation now spread across sectors like ports and airports and defense. So essentially 4 or 5 major players in 5G, but that's been the case with telecom after the era when there was absolute multiplicity of players. Now it has got reduced to 3 or 4 major players, even in telecom. If you look at 3G or 4G that we have now, so obviously the same players get to roll out 5G. It's very capital intensive. Remember, unlike 4G where the tower can cover an area of 5-6 square kilometers, in the case of 5G, the tower's area of reach is typically just about 1,000-1,500 feet, which means it's more like a 5G hotspot that we are looking at. So the kind of capital that is involved, obviously the major players are going to be in the game. Having said that, the fact that we are going to have 5G rollout by the end of this year in the 75th year of independence during the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, I think it's a big plus for India.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek, a big feat there. Thank you so much for your perspective on that. So Abhishek there getting us all those details in 5G services that are set to be rolled out very soon, as early as by the end of this year. A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country after posters of Trinamool Congress leader Abhishek Banerjee claiming new TMC will come in next 6 months were put up in Kolkata. The BJP took a dig at the ruling party in West Bengal, saying that people no longer have faith in Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. J&K police recovered arms and ammunition dropped by Pakistan drone in a village near the international border. According to the police, a case that's been registered regarding the recovery of the consignment from by the Pakistan drone. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30 bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries. According to police, the woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेकर विवाद था, उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के 2 व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे, आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली, उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान किया जा रहा है।
UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists. Word by word, Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered, and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. Well, on to more breaking news coming in. This one from Mumbai, where an accident has been reported. We are told that 2 bikers were killed in this accident that's been reported from Mumbai. The accident which happened at the Western Express Highway National Park Bridge after the duo fell due to a pothole. They were crushed by a dumper coming from the rear end. Both of them died on the spot. The police, meanwhile, have arrested the dumper driver. So, a tragic incident that's been reported from Mumbai. The incident coming to light from Mumbai's Western Express Highway National Park Bridge, where 2 bike riders, they were killed. They died on the spot after they fell on the road because of a pothole. We are told that the police has arrested the dumper driver and that the investigation is underway. We have Sandeep reporting live from Mumbai. Sandeep, a very tragic incident indeed. 2 people who lost their lives because of pothole menace. Give us the details that you're picking up.
So yes, two bike riders were in fact were on the way on Western Express Highway in Mumbai, and unfortunately they met with an accident as the bike went over the pothole, which led them to fall down, and later, following which a dumper coming from behind had crushed them. So definitely it is a very sad state in the city of Mumbai when 2 bike riders have lost their lives just because of the potholes, and definitely they have lost their lives. Police have arrested the dumper driver and further investigation started.
All right, Sandeep, thank you for getting us all those details. So shocking incident coming to light, an incident of absolute civic apathy in which 2 people lost their lives in Mumbai, and the incident that happened on the Western Express Highway National Park Bridge. And Sandeep continues to be with us. Sandeep, if you could talk to us more about the arrested dumper driver. We understand that the duo were crushed by the dumper that was coming from the rear end.
See, exactly, yes. The dumper driver was coming from the rear end, and as they fell down, the dumper driver in high speed, and hence these 2 bike riders were crushed by this dumper driver. And in fact, this is a very sad state. Remember, thousands of crores are being spent by BMC in order to get the roads in condition, but accidents after accidents that has been witnessed out here in Mumbai just because of such kind of potholes as well. Apart from that, there are other several issues in regards to, rash driving also. But yes, the pothole is a major issue for Mumbaikars, and now we have seen another 2 lives, going because of these kind of potholes.
All right, Sandeep, thank you for getting us all those details. So a civic apathy there that has claimed lives of 2 people. 2 people who lost 2 bike riders who were killed due to the pothole menace in the city of Mumbai. The incident that was reported from on the Western Express Highway. We are told that the bikers were later crushed by the dumper driver. And moving on to more news coming in, a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 people and injured 16 others. The head of the Kharkiv region said that the Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque in north of Afghan's capital of Kabul killed 20 people and injured 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers as a result of the explosion in north of Kabul. In New York, a fire consumed a building at the site of long-closed Grossinger's Resort, which was once among the most glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, as well as 1,500-seat dining room. The U.S. State Department called on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who was believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus while reporting on the Syrian conflict. Syria, meanwhile, denied accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist. The head of the World Health Organization described the persistent crisis in Ethiopia's Tigray region as the worst disaster on earth. In a statement at a press briefing, the WHO director Tedros said that the situation caused by the ongoing conflict in his home country is worse than any other humanitarian crisis in the world. In California, last of the 3 men convicted of hijacking a school bus full of California children for an attempted $5 million ransom in 1976 is what a prosecutor called the largest mass kidnapping in US history are being released by the state's parole board. Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan said that Pakistan is descending into a banana republic amid the controversy surrounding the arrest of PTI leader Shehbaz Gill, which the PTI chief claims is a conspiracy to target him and his party. Argentina's trade union federation mobilized in the Argentinian capital to demonstrate against the big corporations amid the rising cost of living. This was the first protest led by the General Confederation of Labour in last 3 years during Fernandez's presidency. Well, slipping into a very short break, lots lined up for you on the other side. 2 suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's 24 North Parganas. Fresh trouble for Anuprata Mondal as daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Oh, it's certainly getting much hotter politically, isn't it? Arvind Kejriwal has today effectively pitched himself as a prime ministerial face. Can you believe it, viewers? For 2024. He's made it clear he wants to be prime minister. He organized an event clearly competitive at a national level. And his launch pitch is the slogan, "Make India number one." Not terribly original, sounding much like Donald Trump's "Make America Great Again" slogan. It's quite clear that the Aam Aadmi Party intends to accelerate its growth on the political carcass of the Congress and try and race to get to the second highest number of seats nationally in the Lok Sabha elections. And it will do so by not entering into any pre-poll alliances and fight in as many places as possible directly one-on-one against the BJP. Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, maybe even UP, Gujarat for sure, Punjab, Delhi. To emerge as an alternative and try and amass enough votes nationally to be officially recognized as a national party by the Election Commission. And that is why in coalitions or fronts, you will find the Aam Aadmi Party is largely absent. It stands on its own, not with the other opposition parties, not with the BJP, on its own. On many issues, it works with opposition parties, but it is not part of their group. And that is where Kejriwal sees a chance of emerging as the main contender in the short term and a shot in national politics in the medium term. Now, viewers, Arvind Kejriwal is a very, very ambitious person. Nothing wrong with that. He's politically very ambitious for someone who once said, in an interview to me, that he would never join politics. But his political rise has been mainly on the back of what was a non-political anti-corruption movement. Why did people follow Anna? Because he said, "I'm never in politics. I'm a force outside party politics." The issue was corruption.
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, in fact, massive security thrown around.
Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
The headlines at 10:30. 2 suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's 24 North Parganas. Mega NI crackdown in Jammu and Kashmir. Raids on across 6 locations. From Jammu to Srinagar, multi-location raids underway. Lashkar terrorists raided. Fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal, daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam. BJP slams Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing. Civic apathy kills 2 in Mumbai. Bikers lose life due to pothole at Western Express Highway National Park Bridge. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma. In our top story at this hour, is there a rift in the newly formed Bihar Mahagathbandhan government? As the JDU's Bhima Bharti makes an open declaration against Bihar Minister Leshi Singh, saying will quit if Leshi Singh is not removed. So rumblings in the Bihar Mahagathbandhan government. Bhima Bharti says that the JDU's Bhima Bharti says that he is ready to quit and will quit if Leshi Singh is not removed. Rumblings of discontent, it appears. And let's listen in to Bhima Bharti and what she had to say over the entire matter.
हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं जेडीयू की विधायिका बीमा भारती, जो कि नाराज हैं और नाराज इसलिए हैं कि लेसी सिंह को मंत्री बनाया गया है। बीमा जी, आप नाराज क्यों हैं?
नाराज इसलिए हैं कि लेसी सिंह को मंत्री बनाया, इसलिए नाराज हैं। क्यों उसको कि कैसे मंत्रालय में जगह दिया गया, बार बार क्या उसमें छवि नजर आता है मुख्यमंत्री जी को, जो बार बार उसको मंत्रालय दिया जा रहा है। इसलिए हम नाराज हैं कि उसके चलते पार्टी का बदनामी हुआ। पार्टी में इतना जो है न जो छवि को धूमिल करने का काम किया, उसके चलते जो है धरना प्रदर्शन जो है पूर्णिया में हुआ, पटना में हुआ, विधानसभा में तेजस्वी जी आवाज़ उठाए, तब भी जो है कि उसका जो है कितना विरोध करने के बाद
क्या आरोप है उन पर?
मर्डर का आरोप है। मर्डर जो जिला परिषद का जो पति का जो मर्डर हुआ है, रिंटू सिंह का हत्या करवाया, बेनी सिंह का हत्या हुआ, इस सब में जो है कि वो करवाई है। तो इस सब से मेरे बेटी के चुनाव में जी जान लगा दी हराने के लिए। और बहुत सारा बात है कि जितना कि हम सभी मीडिया को बता चुके हैं कि आप खुद जा कर के पता कर सकते हैं उसका क्या छवि है, किस छवि देखकर।
नीतीश कुमार जी से आप क्या चाहती हैं? क्या कोई कार्रवाई करें उन पर?
मुख्यमंत्री जी से यही चाहते हैं कि उसको रिजाइन करवावे, पार्टी से उसे मंत्री पद से रिजाइन करवावे, और नहीं वो रिजाइन करवाएंगे तो हम अपना विधायक से रिजाइन कर देंगे।
क्यों इस्तीफा दे?
And joining us now is Prakash to tell us more about, these rumblings we're hearing from within the Mahagathbandhan so soon after its formation. Prakash, what do you know about this rift in the newly formed Mahagathbandhan? We have Bhima Bharti and is complaining that, questioning why Leshi Singh is in the government once again.
Well, there's been rumblings in the Mahagathbandhan government and especially JDU. Many leaders are not very happy with the induction of many other ministers. And this particular MLA, Bhima Bharti, who belongs to the economically backward caste, which is called the Ati Pichhada caste, is specifically angry because of the non-representation of the EBCs in the Nitish's cabinet, and EBC, which has been the major supporter of Nitish Kumar for quite some time, and we have seen dominance of Yadavs and Muslims in the community. I am joined by one of the person, Santosh Mehta, who was the president of the EBC of JDU, and now RCP Singh is on a political tour against the JDU. We'll see how he is able to galvanize the cadre of the JDU. संतोष जी, ये बताइए, बीमा भारती नाराज चल रही हैं। आप तो अति पिछड़ा प्रकोष्ठ के अध्यक्ष थे जेडीयू के, अब इस्तीफा दे दिया है आपने, तो ये अति पिछड़ी जाति का ज़्यादा रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं मिला मंत्रिमंडल में। बीमा भारती इसीलिए नाराज है। आप भी अति पिछड़े समाज से आते हैं।
जी जी, बिल्कुल उनकी नाराजगी जायज़ है। हम लोग उसको जायज़ मानते हैं, बीमा भारती की नाराज को, कि ये नीतीश कुमार जी जो है और जनता दल पार्टी जो है, प्रदेश कार्यालय में कर्पूरी सभागार लिखा गया उस पर, और कर्पूरी सभागार लिख करके और किस स्थिति से लौकुश समीकरण चला जा रहा है, और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष प्रदेश अध्यक्ष दूसरे की समाज को बनाया जाता है। नोनिया, बिंद, मला, चमार, दुसार, डोमिनेटरी, अपासी, जो गरीब गुरबा लोग हैं, अति पिछड़ा समाज के लोग हैं, वोट देते हैं। नीतीश जी का बैकबोन है अति पिछड़ा समाज, और अति पिछड़ा समाज की जो भागीदारी है बिल्कुल नागण्य है।
बीमा भारती ने सही सवाल उठाया है गंगोता से,
बिल्कुल सही सवाल उठाया है उन्होंने। निषाद समाज की बेटी है बीमा भारती, वो पहले से मंत्री भी रह चुकी है, मजबूत मंत्री रह चुकी है। उन लोगों का जनाधार है।
जेडीयू में विद्रोह हो रहा है,
विद्रोह दिख रहा है, विद्रोह बिल्कुल दिख रहा है।
आरसीपी जी आ रहे हैं, आज क्या करेंगे?
आरसीपी सिंह के लिए पूरा जन सलाह रोड पर उतरा हुआ है। रामचंद्र बाबू के लिए रामचंद्र मुख्यमंत्री जी से वकालत करके दिल्ली को हुकूमत की बात दिलाते रहे हैं। 6 सांसद उन्होंने लड़के बनाया था, कई विधायकों को उन्होंने टिकट दिया था। हम लोग उसी के उपज हैं।
There you have one of the dissenting voice from the JDU. He's left the JDU with the president of the EBC, and that's what Bima Bharti is raising a voice of revolt against Nitish Kumar, that she will resign in 15 days if Lesi Singh is not ousted from the cabinet. Back to you.
Well, Prakash, a very interesting turning point as far interesting issues coming up within the Mahagathbandhan even as we speak. Many thanks for joining us with those updates from Bihar. So discontent, news of discontent within the Mahagathbandhan, especially the JDU MLA Bima Bharti says she's ready to resign. And in live and breaking, it's time for more breaking developments. There's a big buzz now over the BJP dropping a big hint in Karnataka. The state in charge meeting Yedurappa now. BJP says Yedurappa is the tallest political leader in the state and further adds elections under Yedurappa's guidance are very likely. So big buzz over BJP state in charge meeting Yedurappa. And Niranjan to take us through this breaking development. Niranjan, a big turning point now, even as well. Can we say it's time for preparations for the next elections in the state? The BJP making a big statement, meeting Yedurappa.
Well, this is a significant statement or a message that is going out. And it comes on the back of 2 or 3 developments, Rukma. The first development is that there are ministers within who are sort of speaking in different voices. You had 2 ministers, one whose tape has gone viral, second one who's backing a Congress chief minister on record, saying that he would like to see Siddaramaiah as the chief minister. So, given that backdrop, what is happening in Karnataka is very, very symbolic, very significant. Yedurappa is, undoubtedly the tallest leader for the BJP in Karnataka. He's the tallest leader. He's someone who's brought the BJP to power for the first time in the south. He was the first chief minister when the Karnataka BJP government was formed, and he sort of kept the party together for well over 3 to 4 decades in Karnataka. So in that sense, for him, a few months back when Basavaraj Bommai was brought in as the chief minister, Yedurappa was replaced. There was a buzz that he would go into retirement. But I think yesterday what has happened with the BJP parliamentary board elevating him has just given a new lease of life to the BJP's campaign, which is not looking good as far as optics is concerned. Not good optics with different ministers speaking different languages, but he's someone who's managed to keep the flock together, and he's done it. He's a very, very tactful politician, and he's the most popular in the BJP. I think you can safely say that in Karnataka. So for him to be elevated and for the BJP Karnataka in charge to be flown down, to be meeting him, And to him to go on record and say that he's the tallest leader in Karnataka and the elections will be fought under his guidance, I think that says a lot about the BJP strategy. Now, whether he will be the chief minister, he will face, nobody knows. But it's clear that he will lead the BJP into the Karnataka elections. I think it's safe to say that because you've had very strong organizational leaders. B.L. Santosh, also part of the BJP's parliamentary board. He is also on the BJP parliamentary board. He's a very senior leader from Karnataka. You have Prahlad Joshi, who's a senior minister, parliamentary affairs minister, part of the cabinet. He's also from Karnataka. Karnataka has tall leaders, but I think they needed that one leader to sort of, keep them together, keep the unit together, to take them into the elections, and the preparations have already begun. So in that sense, this is going to be a big one, a very, very big one for the BJP. They've gone on record to say that he will take them, guide them into the next election. So it's going to be interesting also because, the Lingayat vote, and people have spoken about it for years, that Lingayat vote is a crucial factor. It is a critical factor in Karnataka. He's the tallest leader of the Lingayat community. I think the BJP sort of has recalculated recently after Congress leaders had this entire photo op and show of strength with the Lingayat community a few days back. And they've sort of re-strategized. They've gone back to the drawing board and they've realized that if there's one leader who can give them a shot at coming back to power, that could be Yediyurappa. So it's a big move. It will be interesting to see where things go. And Bommai, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, has also thanked the BJP for elevating Yediyurappa. So interesting. We're all standing by. Let's see what happens. Back to you for now.
Well, many thanks, Niranjan, for explaining that entire situation to us so well. So a very telling statement from the BJP as high-level meetings are held with its leader Yediyurappa. The BJP clearly saying that the polls ahead could be held under his guidance. Moving on to other breaking news and national breaking here. The ED is conducting searches at multiple places in Delhi, in Lucknow, in Ghazipur, in UP as well as Mao, at premises linked to mafia Don Mukhtar Ansari and his close associates. Mukhtar Ansari's residence in Mohammadabad also being searched by the ED. Locations include premises of Vikram Arghari and Ganesh Mishra. And so mega raids now. Shravan Sen, our senior editor, to take us through this breaking development. Shravan, it's over to you to explain what's happening. The ED raiding multiple locations.
So it's part of the ongoing probe against Mukhtar Ansari. In fact, they're looking at a certain money laundering case in which Mukhtar Ansari's name has basically surfaced. Let me just quickly take you through some of the places where the searches are being carried out. This is in Delhi, as well as in some districts of Lucknow, some districts of Uttar Pradesh, which includes Ghazipur district and Mao district, where the premises have been linked to Mafia Mukhtar Ansari and his close associates. Mukhtar's residence, in fact, is also being searched, which is in Mohammadabad, which is being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. Two other individuals where we are being told are under the scanner also. The locations also include premises of Vikram Agrari and Ganesh Mishra is what we are being told. And the owner of Khanbas service are being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, these details are basically coming in at a time when there is already a charge sheet that has already been filed. But apart from that, we have also been told that there is a fresh evidence that they've got in terms of the procedure crime, which is now being looked by the Enforcement Directorate.
Well, Shravan, Mukhtar Ansari, can we say that he's been an example for a long time of, how politicians have shielded criminals? Because just a few days ago, we heard about how, he was, kept in very cozy, conditions, in Punjab, for example. Could you explain to us, what we should understand from the fact that now, the law is being able to catch up with him to such a great extent?
Well, in fact, his family members have also been questioned. Afzal Ansari, the Bahujan Samaj Party's parliamentarian from Ghazipur, Afzal Ansari, and the elder brother of Mukhtar Ansari was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, Mukhtar Ansari's sons Omar and Abbas, who had also been accompanied, who had accompanied Afzal to the enforcement director's office when the questioning was actually being held, is also under the scanning. In fact, Afzal was questioned in connection with a case in which Mukhtar Ansari has been booked under the PMLA Act. The charges essentially being that the stipend of crores of rupees that he had collected as rent from a property that he had illegally constructed on encroached government land in Mo. Now, Afzal is, however, was not named as one of the accused in the case, but was found linked to some of Mukhtar's suspicious transactions that have come under the enforcement directorate's scanner. But in terms of the money that you're looking at, Mukhtar Ansari had allegedly siphoned off roughly about 25 lakh rupees, and that too, it was from the local area development fund that was entitled to him as an MLA. Apart from that, the enforcement directorate has also named Mukhtar's sons as an accused in this particular case.
Well, many thanks, Shavan, for joining us there. So the ED continuing with its investigations, mega raids, and as associates of gangster politician Mukhtar Ansari, his associates are raided by the enforcement directorate. All the updates on that given to us by our senior editor, Shavan Sen. And 2 suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's 24 North Parganas. All the details coming up in a short while on Republic. Stay tuned. Also coming up, fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal. Daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartik Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the JNK police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed, another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor.
Investigation agency teams are leaving this house of Lashkar terrorist Faisal Munir after recovery of documents and some incriminating material. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals of this NIA vehicle that is now leaving the residence of Lashkar terrorist. These are the visuals, the NIA teams leaving from here. This includes the senior officials of the National Investigation Agency, including the SP rank officers. Part of these raids here in the Khatika Talab area, and Gaurav is showing you the visuals. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals. These are the non-stop visuals of the NIA raids that were being carried out here in the Khatika Tala area, and these raids have now ended. 2 bags, a handbag and a rucksack has been taken in, seized by the National Investigation Agency, and we are being told, include some of the documents. Now the police teams, they are also moving out of this very area after the raids that have now ended, and the investigation in this regard is underway. The police, we are told, that is likely SP rank officer in the police gypsy. The SP rank officer has left a while ago in this police van of the police control room, and we are being told that after the detailed analysis of the seizure that has been made, now subsequent raids will also be carried out. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the JNK police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed and another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's law.
जो आम आदमी पार्टी के हैं वो ये कह रहे हैं कि वो शरणार्थी हैं। रोहिंग्या शरणार्थी नहीं है केजरीवाल जी। रोहिंग्या इस देश में अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, वो शरणार्थी के रूप में नहीं आए हैं। और जो अवैध घुसपैठिए होते हैं उनको कानून के हिसाब से उनको इस देश से डिपोर्ट करना है, बाहर करना है। और वो जिम्मेदारी दिल्ली की सरकार की सूचना देने की जिम्मेदारी, उनकी जिम्मेदारी उनको चिन्हित करने की है और वो उसको चिन्हित करने की बजाय उनको बाहर संरक्षण दे रहे हैं, उनके वोट बनवा रहे हैं, उनके बच्चों को दाखिला दिलवा रहे हैं पढ़ाने के लिए। और जब उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार की इरिगेशन ज़मीन से उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने उनको हटाया तो दिल्ली सरकार ने पीडब्ल्यूडी की ज़मीन पर उनको बसाया भी। उनको 700-800 परिवारों को बसाने के साथ साथ उनको फ्री राशन, फ्री बिजली और फ्री पानी देने का ये रोहिंग्याओं को बसाने का काम किया है, जो देश की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा है। और मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि किस तरह से दिल्ली सरकार के अधिकारियों ने दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के कहने पर, केजरीवाल जी के कहने पर रोहिंग्याओं को उनको फ्लैट दिए जाएं। केजरीवाल जी को गरीबों की चिंता नहीं, दिल्ली में लाखों की संख्या में जो गरीब झुग्गीवासी हैं उनको मकान मिले इसकी चिंता नहीं है। लाखों गरीब जिनको आशियाना मिलना चाहिए उनकी चिंता नहीं है। दिल्ली में मुख्यमंत्री को उनकी भी चिंता नहीं जो पाकिस्तान से हिंदू शरणार्थी आए, जो शरणार्थी हैं जिनको वास्तव में दिल्ली सरकार को मदद देने चाहिए। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, एक शरणार्थी कैंप है कश्मीरी गेट के पास, उसको बिजली के कनेक्शन अभी तक नहीं मिले हैं, लेकिन रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को बिजली के कनेक्शन भी मिले, उनको फ्री खाना भी मिले, उनको फ्री पानी भी मिले। इसके लिए आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार पत्र लिख रही है, लेटर पर लेटर लिखे जा रहे हैं कि इनको फ्लैट दे दो, इनको रहने के लिए जगह दे दो, इन्हें गर्मी लग रही है, इनके लिए बिजली दे दो, एसी दे दो, कूलर दे दो, खाना दे दो। अरे केजरीवाल जी, वो क्या आपके रिश्तेदार हैं? रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए आम आदमी पार्टी बताए, इस बात के लिए जवाब दे। ये पत्र किसने लिखे? 4 अगस्त को डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ होम ने एक पत्र लिखा, FRRO रिक्वेस्टेड टू कोऑर्डिनेट विद NDMC फॉर टेकिंग ओवर पोजीशन ऑफ कम्युनिटी सेंटर अलॉन्ग विद द 240 EWS फ्लैट। ये 4
A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam she had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024,
है उन रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को कि जो दिल्ली में चोरी, दिल्ली में डकैती, दिल्ली के अंदर चैन स्नैचिंग, दिल्ली के अंदर अपराध, दिल्ली के अंदर ड्रग के अपराध, ये सारे अपराध जो करने वाले लोग हैं, दंगे कराने वाले लोग, समाज के अंदर वैमनस फैलाने वाले लोग, ये सारे काम जो दिल्ली में रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए कर रहे हैं, उनके कैसे वोट बन जाए, उनके कैसे कनेक्शन हो जाए बिजली के, कैसे उनको पानी फ्री दिया जाए, कैसे उनको सुविधाएं दी जाए, इसके लिए वो दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर का पैसा वहाँ लगा रहे हैं। और बहुत सारे लोग जब पाकिस्तानी हिंदू शरणार्थी जो कश्मीरी गेट पे हैं, उनके पास जब जाते हैं तो वहाँ बिजली के कनेक्शन नहीं दिए। दिल्ली सरकार से कई बार डिमांड की, उनके बच्चे पढ़ने के लिए एडमिशन नहीं मिल रहा उनके बच्चों को। ये दिल्ली की अरविंद केजरीवाल का असली चेहरा है जो मैंने आपको बताया है। वास्तव में रोहिंग्याओं के जो अतिक्रमण है उसके खिलाफ जब कार्रवाई होती है, जब बुलडोज़र चलता है, तो आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक उस बुलडोज़र के सामने लेट जाते हैं। ये इनका असली चेहरा है जो राष्ट्र विरोधी, देश के लिए खतरा है ऐसे घुसपैठियों को बसाने के लिए, उनको फ्लैट दिलाने के लिए पत्र लिखते हैं, उनको फ्लैट दिलाने के लिए मीटिंग करते हैं, अधिकारियों को निर्देश देते हैं। दिल्ली की सरकार का ये असली चेहरा मैंने आपके सामने रखा है। धन्यवाद।
आदेश जी, ये इम्पोर्टेंट है कि कहीं भी पूरे हिंदुस्तान में या पूरी दुनिया में यदि कोई एंटी नेशनल एलिमेंट है तो उसको डिटेंशन है, जो देश का एलिमेंट नहीं है, देश का नागरिक नहीं है, उसको डिटेंशन सेंटर में भेजते हैं। आपकी सरकार ने, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने अभी तक डिटेंशन सेंटर नहीं घोषित किया। इम्पोर्टेंट है। दूसरा सवाल, आपके 7 MP हैं, 7 MP ने कब ये इस बात को उठाया, क्योंकि ये उनके क्षेत्र में भी जो लोग रोहिंग्या रह रहे हैं, चाहे जकीरा में हो, चाहे बकरवाला हो, चाहे और भी जगह हो, ओखला की हो, तो आपके MP क्या कर रहे थे?
देखिए, शायद आपको पता नहीं, लगातार पिछले 2-2.5 साल से ही नहीं, पहले से ही हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के द्वारा जो देश की सुरक्षा के प्रति खतरा है, ऐसे लोगों के आगाह करना, कानून को बताना, प्रशासन को बताना लगातार कर रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी देश की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा बने ऐसे कोई घुसपैठिए, उनके लिए तुरंत कार्रवाई करती है। और हमेशा भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक नीति रही है कि देश की सुरक्षा पहले है, और इसलिए बहुत सारे लोगों को तकलीफ होती है। मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं, गृह मंत्रालय ने जिस तरह से कल ये स्पष्ट किया कि कोई भी घुसपैठिया, उसको कोई भी जगह नहीं है देश के अंदर, उनको डिपोर्ट करना ही, और डिटेंशन सेंटर की जहां तक बात है वो दिल्ली सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है कि उसकी जगह सुनिश्चित करे। केंद्र सरकार इसके लिए तैयार है। धन्यवाद।
So that was a BJP briefing in which the BJP is questioning the AAP government of Delhi, saying, in fact, alleging that the AAP government wanted to provide flats to the Rohingyas there. And also remember, the MHA yesterday had issued a clarification with respect to the whole Rohingya issue, saying that no directions have been given by the centre to provide economically weaker sections flats to Rohingyas, illegal migrants, and that the government of Delhi proposed to shift the Rohingyas to a new location. In fact, the briefing by the BJP just now, in which they've mounted attack on the AAP government, saying that the Delhi government must remove the infiltrators, and that the Delhi government had initially intended to provide flats to the Rohingya refugees. Well, on to more breaking news coming in. This one with regard to another setback that has now come in for the JNK in Congress. So that's another breaking that we are getting right now. Another setback coming in for the Congress party in JNK, where we are told the fourth loyalist of Ghulam Nabi Azad has resigned from his new post in the campaign and election committee. So back-to-back setbacks coming in for the Congress in JNK. Gursimran getting us that breaking news. Gursimran, a big setback for the Congress High Command, and also a big message there that all the party leaders intend to send out to the High Command there.
Yes, a clear message from the leadership of the Jammu and Kashmir to the Congress High Command that if seniors are neglected and the juniors are promoted, then this is bound to happen. This is what a close associate of Ghulam Mohammad GM Saruri has told me. GM Saruri has now decided that he won't be part of the coordination committee as well as the Pradesh election committee. He was considered as a loyalist of Azad group, and it was bound to happen because day before yesterday, when we broke out this news during the debate at around 10 in the evening, we said that there is a high possibility that it is going to be rain of resignations from the Congress party in Jammu and Kashmir, as the Azad group, they will unite and go against the decision of the party leadership. Yesterday we saw how a series of leaders of the Congress party, they resigned from their positions, 3 loyalists of the Azad, and now added to the list is GM Saruri, who is a former minister from the Inderwal constituency and has now decided that he won't be part of the coordination committee as well as the Pradesh election committee. The name of GM Saruri was included in the list that was approved by none other than the Congress President Sonia Gandhi. But what these leaders are saying, they are saying that they were not taken into confidence and the juniors are being promoted. Important to mention that on July 5th, when we broke the news that Viqar Rasool Wani will be the next chief of the Congress, we also said that the rebel group that is not happy with his appointment as the chief has also conveyed it to the Congress top brass that the seniors be given the chance, not the juniors who have joined the party some 5 to 10 years ago and are being promoted to head the organization, as it will lead to Punjab-like situation. And now that is happening here in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir with the 4 loyalists, Chaudhry Akram, Gulzar Wani, Mohammad Amin Bhatt, and now GM Saruri resigning from the committees they have been included in by the Congress President Sonia Gandhi.
Yes. Well, thank you, Gursimran, for getting us those details and that news break as well. So another setback there coming in for the Congress High Command as the 4th leader that has now resigned from his post in JNK. And on to more breaking news coming in. This one from Tamil Nadu, where the EPS faction has now filed an appeal against the Madras High Court verdict that was pronounced yesterday. The appeal has been filed against a single judge order and submitted to a bench of justices Sundar Mohan and Durai Swamy. That's the breaking news coming in with respect to the EPS versus OPS faction, the fight, the infighting that continues. We have Varshini getting us those details. In fact, more breaking news that is coming in, where we understand that OPS has appealed to EPS calling for truce there. Varshini breaking that story. Varshini, talk to us more about the EPS versus OPS that continues within the AIADMK.
Well, if you see about the yesterday's verdict that the Madras High Court pronounced, it was a verdict that asked EPS and OPS to work together. It basically told that a new General Council meeting has to happen where EPS and OPS together work and come to a proper conclusion, and also about how all these previous General Council meetings are nullified and status quo before June 23rd remains. Therefore, OPS and EPS will go back to being the coordinator and the co-coordinator of of the party, which technically means they have to work together. And that is how OPS has also reacted to this whole scenario, saying that he's ready to work along with EPS, and he's also appealed to EPS to come together, come forward, so that they can settle their differences and work together, work again in a joint leadership for the welfare of the party and their cadres. But at the same time, yesterday when the EPS faction did not much come out and talk to the media, today morning we get to learn that they have made an appeal. The senior advocate of the EPS faction has gone to the Madras High Court to make an appeal against a single judge order that was pronounced yesterday, and today this appeal against that order has been submitted to Justices Sundar Mohan and Duraisamy, and the justices have also accepted to take in the hearing by Monday, if possible. If the listing is being able to be done today, this hearing will happen on Monday, and this is an appeal against the verdict that has come yesterday, which clearly shows us that EPS is not ready.
Varshini, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. Let's listen in. Mehbooba Mufti is addressing the press conference. Let's listen in to what she has to say.
वो सोचते हैं ये पॉलिसी अपना के हम जम्मू कश्मीर के मसले को हल करेंगे और जम्मू कश्मीर में सरकार बना के पूरे मुल्क के अंदर उसी बलबूते पे और लोगों से वोट मांगेंगे, और इसके अलावा बीजेपी का कोई इरादा नहीं है। मगर मैं उनको बताना चाहती हूँ कि हिटलर ने कितना जुल्म किया पर ज्यूस को वो ख़त्म नहीं कर सका। इसराइल कितना भी जुल्म करे तो फ़लस्तीन को ख़त्म नहीं कर सकता, ना उनके रिजॉल्व को ख़त्म कर सकता है। इसी तरह जब तक एक डोगरा, एक कश्मीरी यहाँ बचा हुआ है, तो वो जो बीजेपी के इविल डिज़ाइंस हैं जम्मू कश्मीर को लेके, वो उनको कामयाब नहीं होंगे, बल्कि उनको मुँह की खानी पड़ेगी। क्योंकि जो वो हालात बना रहे हैं, एक तरफ से वो डी रेडिकलाइजेशन पे सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया खर्च करते हैं, और दूसरी तरफ से वो हर हरकत वो ऐसी करते हैं जिससे यहाँ के नौजवान रेडिकलाइज हो सकते हैं, ज़्यादा हो सकते हैं। क्योंकि पहले ही आपने 2019 में जो कांड किया, उसके बाद आप वहाँ नहीं रुके। उसके बाद आपने यहाँ के नौजवानों से उनकी ज़मीन छीनी, उनका रोज़गार छीना, उनके रिसोर्सेज छीने, उनकी आज़ादी छीनी, उनकी डिग्निटी छीनी, उनको जेलों में डाल दिया, उनका जीना हराम कर दिया। और अब एक उनके पास वोट का हक था कि वोट डाल के वो अपनी पसंद की हुकूमत चुनती है, अपने पसंद का वोट का होना न होना। हमारे कश्मीरी पंडित भाई थे जो पिछले 30 साल से यहाँ आराम से रह रहे थे, अब वो भी टारगेट हो रहे हैं, और पिछले कई महीनों से वो इस वक्त जो है एहतजाज कर रहे हैं। और आप कहते हैं उनको कि थप्पड़ पड़ेगा अगर आप अंदर नहीं जाओगे। ये इनका तरीक़ेकार है जो ये लोगों को इस्तेमाल करते हैं अपने मकसद के लिए, और वो समझते हैं कि वो यहाँ की ग्राउंड रियलिटी चेंज करेंगे। ग्राउंड रियलिटी चेंज नहीं होगी। आपको जम्मू कश्मीर की समस्या का समाधान आज भी ढूंढना होगा, कल भी ढूंढना होगा। मगर मैं फिर से अपने मुल्क के लोगों को मैं बताना चाहती हूं, उनको गुजारिश करना चाहती हूं। देखिए, बीजेपी जो उन्होंने तरीकेकार अपनाए हैं यहाँ के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को, मुल्क की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को सबवर्ट करने का, इन्होंने उससे खाली हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नहीं छीना, हमारा झंडा नहीं छीना। अगली बारी आपकी है। 2019 के बाद 370 हमसे छीना, हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन छीना, हमारा झंडा छीना, गैर आईनी तरीके से। अगर इनमें हिम्मत होती तो असेंबली के जरिए ये करना चाहिए था, मैं उसको लीगल मानती। मगर गैर आईनी तरीके से चोर दरवाजे की आने वाले वक्त में 2024 के इलेक्शन के बाद।
So the PDP chief there, Mehbooba Mufti there, hitting out at the BJP, saying that the BJP is spending hundreds of money on de-radicalization, and also going on to say that the Kashmiri Pandits are being made the targets in the valley. So that is in fact the remarks that are being made by Mehbooba Mufti, the PDP chief. And on to more breaking news coming in, but before that, let's take a look at this quick wrap of all that's making news from across the country. Big buzz in West Bengal over the protests, posters of Abhishek Banerjee that asserts a new TMC will come up in Bengal in the next 6 months. BJP has hit back, saying people have no faith in Trinamool Congress now. Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba, Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal, has left home for Kolkata. She's supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Big win for forces in the valley. Security forces neutralized Pakistan terrorists who targeted forces. Jammu and Kashmir police has recovered arms and ammunition dropped by Pakistan drone in Top village near the international border. A 35-year-old woman teacher succumbed to injuries at a hospital in Jaipur after she was set on fire. A woman was first allegedly abused and then set ablaze. Further investigation in the incident is underway. Another shocker from Jaipur, where a priest was found murdered in Hanumangarh on the morning of August 17. The priest has been identified as Chetan Das. Further probe is underway. Punjab police arrested two gangsters in the Jandiala area of Amritsar district following a cross-firing between them last night. The police also recovered about 2 kgs of heroin and 30 bore pistols from the arrested gangsters. Vegetable seller's daughter shot at in the open by criminals in Patna. The girl was shot at in the neck and is currently undergoing treatment in a private hospital. Meanwhile, the police says that the matter pertains to personal animosity. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States and Taiwan have agreed to hold negotiations on new bilateral trade initiative. The negotiating mandate will set out the broad objectives shared by the two sides for the upcoming trade negotiations. Well, back-to-back breaking news coming in. This one with regard to the nepotism charge that has hit the Kerala government. Republic spoke exclusively to the Union Minister V. Muralidharan, who has said that the CPIM, that nepotism says that nepotism is corruption. They should act on it now. Let's listen into that exclusive conversation my colleague Madhurima had with the Union Minister V. Muralidharan.
State of Kerala, the governor wielding his power has stopped an appointment of a CPIM leader's wife as an assistant professor, and this is a major act against nepotism. How do you see this?
Of course, there has been allegations that violating and flouting all rules, this appointment was made. The person who came first as per the merit in the due process was made number 2, and the wife of a leader of CPM, she was given the highest marks in the interview process. That's how she was made, she was ranked first in the final rank list. So the governor has used the powers that are bestowed upon him as per the Kannur University Act. And he has acted as per law. It has definitely upheld the value of democratic norms and democratic principles. So I would like to congratulate the governor on behalf of the people of Kerala for upholding the values of democracy and justice.
So the Prime Minister also from the ramparts of Red Fort on August 15 said that they are going to fight Parivarwad, and it is one such example. How do you see this endeavour taking, the future of Kerala as well as how it's going to benefit?
See, Parivarwad was generally associated with Congress, but in Kerala we see the situation where CPM has become a party completely immersed in this Parivarwad. These families, family members, whether it is the chief minister or the party secretary or other leaders, every one of them is taking the benefit of the government. So this is a new phenomenon, unheard of in communist parties. So when the Prime Minister gives the call, I presume that he doesn't point out this only targeting the Congress, but in different states of the country, in different various parties, this phenomenon is coming up. Everyone who is for maintaining the dignity of democracy should fight against such trends and phenomena.
So the last question, because this person who's linked into it, the husband KK Ragesh, is the private secretary of the chief minister. Should you think that he should come forward and issue a statement in this?
See, I would suggest the CPM General Secretary Mr. Yechuri. Yechuri had said that the autonomy of the universities should be preserved when he made a speech in the Rajya Sabha. He should look at the situation of the universities in Kerala, take corrective measures. Second, CPM as a party, in their party document, party policy, they have said that nepotism is corruption. So if nepotism is corruption, here they should inquire, investigate who are the people involved in that corruption, and action should be taken against all those who are involved in corruption.
And Madhurima is also joining us live. Madhurima, once again, if you can put this into context for us, how the governor had to step in to freeze that appointment of the CPIM leader's wife, and the reactions as well coming in. And also if you could tell us any reactions coming in from the left leaders as of now.
Well, as far as this entire controversy is concerned, we just heard MOS MEA. He asserted on the fact that there were two contestants and where the CPIM leader's wife was in the second position, she was voluntarily given, according to the minister, she was given more marks in the interview round, making her top the examies list. And after that, taking cognizance, the governor of the state took note of this entire situation, and wielding his powers, he took the decision of stalling this appointment of the CPIM leader's wife as the assistant professor. It has been made abundantly clear by the central government, in even the governor, that nepotism is something that will not be tolerated in the country, and specifically in the state of Kerala. Now, somebody that who's been brought under the question is Mr. Sitaram Yechuri. The minister directly poses a question to the CPIM leader and asks that where he was asserting that that all the universities in the country's autonomy should be reserved, why such a thing is happening in the state of Kerala, and where they assert over the fact that nepotism and corruption are equivalent, this entire case should be taken very seriously. However, there has been no formal statement from the side of left yet, but we are trying that to get in a word from them, but they are quite tight-lipped, as this has fallen flat for them, because where they have been advocating, have been very vocal about nepotism and corruption, this entire controversy brings their entire modus operandi under question.
All right, Madhurima, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Madhurima, they're tracking closely all the updates coming in on this big story where nepotism has now hit the Kerala government.
Attempting to escape was gunned down in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a police personnel being injured in the encounter. The terrorist, identified as an LAT operative from Pakistan, was taken to border in Jammu and Kashmir in order to investigate a consignment found at the border. As the police arrived at the border to identify a possible drone site, the terrorists broke free from the police and attempted to snatch their weapons. The resultant altercation that followed led to one of the police personnel being injured, while the terrorist was eventually shot as well. While both were shifted to a hospital, the terrorist eventually succumbed to his injuries. The consignment retrieved at the spot was reported to have been the result of a drone module being operated by the terrorist from within the Kot Balwal jail of Jammu.
In a big win for the security forces in Jammu, they have recovered a huge consignment of arms and ammunition that was dropped using the drone in the Fly Mandal area. This is the AK along with the magazine, 40 rounds, a pistol along with the 2 magazines and 10 rounds and 2 grenades that were sent from across using the drone have been recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police in the Fly Mandal area. This incident happened when Pakistani terrorist Ali was brought here for the investigation. He fired upon the security forces, to which the forces retaliated, and in retaliation Ali was neutralized, and now the forces launched a search after that, in which this huge recovery has been made by the security forces, and now the forces are looking into every possible angle that how this consignment of the terror from the Pakistan managed to reach here, because Ali was operating this nexus from inside the jail Kot Balwal in Jammu.
The terrorist was reportedly instrumental in delivering various drone consignments for Pakistani handlers, helping them propagate an atmosphere of terror in the valley. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, on to more breaking news coming in. This is with regard to the shocking incident that came to light from Rajasthan, where a woman sustained, in fact, succumbed to burn injuries. The BJP has now reacted, questioning the law and order situation in the state of Rajasthan. Saying, and I quote, in fact, that's a tweet that has been put out by BJP Shehzad Poonawalla, saying that Rajasthan law and order, Dalit teacher burnt alive, Rahul Priyanka silent, now a sadhu murdered on Hanumangarh, direct result of the anti-Hindu vote bank appeasement DNA of the Congress government. We have seen several such cases in Rajasthan. So, in fact, we also have Shehzad Poonawalla also on the phone line. Sir, of course, the law and order situation is something that everyone is talking about in the state of Rajasthan, which seems to have gone for a complete toss, as back-to-back cases are coming to light. One of the priest murdered and another one where the woman was set ablaze in Rajasthan.
You see, the Rajasthan government has completely abdicated its responsibility for law and order. Whether it is the murder of this sadhu in Hanumangarh, whether it is the burning of this teacher, a Dalit teacher in Jaipur, whether it is the incident against the young Dalit child in Jalore, whether it is the series of incidents against Hindu sadhus and saints, from Babulal Vaishnavji to Sadhu Vijay Das ji, who had to emulate himself against the mining mafia, to the number of restrictions put on Hindu yatras, free run given to Karoli main accused Matlub Ahmed. There is a distinct anti-Hindu DNA of appeasement politics in Rajasthan. Because of this, the law and order situation has become a casualty, and the Rajasthan government indulges in what I call as Balatkari Bachao, Dangai Bachao, Apradhi Bachao in the name of vote bank. Please see the statement of Ashok Gehlot just few days ago. He came out in the defense of Balatkari. Then he came out in the defense of Dangai, saying that Karoli main accused has still not been apprehended. And now there is an Apradhi Bachao, especially those who do Aprad against Hindus, against Hindu saints, against Dalits, and those people are given a free run, and therefore they are emboldened. Now imagine if this kind of incident is taking place in Jaipur, where a Dalit teacher is being burnt alive. Where is Rahul? Where is Priyanka Gandhi? No word being said about this by them. They speak about Dalit Lives Matter, but where is this Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Vatra on these issues of Dalit boy being murdered or killed, or the Dalit lady being burnt alive? They are not saying anything, because for them, Dal hit matters above Dalit. And now the sadhu has also been murdered. Why is this happening? Because the radicals in Rajasthan have been given a free run. They've been told that you can do whatever you want, and nobody will do anything to you in the name of vote bank.
Sir, stay with us. We also have my colleague who's reporting live from Jaipur. Amardeep, if you can talk to us, what is the administration even doing in the state of Rajasthan, where back-to-back cases of violence coming to light from the state?
देखिए, फहरिस्त बहुत लंबी है। जालौर की बात करें, अलवर की बात करें, हनुमानगढ़ की बात करें, या इससे पहले सीकर की बात करें, ये तमाम वो जिले हैं जहां पे लगातार इस तरीके की घटनाएं हुई हैं। और खुद अशोक गहलोत नहीं, बल्कि अशोक गहलोत के साथ में जो सचिन पायलट है, वो इस चीज पर क्वेश्चन लगा चुके हैं कि आप इस चीज को कह करके बच नहीं सकते कि दूसरे राज्यों में भी इस तरीके की चीजें होती हैं। तो सवालिया निशान खुद के अपने लोग जो है वो अशोक गहलोत पर लगा चुके हैं। तो यहाँ पे एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लेंगे, ब्रेक के बाद जल्द हाजिर होते हैं।
BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the J&K police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed and another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on
कि राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी खतरा, अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया.
Mega row over Rohingyas. BJP slams Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing for Rohingyas. From national capital to Lucknow, multi-location raids are underway in connection to gangster Mukhtar Ansari. Yet another setback for the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir. 4th Ghulam Nabi Azad loyalist quits. Two suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's 24 North Parganas. Fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal, daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam.
In Kerala, we see the situation where CPM has become a party completely immersed in this Parivarwad.
Exclusive report from Pak Hindu refugee camp in national capital. So those are visuals of an Aam Aadmi Party protesting against the Congress in the national capital. The protests are against the violence in Rajasthan. Even as back-to-back incidents of violence are reported from Rajasthan against backward and vulnerable communities. The Aam Aadmi Party there protesting in the national capital against the Congress. Protests being held against violent incidents in Rajasthan. And Madhurima joining us there with details about this protest that we are seeing on our screens, that you're seeing on your screens, viewers. Madhurima, we're getting visuals of an Aam Aadmi Party protest against the Congress over the violence in Rajasthan. Tell us more.
Well, this is coming after because the number of cases against the backward classes, the SC, have been registered in Rajasthan. And we have not seen any strict wording coming from the Chief Minister. In fact, there has been a rift in Rajasthan as well, because we've seen how Sachin Pilot also reacted, that just saying, asserting over the fact that there are more cases in other states will not help. We'll have to examine the issue and make sure that an innocent life is not left, doesn't help. And what we have to see is that the kind of violence that is taking place there in Rajasthan, serious cognizance needs to be taken by the Gehlot government over there. But time and again we've seen that how violence against the backward has taken place in Rajasthan, and not much has been done, and which is why the Aam Aadmi Party workers have they've reached 10 Janpad just next to near Sonia Gandhi's residence. Sonia Gandhi's residence and Congress office both share a wall. So it's a VIP area over there, but these workers have reached there and they are denouncing the Congress government over their last citizen attitude against this entire matter and how they are dealing with it. And they want serious, strict action to be taken so that such incidents in the state of Rajasthan do not occur, and Dalit lives and the kind of violence that erupts after that does not happen, and they are very aggravated because of this entire violence that took place in Rajasthan. And what needs to be done is serious action should be taken against those responsible. Back to you.
Well, Madhurima, we are getting those visuals. Police there also on the spot rounding up the protesters even as we speak. But, well, the Aam Aadmi Party joining the protest now, joining the call for justice for backward communities. And you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and more breaking news coming in now. Massive crackdown on anti-India YouTube content. A crackdown on anti-India YouTube content. Massive breaking news coming in there. More details awaited on the matter, but there you see it on your screens. A massive crackdown of authorities on anti-India YouTube content. Breaking news coming in now. 7 Indian YouTube channels blocked. Among them, one Pakistani-based YouTube channel also blocked. So a massive crackdown on anti-India YouTube content. This does and could fall under the purview of cybercrime, in fact. So a massive crackdown. A number of channels, among them 7 Indian, and one Pakistan-based YouTube news channel blocked under IT Rules 2021. The blocked YouTube channels had over 114 crore views. And Niranjan to take us through this breaking news. Niranjan, well, 7 Indian, 1 Pakistan-based YouTube channel blocked. Massive crackdown on anti-India YouTube channels.
Well, absolutely. Look at the staggering number of views in this particular case. You had 114 crore views.
and close to 85 lakh. That's nearly 8.5 million subscribers. That is a huge number. And there is a lot of what people do, and it's become a very easy model now to start a channel, begin pushing out content, and a lot of content was being sponsored from Pakistan and Pakistani-based channels. And now there's been a huge crackdown right now, and these channels, 7 Indian, 1 Pakistan-based YouTube channels have been blocked, and under the IT rules, these blocked YouTube channels had about 114 crore views, and nearly 85 lakh, 73,000 subscribers is what we are hearing. And this has been a constant exercise, Rukma, because the government has been cracking down on such anti-India content for a long time now. Many such Pakistan-based and channels running out of Pakistan, being operated by Pakistan, and they've been acted upon recently, and they've gone all out this time. The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting under Anurag Thakur, going all out, and we have the full details of the crackdown as well. The details are on the screen, and how many viewers, how many views, etc. And all of these channels have now been blocked. So it's a big crackdown, and it's rampant on YouTube. And I think it's come at the right time. And I think we're getting in some more reaction. I'm handing it back to you for now. Let's see if we can get more responses to this story as well.
Right, Niranjan, and when we talk about the fact that, in fact, it says here that fake anti-India content was being monetized by the blocked channels on YouTube. That's what the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has said. So people making money on false content. How big a crime would you say that is?
Well, the most dangerous part is that, a large part of it was, of course, propaganda. And this propaganda has been given a platform for several years now. And I think it's also coming at a time when Pakistan is increasingly trying to target India and target India through this information warfare. And when this information warfare is on, the government has now gone all out to ensure. And this is not. I remind you that this is not a one-off. It's been happening over the last couple of years. In fact, it's a stage-by-stage process that identifying these, and a lot of fake news is passed off as, I think Major Gaurav Arya is joining us. Major Gaurav Arya, he's someone who knows this subject very, very closely. Major Arya, a crackdown on anti-India fake content rampant on YouTube, several hundred crore views, close to 9-10 million subscribers. It's something that the government is cracked down on now. Can I get your views on that, Major Arya?
No, absolutely. It's a very, very welcome step, Niranjan. This is something that we often refer to as information warfare. In our parlance, in the military, we refer to this as information warfare. And this is something that is used by the enemy, used by fifth columnists inside our country to incite, to change the narrative and get anti-India sentiment rolling. And it is a good step because these people, whoever indulges in information warfare, will always take, the cover of freedom of speech, the constitution, etc. I welcome this step by the INB ministry, and there are many more, and all of them should go, all of them. And if the world has any objection, just say, sorry, that's not our problem. Anything inside India which is anti-Indian will not be tolerated.
And joining us now, well, Major Gaurav Arya, stay with us. We'll be coming back to you. But now, Colonel Arasin Singh now joining us on the phone. Colonel Singh, when we talk about, how welcome a step would you say this is, the blocking of 7 Indian and 1 Pakistan-based YouTube news channels? They are blocked under the IT rules, and they were spreading fake anti-India news and had crores of subscribers.
Well, it's a known fact that the YouTube has become a medium of communication. So we are a little late, in taking this step, but nevertheless, it's a welcome step. Because remember, the UTU has an advantage that unlike a newspaper where you can, devote, say, a few columns or, a television news where you can devote 2 to 3 minutes. YouTube can, carry, messaging for, say 30 minutes, 1 hour, even 2 hours. So this kind of medium has much more impact on the mind than any other form of communication. So Pakistan is, we all know that Pakistan was indulging in this kind of a propaganda warfare. Mark my words, I'm saying propaganda warfare against India. So this is a very welcome step. It should have been taken long ago.
Many thanks, Colonel Singh, for joining us, and also Major Gaurav Arya for sharing your thoughts with us. So 7 Indian and 1 Pakistan-based YouTube channel have been blocked. A major crackdown on YouTube channels that were publishing fake anti-India content. And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed and another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed.
அனைத்து பொதுக்குழு உறுப்பினர்களுமே தேர்தல் வெற்றி பெற்றவர்கள், பொது உறுப்பினர்களால் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டவர்கள். இதுதான் வரலாறு. இதன்படி தான் கட்சி நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்கு. அதோட ஒற்றை தலைமை வேண்டும் என்று கழக நிர்வாகிகள், தொண்டர்கள், பொதுமக்கள் அவருடைய கருத்துக்களை
the party's cadres and the common man only ask for a unitary leadership, not the other senior leaders in the party.
22 பொதுக்குழு கூட்டப்படும் என்று 2 பேரும் அண்ணன் ஓபிஎஸ் அவர்களும் நானும் இணைந்து அறிவித்தோம். எல்லா பத்திரிகையிலும் வந்தது.
Both of us had agreed upon conducting the first general council meeting on June 23rd.
தலைமை கழகத்தில் ஒரு கூட்டம் நடைபெற்றது. அதில் மாவட்ட தலைமை கழக நிர்வாகிகள் கலந்து கொண்டார்கள். அதிலே
Prior to the meeting, there was a general district secretary meeting that happened in the headquarters of the AIDMK party. And only the district secretary had urged for a unitary leadership, a single leadership, but there was never a name who has to become the single leader was never mentioned in the meeting that day.
அதன் அடிப்படையில் தான் அதுக்கு எந்த முடிவும் இறுதி முடிவு எடுக்காத காரணத்தினால பொதுக்குழு நடைபெற்றது. அந்த 23ஆம் தேதி பொதுக்குழு நடைபெற்றது. அதற்கு இடையில் அண்ணன் ஓபிஎஸ் அவர்கள் காவல்துறைக்கு கடிதம் எழுதினார். அந்த பொதுக்குழுவில் பிரச்சனை ஏற்படும். மண்டபத்துக்கு கடிதம்
written a letter to the DGP of the Tamil Nadu police for stopping the general council from happening. All invitations have been sent out, and it was also signed by me and OPS as well. And then all of a sudden the coordinator himself moved to the Madras High Court. How can a leader of a party, the coordinator of a party, move to the High Court against this party itself?
அதோட இன்னொன்று கருத்துன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. 2017 தேர்ந்தெடுத்துட்டாங்க, அவருக்கு 5 வருஷம் பொறுப்பு இருக்குது, செப்டம்பர் மாதம் இருக்குதுன்னு. அது அப்படி இல்லை. தேர்தல்னு அறிவிச்சிட்டாங்க. தேர்தல் அறிவிச்சிட்டு அதுக்கு தேர்தலில் நாமினேஷன் போடுறதுக்கு எவ்வளோ நாள், வித்ட்ரா பண்ணுறதுக்கு எவ்வளோ நாள், பரிசீலனைக்கு எவ்வளோ நாள், தேர்தல் நடக்கிற நாள், அப்புறம் தேர்தல் நடந்து வாக்குகளை எண்ணி அறிவிக்கப்படும், இதெல்லாம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு தேர்தலில் போட்டிட்டாச்சு. அதோட அதிலிருந்து தான் கணக்கு வழி, அதுக்கு முந்தி கணக்கு கிடையாது. இந்த தேர்தலில் செல்லுமா செல்லாது, சட்டப்படி இந்த தேர்தல் நடத்தியிருக்காங்களா இல்லையா, அதுதான் கேள்வி.
OPS also keeps claiming about how the coordinator and co-coordinator posts were created in 2017 and the validity was for 5 years, but it is not true. It is all about the internal party elections. That is only important.
அப்போ நான் அதெல்லாம் தானே கேட்டுட்டு இருந்தாங்க. அப்புறம் ஏன் போனார்? அவருக்கு பதவி வேணும், பதவியெல்லாம் இருக்க முடியாது, உழைப்பு கிடையாது, எங்கேயும் உழைப்பு கிடையாது.
He says that OPS does not work hard, but he eyes only on the party and the power inside the party.
மற்ற யார் எப்படி போனா அதை பத்தி கவலை.
He always does the same. He previously did the Dharma Yutta back then after the former chief minister demise as well. He left the party and then he came back again now just for the power, just for a higher position in the party. He's doing all of these.
தலைமைகளை 2017 எப்படி பொதுக்குழு கூட்டமோ இருக்கும்போது.
So the EPS faction files an appeal against the Madras High Court verdict that was pronounced yesterday. And coming up, trouble mounts for Anubrata Mondal, TMC leader who is implicated in the cattle smuggling case. His daughter has now been summoned in the mega cash scam in the state. Also coming up in a short while, all the details on the union minister questioning the CPM.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teachers recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartik Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which The law minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the J&K police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. And in Live and Breaking, we're bringing you news, getting you visuals of Sukanya Mandal, daughter of TMC leader who's implicated in the cattle smuggling scam in the state of West Bengal. Visuals of Sukanya Mandal leaving home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Right, these visuals are of Anubrata Mandal. Trouble continues to mount for the beleaguered TMC leader who's already in the dock for the cattle smuggling scam, in which he is suspected of being involved by the Enforcement Directorate investigating him, as well as his daughter, whose name has come up in the mega cash scam in West Bengal. Now, Anubrata Mandal being taken for a medical test. ED questioning of the TMC leader is already underway. Well, CBI questioning. Anubrata taken from the CBI office. He is being taken for a medical test. There have been many a time when he has been evading CBI summons.
The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the J&K police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed, another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartik Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back. Top headlines this noon: mega crackdown on anti-India content, 7 Indian, 1 Pak-based YouTube channel blocked.
खतरा अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया।
Massive row over Rohingyas. BJP slams Kejriwal. Government letters citing permanent housing for Rohingyas. Well, starting with breaking news coming in, where we understand that a controversy that has now erupted after chairman of Congress SC Cell Karamjeet Gill visited the Golden Temple in Amritsar wearing T-shirt with a photo of Jagdish Titler, despite knowing the Titler is accused in the 1984 anti-Sikh riots. That's the breaking news coming in. So Congress there facing massive backlash after its leader was seen wearing a T-shirt that had a photo of Jagdish Titler. So Congress will of course have a lot to answer when this incident, with regard to this incident that has now gone viral, in which you can see the chairman of Congress SC Cell Karamjeet Gill, who visited the Golden Temple wearing the T-shirt with photo of Jagdeep Titler. We have BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa also joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick reaction. Congress there, of course, facing a lot of backlash as this leader from the Congress was seen wearing a photo of a T-shirt with photo of Jagdish Titler.
देखिए, जरूर कांग्रेस की जानकारी में हुआ है, खासतौर पर जगदीश टाइटलर की। They just want to portray कि देखिए सिख हमारे साथ हैं और सिख हमें तब तक वर्शिप करते हैं कि वो दरबार साहब में भी हमारी टी-शर्ट डालकर जाते हैं, जबकि सब लोग जानते हैं कि जगदीश टाइटलर इज द मेन कल्प्रिस्ट और वो सबसे बड़ा 1984 का मर्डर वे कल्प्रिस्ट है। इन स्पाइट ऑफ दैट कांग्रेस ने उसको अपने साथ रखा हुआ है। एंड नाउ बाय डूइंग दिस कि उसका ही एक सिख को इस तरह से टी-शर्ट पहनाकर और वहां बेचकर फिर उसकी फोटो खिंचवाकर ये संदेश देने की कोशिश।
SC Cell ਦਾ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਹੈ, ਉਸਨੇ ਕੱਲ ਹਰਮੰਦਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵਿਖੇ ਆਟਾ ਮੰਡੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਤੇ ਇਸ਼ਨਾਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਸਰੋਵਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਉਹਨੇ ਚਿੱਟੇ ਰੰਗ ਦੀ ਕਮੀਜ਼ ਪਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਸ਼ਨਾਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਸਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਟੀ-ਸ਼ਰਟ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਫੋਟੋ ਖਿਚਾਈ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਗਦੀਸ਼ ਟਾਈਟਲਰ ਦੀ ਫੋਟੋ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹਨੇ ਫਿਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸੇਵਾਦਾਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨੇ ਫਿਰ ਉੱਤੋਂ ਦੀ ਦੂਜੀ ਕਮੀਜ਼ ਪਾ ਲਈ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਟੀ-ਸ਼ਰਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਸੇ ਨਾ। ਜਗਦੀਸ਼ ਟਾਈਟਲਰ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਖਸ ਆ ਜਿਹਨੇ 1984 ਵਿੱਚ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੰਗੇ ਕਰਾਏ, ਹਜ਼ਾਰਾਂ ਹੀ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਾਤਲ ਆ। ਉਹ ਜਿਹੇ ਸ਼ਖਸ ਦੀ ਫੋਟੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਸੱਚਖੰਡ ਹਰਿਮੰਦਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਫੋਟੋ ਖਿਚਾ ਕੇ ਵਾਇਰਲ ਕਰਨੀ, ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਜ਼ਬਾਤਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਖਿਲਵਾੜ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਆ। ਸਿੱਖ ਆਪਣੇ ਫਰਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਛਾਣਦੇ ਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਹੱਥਾਂ 'ਚ ਲੈਣਾ ਪਵੇ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ 1984 ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ 1987-88 ਤੱਕ ਜੋ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵਰਗੇ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਲੀਡਰਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਸੀ। ਤਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਜਬੂਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਹਾਲਾਤਾਂ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਜੋ 1986-87 ਸੀ ਉਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਕਾਰਜ ਕਰੀਏ, ਪਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਹੱਥਾਂ 'ਚ ਲੈਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਪਵੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਸਨ ਨੂੰ ਅਪੀਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਸ਼ਖਸ 'ਤੇ ਸਖਤ ਤੋਂ ਸਖਤ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਵੇ। ਜੇਕਰ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਸਨ ਨੇ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਨਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਹੱਥਾਂ 'ਚ ਲੈਣ ਲਈ ਮਜਬੂਰ ਹੋਣਾ ਪਵੇਗਾ। ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਤਾੜਨਾ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਸਨ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਰੰਤ ਇਹ 'ਤੇ ਸਖਤ ਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਲਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ।
ਸਰ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਦੋਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਸੀਸੀ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਕਿਦੋਂ ਦੀ ਕਿਸ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ?
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨੇ ਵਾਇਰਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਅਸੀਂ
So, Sikh sentiments that have been hurt. Manjinder Singh Sirsa continues to be with us. Sir, well, we'll connect with Manjinder Singh Sirsa again, but we have Amandeep as well joining us. Amandeep, if you can talk to us more about this incident. Of course, Congress there facing a lot of backlash. If you could talk to us more about when did this happen, when this Congress leader was seen wearing a shirt with a photo of Jagdish Titler.
Well, Samiksha, Karamjit, Congress leader, yesterday visited Golden Temple with the T-shirt of Jagdish Titler, and in fact, this is a deliberate attempt, Samiksha, to create the tension in Punjab. Just because, despite knowing that Jagdish Titler is a key conspirator of 1984 Delhi Sikh riots, and in fact, the entire Sikh community is all against the Jagdish Titler, and his name is already in the legal files as well. Despite knowing all these facts, this Congress leader is making a deliberate attempt by visiting Golden Temple with the T-shirt of Jagdish Titler.
Amandeep, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you there for just a moment. We have Sardar R.P. Singh also joining us. Sir, of course, sentiments of the Sikh community have definitely been hurt. If I can get your reaction to this shocking incident coming to light.
Obviously, I mean, they are trying to rub salt on our wounds. Titler, Sachin Kumar, Kamal Nath, they are all part of the Rajiv Gandhi gang, which butchered almost 10,000 Sikhs in country. And Titler is in record. There is a video of Titler on record where he says that I took Rajiv Gandhi along with me the city to show what is the state of the affair and how many Sikhs have been killed. So how can Sikhs accept Titler, someone wearing Titler's T-shirt and going around the city, going around the Golden Temple?
Well, definitely, sir. Congress will have to answer a lot there when it comes to this Congress leader who was seen flaunting this shirt. Thanks for speaking to us. If I can go back to Amandeep. Amandeep, if you can talk to us more, any reaction, any response coming in from Congress at this point. We see there the Congress leader flaunting that shirt wearing with that picture of Jagdish Titler.
Well, Samiksha, Congress remain mum on this, and in fact, SGPC has come up with a very strong word and even the lodge a complaint with the local administration to take action against Karamjit Singh, a Congress leader with a deliberate attempt to create the communal tension in Punjab by wearing the Jagdish Titler's T-shirt and visiting Golden Temple. And in fact, they have also made it very clear that either the administration will take a strict action or the SGPC will take law in their hands, but they will not tolerate such kind of acts, especially by a Congress leader, by a political leader. Just because, Samiksha, all the political parties and even every single person in Punjab knows that Jagdish Titler is a key conspirator for 1984 Delhi Sikh riots, and in fact he was being continuously opposed since years in Punjab. And despite knowing all these facts, this Congress leader is making a deliberate attempt to create the communal violence. And in fact, on the other side, Congress remain mum on this. Congress is not coming up with any kind of statement. They have not come up with any single statement, neither president nor any other leader. And what they wanted to prove, what they wanted to do in Punjab? Are they trying to create some kind of panic in Punjab? And in fact, it is not possible that this Congress leaders has not taken taken the other leaders in the loop before doing this. And even the SGPC made it very clear that Karamjit Singh Gill was wearing this t-shirt and also a shirt on this t-shirt. He clicked this photograph, and soon after clicking the photograph, he wore a shirt on this so that at least the SGPC workers inside the Golden Temple should not object to him. So, and later on, he posted this on the social media platforms as well to show
stay with us.
that he had
Just
done
hold
this.
your thoughts there.
He wanted to prove.
We have AAP from Punjab, Major RPS Malhotra also representing the AAP party. Sir, what do you have to say? It's the AAP party that is in power in Punjab. A shocking incident coming to light where Congress leader is seen wearing a shirt there which has a picture of Jagdish Titler, one who's the main conspirator behind the 1984 anti-Sikh riots.
Well, this shows the ethical and moral bankruptcy of Congress. This party is now bereft of any principles or ethics. They are just working overtime just to save the Nehru Gandhi party. And here their leader is showing utter insensitivity towards the feelings of all this entire Sikh community. This is really, really condemnable, and strictest possible action should be taken against this person.
All right. All right. Thanks for speaking to us. That was Major RPS Malhotra from the AAP party saying that strictest action should be taken. But this incident, of course, coming to light from Punjab. Let me go back to Amandeep, who continues to be with us. Amandeep, if you can talk to us more about this incident where the Congress leader is seen flaunting. He's not just wearing that shirt, he's flaunting that, posing right just in front of the Golden Temple in Amritsar.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. The point is that we know that Jagdish Titler's name was not accepted in Punjab. Our entire Sikh community is all against Jagdish Titler. And in fact, Karamjit Singh Gill, who wore this t-shirt with the photograph of Jagdish Titler and clicked the photograph inside the Golden Temple, what he wanted to prove. And even for whom he did this, either he wanted to just make their bosses happy that yes, he is a Sikh and he is a supporter of Jagdish Titler, and in fact he has that potential to get a photograph clicked with the Jagdish Titler's photo in the Golden Temple. But despite knowing that this may create some kind of tension in Punjab as well, the SGPC has lodged a complaint with the local administration. Now it's a time to wait and watch that either local administration and the police will take action against this person, or they will also remain mum on this entire issue. Just because the unrest, this photograph is inviting the unrest in Punjab. Sikh community will never tolerate Jagdish Titler's photo inside the Golden Temple. He was a key conspirator. Every single person knows that he was a key conspirator, and in fact several protests several times held in Punjab against Jagdish Titler and the other Congress leaders regarding the 1984 anti-Sikh riots in Delhi. And in fact, despite knowing all these facts, the Congress remain mum on this, and they are tolerating the act of their own leader, which is actually against the Sikh community.
Amandeep, stay with us. We also have Akali Dal leader Arshdeep Singh joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick response on this incident where this Congress leader is seen wearing a shirt which has the picture of Jagdish Titler, who's said to be one of the key accused in 1984 riots.
It's really painful to see that a person carrying a Jagdish Titler's image t-shirt in the Golden Temple itself. You know, if we just, I must take you back to the 84, when lakhs of Sikhs were just being pushed out of Delhi and thousands were murdered just because of the assassination of Indira Gandhi, and Rajiv Gandhi justified that massacre. The Sikhs were targeted, they were burnt alive. The women were raped, and that incident, and the person who is responsible for that, Jagdish Titler, Sajjan Kumar, these all, and I always blame Gandhi family for sheltering them from years in Congress party. And now if a person who is related to the Congress, and he's I think the congressman, a registered congressman, and he is carrying Jagdish Titler's picture in the Golden Temple itself. This shows that to what extent the Congress party and its leaders are to hurt the sentiments of Sikhs. So I just request the government of Punjab to immediately take action against such person who is just trying to spread some criminal hatred amongst the people of Punjab.
Well, sir, of course, that calls for action by the Congress, by the Punjab government, and also some answers by the Congress itself, because it is their leader who's seen flaunting this shirt, which has the photo, of course, of Jagdish Titler, who's alleged to be the conspirator behind these riots.
I don't think that Congress would take any action, because from the years Congress has justified what has been done in 84, and we have seen that during the Manmohan Singh regime also, all the cancellation reports were filed against Titler. So we have been fighting for years. Shiromani Akali Dal is committed to get justice for 84 riots, massacre, and the Congress party has always been sided with them. So we don't think that Congress will take any action against that person. I request the government of Punjab and government of India to immediately register a FIR for any such act or a person which he has done on the premises of Golden Temple.
All right, thanks for speaking to us. So that was Akali Dal leader Arshdeep Singh speaking to Republic, demanding strict action by the Punjab government. If I can go back to Amandeep, who continues to be with us. Amandeep, from the face of it, it looks like a clear attempt to provoke and to provoke the sentiments of the Sikh community, which have been clearly hurt as far as this photo that is concerned.
Obviously, Samiksha, obviously, wearing a Jagdish Titler's t-shirt inside the Golden Temple premises is a clear-cut indication that Congress party is trying to provoke the Sikh sentiment, just because this act is hurts Sikh sentiments a lot, and that is the reason one after another political leaders are condemning this incident. They are demanding the action. The point is that neither the Congress has expelled this leader, nor they have taken any kind of action against this leader, despite knowing that this is against the Punjab and against the Sikh community as well. They remain mum. They come with no kind of justification, just because they are always try to defend the Jagdish Titler from this entire episode. Whenever the issue cropped up in Punjab regarding the 1984 anti-Sikh riots in Delhi, Congress remain mum. They try to defend. They try to pacify the situation. But this time, their own Congress leader tried to provoke the Sikh sentiments, and this was a deliberate attempt. He wear the t-shirt and he get his photograph clicked in front of the main premises of Golden Temple, and then after that, soon after getting photograph, he wear a shirt to hide the photograph of Jagdish Titler. That was a clear-cut indication that he has deliberately attempted to show that he is a supporter of Jagdish Titler and wearing his t-shirt inside the Golden Temple, and in fact he dared to do this, and even he tried to make his bosses happy who are sitting in Delhi. He tried to make Jagdish Titler happy while doing this, and in fact he tried to indicate the people that I am a Sikh and I am supporting Jagdish Titler, and everybody knows that Jagdish Titler is a key conspirator of anti-Sikh Delhi riots, and even this is in the legitimate files also, that Jagdish Titler has hatched the conspiracy in 1984 and for the anti-Sikh riots. But
Amandeep,
now the
us.
local administration has received.
We also have BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa ji back with us. Sir, of course, we understand that the sentiments of the Sikh community have been hurt. If I can get your response, this of course calls for an apology from the Congress with regard to this incident that has come to light.
First of all, ये कांग्रेस का तबका सबसे नीचे जो कितना to the lowest level they did it. एक सिख को इस तरह से पोर्ट्रेट करके पेश किया कि देखिए जगदीश टाइटलर को तो लोग पूजा तक करते हैं, श्री दरबार साहब में उसकी टी शर्ट पहन कर जाना और फिर वहाँ फोटो खींच कर डालना, ये जो कांग्रेस ने एक मैसेज देने की कोशिश की है कि सिख हमारे साथ हैं, सिख जगदीश टाइटलर के साथ हैं, और नोइंगली की जगदीश टाइटलर को बार बार कोर्टों ने इसमें गुनाहगार ठहराया, इसके बावजूद कांग्रेस ने कभी भी जगदीश टाइटलर के खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की। अभी तक भी जगदीश टाइटलर को अपने साथ हाथ में रखा हुआ, सीबीआई में उसका केस चल रहा है। इन स्पाइट ऑफ ऑल दिस कांग्रेस ने कभी भी उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई नहीं किया, लेकिन अब जो उन्होंने काम किया है ये तो मुझे लगता है कि सबसे घटिया किस्म का जो काम कर सकती थी कांग्रेस,
इसके लिए जगदीश टाइटलर के ऊपर भी मुकदमा दर्ज होना चाहिए और जिसने ये टी शर्ट डालकर वहां गया इसके ऊपर भी, इन दोनों के ऊपर FIR भी लॉन्च होनी चाहिए। और कांग्रेस को मैं जरूर कहना चाहता हूँ, ये जो आपने काम किया है ये भी उतना ही तकलीफ देह है जैसे 1984 में आपने कत्लेआम में साथ दिया और आज भी उन लोगों का आप साथ दे रहे हैं और आप उनकी फोटो पहनकर श्री दरबार साहब जैसी पवित्र जगह पर आप भेजें। मुझे लगता है कि इससे बड़ी कोई भी निंदनीय घटना नहीं हो सकती, ये बहुत ही शर्मसार घटना है।
Yes, Manjinder Singh Sirsa ji हमारे साथ बने रहिए. We have Harjeet Singh Gerewal also of the BJP. But before I go to Harjeet Singh Gerewal, Manjinder Singh Sirsa ji, a quick question I wanted to ask from you. Why do you think that the Congress has kept a very strong stance when it comes to acting against Jagdish Tytler?
They knew that he holds all that information और वो दाज जो हैं वो जगदीश टाइटलर अगर पब्लिक डोमेन में ले आएगा so that will be a big embarrassment for a Gandhi family. Tomorrow, if they will not stand with Jagdish Tytler, he would have threatened them that I will expose you and inform कि कहाँ मीटिंग हुई, कैसी हुई, और उस मीटिंग में राजीव गांधी के साथ साथ सोनिया गांधी भी मौजूद थी, जो लोग बताते रहे अब तक। तो सोनिया गांधी को पता है कि अगर ऐसा हुआ तो राजीव गांधी ने मुंह खोल दिया तो शी विल बी इन अ बिग प्रॉब्लम। दैट इज द रीजन कि जब तक गांधी परिवार के पास कांग्रेस है, किसी भी सूरत में, चाहे वो जगदीश टाइटलर हो, चाहे वो कमलनाथ हो, चाहे वो सज्जन कुमार हो, इनके ऊपर वो कोई भी कभी भी कार्रवाई नहीं कर सके।
जी, मनजिंदर सिंह सिरसा जी हमारे साथ बने रहिए. वी ऑल्सो हैव हरजीत सिंह गेरेवाल ऑफ द बीजेपी. सर, इफ आई कैन गेट योर रिस्पॉन्स एज वेल ऑन दिस वेरी शॉकिंग इंसिडेंट वेयर द कांग्रेस लीडर वाज सीन वेयरिंग अ शर्ट व्हिच हैज द फोटो ऑफ जगदीश टाइटलर.
मैंने पहले भी कहा है, ये पब्लिक में कड़वाहट बढ़ाने वाली बात है और भाईचारक सांझ को तोड़ने वाली बात है, साजिश है और इसकी पूरी जांच होनी चाहिए, मुकदमा दर्ज होना चाहिए, ऐसे लोगों का स्थान जेल में होना चाहिए क्योंकि ऐसी पवित्र जगह को के ऊपर इस तरह की घटना होना, मैं समझता हूँ बहुत बुरी बात है। और जितने भी सिख हैं उनके मन में इसके लिए बहुत ज्यादा गुस्सा है और पब्लिक देख रही है। और मैं पंजाब सरकार को कहूंगा कि कानून व्यवस्था की हालात खराब ना करवाएं। इसमें मुझे यहाँ तक लगता है कि अभी तक जो आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है उनकी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को भी उन्होंने कोई आदेश नहीं दिया है कार्रवाई करने का। ये जल्द से जल्द कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, ऐसे लोगों का स्थान जेल में होना चाहिए और उनसे पूछा जाना चाहिए कि आपको किसने उत्साहित किया ऐसा कार्य करने के लिए, क्योंकि ये कोई साधारण बात नहीं है। और ये उस गोल्डन टेम्पल के ऊपर है जहाँ पे मैं समझता हूँ कि कोई ऐसी बात सोच भी नहीं सकता कोई इंसान, क्योंकि वहाँ तो मानवता की बात होती है, वहाँ जुल्म के खिलाफ खड़े होने की बात होती है, वहाँ गरीब के साथ खड़े होने की बात होती है। तो इस तरह की के स्थान पर ऐसी कड़वाहट वाली बात करना कि कोई जिसको SGPC और सिख ये मानते हैं कि जगदीश टाइटलर जो है सिखों का कातिल है, जो 84 की नस्ल कुशी है जो वो करने में, जेनोसाइड करने में उसका हाथ है, तो वो शमूलियत थी उसकी, तो इसलिए
All right, Harjeet Singh Gerewal, we'll have to leave it at that. So that was BJP leader Harjeet Singh Gerewal demanding strict action and saying that a complaint must be filed against the Congress leader who was seen wearing a shirt which had a picture of Jagdish Tytler. And on to more breaking news coming in, this one with regard to the Tipu Sultan versus Savarkar poster face-off that has erupted. In fact, news coming in where the Congress is facing massive anger over Savarkar poster row with Siddaramaiah facing go back slogans. So Siddaramaiah there facing a lot of anger of the people. Niranjan, our executive editor, is also joining us. Niranjan, help us read into it. Situation definitely remains tense with Siddaramaiah now facing go back slogans.
Well, he's a top leader of the Congress party, that is Siddaramaiah, who had earlier said that, who questioned why, the poster of Savarkar was put in a Muslim area. His words were, why, Savarkar poster was pasted in a Muslim area. Now he's facing massive backlash. And he's facing a backlash for taking such a stand for opposing Savarkar. The BJP has protested, and these are pictures coming in of the protest that was announced by the BJP Yuva Morcha against Siddaramaiah. This was a protest from Kodagu,
and he was on a visit to Kodagu, and this was after the recent Savarkar face-off. You saw those pictures that came in earlier. In fact, there were pictures doing the rounds of how the Savarkar poster was removed, following which there were riots in Shivamogga, in Karnataka, and the Congress party is now facing massive backlash over the backing to Tipu. In fact, the Congress leader, Siddaramaya's exact words were, why did they put Savarkar's photo in that square, in that circle? Instead, why didn't they take pictures of, why didn't they place a picture of Tipu? So his logic was, why Savarkar, why not Tipu in a Muslim area? His words were, why Savarkar poster in a Muslim area? And I think that is a very controversial statement when you try to equate Tipu with the minority community, equate Savarkar with Hindus. I think that has become extremely controversial, and he's facing huge backlash. These pictures coming in from Kodagu district, where he was greeted with "Go back" slogans, and there is an audio layer as well. If you can play the audio on this, you will hear and these are BJP leaders also who are holding Savarkar posters print out in their hands to welcome Congress leader Siddaramaya. So here's where the story stands. I'm handing it back to you for now. You can get more reactions as well. If you can get more reactions as well of the BJP, let's get some reactions to the story. Top leaders of the BJP have been in the last few days questioning the Congress party statement and their support to the entire Savarkar issue. BJP, Congress party was giving ideological support to the HDPI as well. I think it's safe to say that they were giving ideological support to the HDPI, and there's no reason why they had to do that. I mean, we can't discount the fact that Savarkar has been a part of India's freedom movement, and they can't. They for some reason, I mean, it's really bizarre because even Indira Gandhi has acknowledged. Indira Gandhi has acknowledged the contribution of Veer Savarkar in India's freedom movement, and when Indira Gandhi herself had acknowledged his contribution, it's bizarre that the Congress party would question Savarkar and go to the extent of providing ideological support to those opposing Savarkar. So I think it's an extremely controversial statement, and the kind of statements that have been coming in from the Congress party shows that they're really on the back foot on this one. They're completely on the back foot on this one, and it's going to be extremely interesting to see how the Congress leadership responds. Congress for now getting massive backlash in Karnataka. Back to you for now.
All right, thank you for that. So Siddaramaya there facing a lot of anger and uproar over the controversial remarks that he'd made. Slipping into a very short break, we'll get you more on the other side as Congress faces massive backlash, and it is over Tipu Sultan versus Savarkar poster face-off.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the JNK police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed, another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the...
The tweet of the minister, that's Hardeep Singh Puri, and after that it is now again back in the controversy.
See, that Mr. Puri can answer that question, but what I made it very clear is that they're only trying to diversify the main issue, because BJP has been asking very regularly about school, colleges, hospital, infrastructure, about the liquor policy, what they've been absolutely exposed about. So now they're trying to diversify from that main issue, and they're trying to play this dirty politics which they've been trying to play since last 7 years. For once, it is your responsibility as well. As a very, very accountable and a very renowned channel, you should ask the CM of Delhi this question when he talks about opening school and colleges and hospitals throughout the country. How many schools, colleges and hospitals have been opened in Delhi? It's a very, very simple one-line question which can be answered in one line. You can ask us whatever questions you want. We end up standing in front of you and answer you everything. He should have the courage to answer that question. The point is, because they want to politicize everything so that no one asks these questions to them, that is why they play these kind of dirty politics. Tell me what has happened in the last 7 years. Delhi has never looked this tired in the last 7 years, which is very unfortunate, because I think the people of Delhi in coming years will definitely answer him this question, because he stooped down to that level, and there will absolutely be end to this kind of dirty politics.
So if we talk about this particular issue, the Rohingya issue, then now one more thing what Aam Aadmi Party is saying is that their officers is being kept in loop, whereas the Delhi government has been bypassed, and the officers who comes or the department who comes under the MHA, they are being kept in loop.
See, I'll tell you one thing. I think it is about their convenience. There are times when they talk about Chief Secretary being in their favor. When it doesn't suit them, he goes against them. The point is, we cannot give a bigger clarification than what our Honorable HM has given on the floor of the House. It can't get bigger than that, where he has made absolutely crystal clear that all the Rohingyas will be deported from this country. What bigger statement you've formed from BJP side? Tell me. It has been made very clear. It is right on record. It is right in front of the whole country. So we can't say anything beyond that when our Honorable HM has said that. So I don't think so we need to make anything very clear. It is time for Aam Aadmi Party to make it very clear that what is their stand about writing this letter, that they should be given, the Rohingya should be given better accommodation. So you should ask this question to the CM of Delhi rather than asking us, because our Honorable HM has already made it very clear.
Sir, I'll take two questions for our Bharat viewers also. भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आम आदमी पार्टी के बीच में जो मेद भाव देखने को मिल रहा है, वो पहले भी देखने को मिला है. रोहिंग्या का जब मैटर आता है, बार बार ये जब चीज़ें होती हैं, कल से फिर दोबारा ये मुद्दा लाइमलाइट में है, क्योंकि पुरी साहब का जो ट्वीट था मिनिस्टर साहब का, उसके बाद.
देखिए, मैं आपको एक चीज़ बताऊं, सबसे घटिया राजनीति अगर इस देश में कोई करता है तो आम आदमी पार्टी करती है और दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री करता है. सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा ये है कि जब वो बात करते हैं पूरे देश में स्कूल कॉलेजेस हॉस्पिटल खोलने की, ये तो आप एक बार ही सवाल पूछ सकते हैं, दिल्ली में पिछले 7 साल में कितने स्कूल कॉलेज और हॉस्पिटल खुले. जब हम ये सवाल उनसे पूछते हैं स्कूल कॉलेजेस हॉस्पिटल का, जब लिकर पॉलिसी में उनके मंत्री, उनके उप मुख्यमंत्री एक्सपोज होते हैं, तो ये सिर्फ डाइवर्स करने की बात है. सिर्फ ये जो अटेंशन है, इसको डाइवर्ट करने की बात है. ये डाइवर्ट करने वाली पॉलिटिक्स खेलना ना बहुत गलत है. सच्चाई है, हमारे ऑनरेबल HM ने पार्लियामेंट में ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस बहुत क्लियर कर दिया कि सारे रोहिंग्यास को डिपोर्ट किया जाएगा. इससे बड़ी स्टेटमेंट बीजेपी की तरफ से तो नहीं आ सकती. आप ये सवाल दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री से पूछिए कि क्यों ये लेटर लिखी गई थी कि रोहिंग्यास को बेटर अकोमोडेशन मिला जाए. सिंपल एक सवाल है, सिंपल उसका जवाब दे दें. इसको घुमा फिरा के, इसको पोलिटिसाइज करके, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करके अपनी घटिया राजनीति जो पिछले 7 साल से कर रहे हैं. आप भी दिल्ली में रहते हैं, आपने दिल्ली को इतना खराब तो नहीं देखा ना पिछले 7 साल में जिस तरीके से हुई है. उससे पहले भी काम होते थे. 7 साल में ये पूछो कि दिल्ली में क्या हुआ. क्या स्कूल खुले, क्या कॉलेज खुले, क्या हॉस्पिटल खुले, क्या DTC बसेस इंक्रीज हुई, क्या इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इंक्रीज हुआ. प्रॉब्लम ये है कि जब इनके ऊपर कोई चीज़ आती है तो इसको वो डाइवर्ट करने की कोशिश करते हैं. सिंपल एक सवाल जाके पूछिए. हमारे तो गृह मंत्री जी ने जवाब दे दिया. अब दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री की बारी है कि ये लेटर क्यों लिखा गया था, इसका जवाब वो दे दें दिल्ली की जनता के सामने. दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी हो जाएगा सब कुछ.
पार्टी ये भी कहती है कि आप या भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो MHA के अंडर में अधिकारी हैं उनसे कांटेक्ट में रहते हैं और सरकार को बाईपास करते हैं, उनको लूप में रखते हैं और इस तरीके की
कन्वीनियंस की राजनीति है ना. कभी तो इनके चीफ सेक्रेटरी इनके हो जाते हैं, जब ये एक्सपोज होने लगते हैं तो वो उनके अगेंस्ट हो जाते हैं. तो जब, क्योंकि सच्चाई ये है कि चैनल इतनी बड़ी बड़ी इनकी चीज़ें चलाता है और सारे दिल्ली को पता है, सारे देश को पता है कि क्या कारण है, क्यों चलाता है. नैरेटिव इनका सेट करता है, ये कुछ भी बोलते हैं, पूरा दिन इनकी शक्ल आती रहती है. सच्चाई ये है कि कन्वीनियंस की राजनीति करते हैं. सच्चाई है जब भी एक्सपोज होने लगते हैं तो हर चीज़ को पोलिटिसाइज करते हैं, मीडिया के माध्यम से एक्सपोज पोलिटिसाइज करते हैं. सिर्फ 2 सवाल हैं जो हम पूछना चाहते हैं आपके माध्यम से. दिल्ली में कितने स्कूल कॉलेज और हॉस्पिटल खुले, एक ये, और ये जो लेटर लिखा गया था ये क्यों लिखा गया था, इसका जवाब दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री दे दें. दूध हम जो अगर वो सच्चे होंगे तो बाहर आके दे दे, आप हमसे इसका काउंटर क्वेश्चन ले लेना.
मतलब एक आखिरी सवाल और है कि इस ओवरऑल इशू की अगर बात करें तो इसका सोल्यूशन क्या है, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी कहती है, HM साहब कहते हैं कि हमारा स्टैंड क्लियर है, उधर फिर कंट्रोवर्सी शुरू हो जाती है. तो स्टैंड क्या है?
देखिए, हमारे गृह मंत्री जी ने इसका स्टैंड बड़ा क्लियर कर दिया. उससे बड़ा स्टैंड कुछ हो नहीं सकता. उसका वो स्टैंड बीजेपी का स्टैंड हमेशा रहेगा. स्टैंड दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री को क्लियर करना है कि उनका क्या स्टैंड है. क्या वो रोहिंग्यास को सेटल करना चाहते हैं, क्या वो रोहिंग्यास को बेटर अकोमोडेशन देना चाहते हैं, ये उनको साफ करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. अगर उनमें थोड़ी भी शर्म है या उनमें थोड़ा सा भी दिल्ली के लिए या देश की जनता के लिए, वैसे तो वो दिल्ली का बेटा कहते हैं अपने आप को, बाहर आके बताइए उनका क्या स्टैंड है इस मामले में.
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर टॉकिंग टू अस.
So you were just listening in as Republic was speaking with Gautam Gambhir, BJP leader from New Delhi, and he questioned what Aam Aadmi Party has done for welfare so far in terms of schools, in terms of education and in terms of housing as well. As he also questions, why Aam Aadmi Party had written that particular letter with reference to Rohingyas.
नहीं, भारत सरकार से अभी तक कोई नागरिकता नहीं मिली है, लेकिन 2019 के एक्ट में मैंने आज से 3 साल पहले अप्लाई किया था, लेकिन अभी तक मुझे कुछ उनका समाधान नहीं हुआ है, ना ही नागरिकता में मिली है. अभी भी डीएम के पास पेंडिंग पड़ी है।
आपने बोला कि आपने 2019 में अप्लाई किया था, तो आप मानते हैं कि जो सरकारी जो झमले है उसमें ये सब कुछ फंस गया है?
हाँ, डीएम के पास फाइल पड़ी है, अभी वहाँ से आगे पीछे नहीं जा रही है। तो हम ये चाहते हैं सरकार के द्वारा हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन है, ये जो शरणार्थी पाकिस्तान से आए हुए हैं ये बेसहारा हैं, बेसमझ हैं, लेकिन हम यार ये कहना जो सीएल बिल जो आया था उनके माध्यम से 2019 का जो एक्ट था उनके माध्यम से इनको सिटीजनशिप मिल जाए तो बहुत ही आभारी रहेंगे। हम लोग बहुत ही परेशान है, बहुत ही परेशान झेल रहे हैं, ना राशन कार्ड है ना पहचान पत्र है, बहुत सी ऐसी समस्याएं हैं जो नहीं कर पा रहे हम लोग। जैसे हम लोग खेती बाड़ी करते हैं, व्यापार करते हैं, आम का ठेका लेते हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ दिल्ली के अंदर कोई व्यापार वगैरह नहीं है, क्योंकि हम पढ़े लिखे इतने है नहीं जो हम व्यापार कर सकें, वो अपना यहाँ कोई कारोबार कर सकें या कोई ऐसी चीज़ बना सकें। हमारा यही है, जो हमारा जो बुजुर्ग हैं वो आम का ठेका, बागात का, अमरूद चीकू वगैरह जो इस तरीके से हम लोग काम करते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो इसलिए अगर हमारी सिटीजनशिप बन जाएगी तो हम अपना अपना जो कारोबार है अपना आसानी से कर सकते हैं, अपने बच्चों का पालन कर सकते हैं।
हम हिंदू हैं, हिंदू यहाँ वहाँ से यहाँ पे आए हैं तो हमें नागरिकता चाहिए, यहाँ पे रहना है। तो हमारे बालक भी यहाँ पे भी सब पढ़ रहे हैं, लिख रहे हैं, थोड़ा बहुत सरकारी में हो रहा है जो भी कर रहे हैं।
दिल्ली सरकार या केंद्र सरकार से कोई आपके पास आया है आपसे बात करने इस मामले में, और किसी ने आपको मतलब कुछ संवेदना दी है? कुछ
यहाँ पे नहीं आए, कोई नहीं आया,
कोई नहीं आया,
कोई नहीं आया।
और आप यहाँ पे 10 साल से रह रहे हैं?
हाँ, 10 साल से रह रहे हैं।
की बात और ना हमारा पद अधिकारी नहीं है, लेकिन आप ठेका ले रखा है कि जो मोदी
नहीं साहब, हम तो मुद्दा। So you can see Raja Vading is here reacting on the issue, saying that he was not a Congress leader, he was not associated with the Congress party, and in fact also demanded the action against him. With video journalist Devinder, this is Amandeep Dixit for Republic Media Network, Chandigarh.
So that was Amandeep, our correspondent, who's reporting on the recent what can be termed hurting of Sikh sentiments, as a Congress leader flaunting a T-shirt which has a portrait of Jagdish Titler entered the Golden Temple premises.
We are joined with us Punjab Congress President Raja Vading. वडिंग साहब, कांग्रेस लीडर, आपने देख ली होगी वो फेसबुक पे पोस्ट, जगदीश टाइटलर की टी शर्ट डाल के वो गोल्डन टेम्पल में जाते हैं करमजीत सिंह गिल। क्या वो कांग्रेस के लीडर हैं या नहीं है? ऐसी विंग के प्रेसिडेंट है।
मैं ऐसे किसी व्यक्ति को जानता नहीं हूं भैया कि वो किसी पद पे हैं या नहीं है, लेकिन जो मेरे को बताया गया ऐसी विंग ने कि वो हमारे किसी पद पे नहीं है। और दूसरी बात, ये केवल आपका जो चैनल है रिपब्लिक चैनल, क्या उसने ही ठेका ले रखा है कि कांग्रेस को बदनाम करने का? कोई और ऐसा चैनल भी है?
ये सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर, ये सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर उन्होंने खुद पोस्ट की है। वडिंग साहब,
आप ही के मालिक ने ठेका ले रखा है कि ऐसी कोई बात हो?
सवाल खबर नहीं, खबर तो हम करेंगे ना। जगदीश टाइटलर की टी शर्ट डाल के,
जगदीश टाइटलर की जिसने टी शर्ट डाली है वो उससे पूछ लीजिए, मेरे मबुआ का बेटा है वो।
क्या कांग्रेस कंडेम करती है इसको? आपने कांग्रेस कंडेम करती है भाई?
कंडेम करने की बात और ना की बाद में बताऊंगा। आपने ठेका ले रखा है, आपने
एसजीपीसी ने कंप्लेंट करी, एसजीपीसी ने कंप्लेंट करी।
मैं कह रहा हूँ उसके ऊपर पर्चा देके एसजीपीसी अंदर दे दें, हमें क्या मतलब है?
कांग्रेस कंडेम करती, कांग्रेस डिमांड करती है एक्शन।
हमारा पद अधिकारी नहीं है, लेकिन आपके चैनल ने ठेका ले रखा है कि जो मोदी जी कहते हैं वो
नहीं वडिंग साहब, हम तो मुद्दा उठाएं। So you can see Raja Vading is here reacting on the issue, saying that he was not a Congress leader, he was not associated with the Congress party, and in fact also demanded.
Amandeep, covering that story, telling us, confronting The Congress chief of Punjab, who denies all knowledge of the person who was flaunting a T-shirt with Jagdish Titler's portrait on it in the Golden Temple, with the Golden Temple as the background. And questions on Titler, Congress targets, Republic. As you just saw, Amandeep, our correspondent there, covering this story. And Republic confronts the Congress on the Titler T-shirt. Amandeep, you were just watching that, that denial by the Congress chief of Punjab, denying all knowledge of a person who claims he's a Congress leader. What are you hearing from your sources? What is the truth here?
Congress that this controversy hit a Congress in a very massive manner in Punjab and
was on the post of the SC wing chairman, nor he is associated with the Congress. And in fact, meanwhile, Rukma, we have listened into the entire conversation when we just throw the straight away question that why he did it. And in fact, why the Congress is not condemning this. He remained mum on the issue. He did not condemn the incident. And in fact, when we asked that SGPC is demanding action against him, he says that go and SGPC can register the case against him and what the Congress can do this. Despite knowing this fact, that he is the person...
Despite knowing this fact that he is the person who is associated with the Congress party and in fact holding a position in the Congress party, now Congress completely disowned him. And in fact, the Punjab Congress President Raja Vading did not utter a single word against Jagdish Titler. Did not utter a single word that why that person was wearing a T-shirt of Jagdish Titler and visiting Golden Temple. Yes, Rukma.
BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the J&K police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed and another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, And we're getting some breaking news now in the mega Bengal cash scams. The main accused in the case, Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee on the way to be produced before the court. Those are visuals there of what's happening at the scene in Kolkata. Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, the main accused in the mega Bengal cash scam. And Kishle to take us through what's happening. Kishle, breaking development in the Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee case in the mega Bengal cash scam. Tell us what's happening. Well, we seem to be having a problem there, but as the latest information, sketchy details coming in, but Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, the main accused in the mega Bengal cash scam, in the SSC recruitment scam, are being produced in court today in a short while from now. That's what we are hearing. Those are visuals there from the scene. We are trying to get in touch with Kishle. Kishle, it's over to you to take us through what's happening.
Well, there is a movement in Bengal, which is there is movement in Bengal everywhere, and we can see that at one hand, Partha Chatterjee and Arpita
Mukherjee, both of them are taken to City Sessions Court from their judicial custody. Partha was kept in Presidency Jail and Arpita was in Alipur Women's Correctional Home. Both of them are taken to City Sessions Court in the SSC scam, or the Bengal cash scam as it is said, the teachers recruitment scam. On the other hand, we can see that Anubrata Mondal has been taken to Command Hospital for his health checkup. He is in CBI custody for the cattle smuggling scam. On the other hand, we can see Anubrata's daughter Shukanna Mondal. She's going to Calcutta High Court because High Court summoned her in the Bengal cash scam where her name has come up. So movement happening everywhere in Bengal, and mainly Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, both of them are being taken to court, and it is understood. It is quite clear that ED will be asking for their custody and extension of their custody, their judicial custody, so that they can continue with the investigation of Bengal cash scam or the mega teachers recruitment scam that has happened. And now we have a new angle where Anubrata Mondal's daughter Shukanna Mondal, she is also one of the people who got job in the primary teachers department without even appearing for the TET examination or without even visiting the school where she got the job. So therefore, we are keeping an eye on all these stories. We are keeping an eye on all the movements happening in Bengal, and we will come back with more exclusive information only on Republic after a short break.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed, another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teachers recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the law minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections residences to be given.
The raids have begun exactly at 9 when Republic broke this exclusive story. Many areas that are very near to international border, that is also being raided by the teams of the National Investigation Agency. They will be raiding the house of Faisal Munir, who is a terrorist of Lashkar-e-Toiba, involved in the dropping of consignment, especially the consignment that was coming from Pakistan and was going to Kashmir Valley. National Investigation Agency teams are leaving this house of Lashkar terrorist Faisal Munir after recovery of documents and some incriminating material.
And so massive leads coming in on the Bihar Kartikeya Singh story, getting in reactions from Bihar Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister on the Law Minister, who has been termed as an absconder. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar now coming out with a statement.
और कोई काम है डिफेम करने के अलावा और कोई काम है? 15 अगस्त को जो ऐलान हुआ बेरोजगारी मिटाने का, जो हम लोगों ने संकल्प लिया, मुहर लगाया निर्णय पर 10 लाख की नौकरी और रोजगार को लेकर के, तब से ही लोग अनकंफर्टेबल हैं। हम लोग तो जनता के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा इंटेंशन जो है साफ तौर पे क्लियर हो चुका है। और बाकी तो जो मंत्री थे उनका तो वकील वगैरह सब लोग तो बताएं पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या है। वारंट के बाद जो वारंट जारी हुआ उसके साफ बात जो है कोर्ट का आदेश कि कोई नो कोर्ट एक्शन लिया जाए। ये लोग जो झूठ-मूठ के जो कुछ मीडिया के लोग जो भाजपा माइंडेड लोग हैं, जो लोग प्रचारित कर रहे हैं, उनको करने दीजिए। इससे किसी को कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला है नहीं। हाँ, कोर्ट का जो न्याय होगा, न्यायालय का जो आदेश होगा, उसको ना हम लोग मानेंगे तो न्यायपूर्वक जो है काम की जाएगी और इस पे हम लोग विचार करेंगे कि क्या हो सकता है। क्या बात आप लोगों का जो रोजगार।
So as questions are raised over Bihar Law Minister Kartikeya Singh, we are hearing answers now from Tejasvi Yadav, Bihar Deputy Chief Minister. It's time now for a short break. More on that in a short while. Stay tuned.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teachers' recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area and that she would quit the cabinet where she that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly...
Kejriwal has today effectively pitched himself as a prime ministerial face for 2024. It's quite clear that the Aam Aadmi Party intends to accelerate its growth on the political carcass of the Congress and try and race to get to the second highest number of seats nationally. Would both Nitish and Mamta stand aside and say, Mr. Kejriwal, please go ahead? And if they don't do that, then what happens? More confusion. No party has a chance against the BJP in 2024 nationally unless they all come together and form a massive national pre-poll alliance against the BJP.
Top headlines this afternoon. Big insult to Sikh community. Congress leader flaunts Jagdish Titler t-shirt at the Golden Temple. Sikh community hits out, says Congress rubbing salt on their wounds. Congress faces massive backlash for Tipu backing top Congress leader Siddaramaiah now welcomed with Savarkar posters. Bihar absconder Mantri still warms his seat. Nitish says action soon but is yet to act.
राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी खतरा, अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया.
Massive row over Rohingyas. BJP takes on Kejriwal. Government letter citing permanent housing for the Rohingyas. AAP says BJP hatching conspiracy. 2 suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's 24 North Parganas. Fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal, daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast as well. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in from Bihar. Well, breaking news coming in. We are now getting in reactions from the Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister himself of Bihar with respect to the controversy that has now rocked the state when it comes to the Bihar Law Minister Kartikeya Singh, Bihar Chief Minister there, saying that he's still looking into the matter. This even as the Bihar Law Minister has been convicted in the matter. In fact, Deputy Chief Minister also giving his reaction on this controversy that has rocked the state. Let's listen in to the reactions coming in from the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar as well as Tejasvi Yadav, the Deputy Chief Minister.
फिर आप जानते हैं कि 19 में बनी और फिर इस बार बनी है और उसको भी 2 बार बनाए थे, 14 में भी बनाए थे और 19 में भी बनाए थे और इस बार का कोई मतलब नहीं, उसको भी चुनाव लड़ा. तो इस तरह से बोलना चाहिए. कहीं इसकी गुंजाइश है कि जितने लोग रहेंगे सब के सब लोग बन जाएंगे. 2 बार मौका दिया. आज जब वो पढ़ नहीं पा रही थी तब भी उसको पढ़ाई वढ़ाई सब सिखवाया. उसके बाद 14 में ये सब भूल गए आप लोग. तो इस तरह से कौन बोलते, हमको आश्चर्य हुआ. तो हमको मिलना चाहते, हम कल ही बुलवाए हैं कि हम आ जाए. तो कह कि ना मिलने की कोई जरूरत नहीं, हमारे ऑफिस में कर. हम भी चलो कोई बात नहीं. तब आज हम स्टेटमेंट देंगे. ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है और लेसी सिंह को जो कुछ भी किया गया वो बिल्कुल ठीक है. आज से नहीं, पहले से किया जा रहा है. इसलिए सब पर मत सोचिए. अगर कोई बयान देता है तो पार्टी की तरफ से खूब बढ़िया से पहले तो समझाया जाएगा और पूछताछ किया जाएगा. अगर किसी को इधर उधर का मन है तो अपना सोचे. ये गलत बात है। हम लोगों ने इतना इज्जत दिया है, बनाया, गलत बात है। इस तरह की कोई बात नहीं। इसलिए लेसी सिंह पर कुछ नहीं है, फालतू बात है। और कब से हम बनाए हुए हैं आप सब लोग जानते हैं ना। आज कोई बोलेगा
पार्टी कार्रवाई कर सकती है, उनपे पार्टी कार्रवाई कर सकती है।
पहले तो प्रेम से समझा देगा कि सब मत बोलो, लेकिन उसके बाद कुछ नहीं करेगा तो आपने क्या बोली, सोच लीजिए। तो जो बोली है तो बोली है अपना, उसको कह देगा। अब हम ही देखिए, अब हमसे कुछ कहना ठीक नहीं है, वो बाकी लोग कह देगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। हमको खुद आश्चर्य है, ये सब के लिए चुनाव प्रचार से लेकर के एक एक चीज के लिए कितना सब दिन काम किए। तो इसलिए सब ठीक नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए। हम लोगों के पार्टी के सब तरह की बातें अब कौन कहवा दिया है, बोलवा दिया है, ये गलत है।
Well, joining us on the broadcast is BJP's Tarkishore Prasad. Sir, if I can get your reaction, we just played out the soundbite of the Chief Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav. They're saying that it is a conspiracy and that BJP is trying to spread false information, whereas Nitish Kumar is still contemplating action against the Law Minister of Bihar.
देखिए, जो बातें आ रही है सरकार के गठन के बाद, जितने मंत्रियों पर जो आरोप लगे हैं, अब किस मंत्री के बारे में बात की जाए और किसके लिए नहीं की जाए। जो पूरा यह कुनबा है, यह लग रहा है कि जंगल राज 2 रिटर्न्स का सारी चीजें स्पष्ट तौर पर दिख रही है। नई सरकार की स्थिति तो यह है कि जिस प्रकार से मछली और दूध खाने से विकार होता है, उस प्रकार से इस तरह के लोग आपस में जमा हो गए हैं, जो कि आने वाले दिनों में बिहार विकास की ओर नहीं जाकर विनाश की ओर जाएगा। श्री रविशंकर प्रसाद ये सांसद हैं, पूर्व मंत्री हैं, उन्होंने भी स्पष्ट रूप से इसके सभी कानूनी पहलुओं पर अपने विचार रखे हैं और वो कानून मंत्री बने हैं और जिन पर खुद कानून तोड़ने का आरोप है। तो आप समझ सकती हैं कि यह जो सरकार बनी है किस दबाव में बनी है। और सबसे आश्चर्य की बात यह है कि यह पहली सरकार है जो किसी बिना खास कार्यक्रम के सरकार बन गई है। कार्यक्रम अभी तक नहीं तय हुए हैं।
जी, आपको लगता है कि हमने जैसे देखा था महागठबंधन 1.0 की अगर हम बात करें, जो कि बीच में ही टूट गई थी, लेकिन अब जो ये 2.0 नया सरकार बनी है बिहार में, अभी जो हो रहा है, अगर हम बिहार लॉ मिनिस्टर की बात करें, आपको लग रहा है ये सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर है, अभी बहुत कुछ आना बाकी है जो ये नई सरकार बनी है?
नहीं, ये ट्रेलर भी नहीं है। अभी तो ये बहुत एक छोटी, अभी तो बहुत प्रारंभ ही हुआ है। अभी आप देखते जाइए, ये सारे जितने मंत्री बने हैं और जिस प्रकार से इनकी पृष्ठभूमि है, आने वाले दिनों में बिहार का क्या भविष्य होगा, ये चिंता का विषय है। देखिए, सरकारें जब बनती है तो उसकी जवाबदेही राज्य के आम लोगों के प्रति जवाबदेह वो होती है। और जिस प्रकार से सरकार के बनते ही सारे विषय आने लगे हैं, मंत्री एक दूसरे पर दोषारोपण कर रहे हैं, किन्हीं पर चावल चोरी का इल्जाम है, वो कृषि मंत्री बने हुए हैं। कार्तिक सिंह का तो मामला कौन नहीं जानता है कि ये अनंत सिंह का खास आदमी है, और अनंत सिंह के खास आदमी हैं और कानून मंत्री हैं। आप समझ सकते हैं कि कानून मंत्री जब इस प्रकार का व्यक्ति बनता हो तो उस राज्य में कानून का क्या भविष्य होगा, कानून की क्या दशा होगी, कानून की क्या दुर्दशा होगी। और उसके चलते बिहार की दुर्दशा हो रही है।
जी, तरकिशोर जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। सो दैट वाज बीजेपी लीडर तरकिशोर Prasad speaking to Republic, giving his response. Let's once again listen in to what the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav, had to say, where he alleged that the BJP is trying to spread false information when it comes to this case pertaining to the Law Minister of Bihar.
और कोई काम है डिफेम करने के अलावा और कोई काम है? 15 अगस्त को जो ऐलान हुआ बेरोजगारी मिटाने का, जो हम लोगों ने संकल्प लिया, मुहर लगाया निर्णय पर 10 लाख की नौकरी और रोजगार को लेकर के, तब से ही लोग अनकंफर्टेबल हैं। हम लोग तो जनता के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा इंटेंशन जो है साफ तौर पे क्लियर हो चुका है। और बाकी तो जो मंत्री थे उनका तो वकील वगैरह सब लोग तो बताए पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या है। वारंट के बाद जो वारंट जारी हुआ उसके साफ बात जो है कोर्ट का आदेश कि कोई नो कोर्ट एक्शन लिया जाए। ये लोग जो झूठ मूठ के जो कुछ मीडिया के लोग जो भाजपा माइंडेड लोग हैं, जो लोग प्रचारित कर रहे हैं उनको करने दीजिए। इससे किसी को कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला है नहीं। हाँ, कोर्ट का जो न्याय होगा, न्यायालय का जो आदेश होगा उसको ना हम लोग मानेंगे तो न्यायपूर्वक जो है काम की जाएगी और इस पे हम लोग विचार करेंगे कि क्या हो सकता है।
So, as you just heard, Tejasvi Yadav as well as Nitish Kumar, who are trying to play it quite slow when it comes to the controversy that has now hit the new Mahagathbandhan 2.0, with the Bihar law minister facing a case as well and an arrest warrant that has been issued against him. Tejasvi Yadav saying that a conspiracy is being hatched by the BJP. Well, on to more breaking news coming in. This one from Karnataka with regard to the Tipu Sultan versus Savarkar face-off, which has only been intensifying in all these days. We saw how the clashes earlier broke out in Shivamoga, which also led to one injury, one person, one youth who was in fact stabbed by this angry mob. Tensions continue to remain in this area where Section 144 has been imposed. Congress, of course, they're facing a lot of backlash. Remember, Siddharamaiah just a short while back was also facing massive backlash where he faced go back slogans as well. In fact, to talk more about it, in Udupi we saw how the Congress was demanding removal of posters of Savarkar. So yes, a lot of controversy that has now erupted. We have S. Prakash, BJP's S. Prakash joining us on the phone line. Sir, if I wanted to take your reaction with regard to the situation we are seeing in Karnataka, of course, Siddharamaiah there facing a lot of anger, a lot of backlash over the comments that he had earlier made, and even facing that go back slogans by the people.
No, Siddharamaiah's statement that Savarkar portrait, why it was put up in Muslim area, has enraged the people. He is dividing the state between Muslim area and the Hindu area. This divisive politics, our Yuva Morcha workers are opposing. And he is the one who is instrumental in attacking Savarkar unnecessarily for the last 1 month, questioning the Savarkar patriotism and its fight against British. This is responsible for defacing portrait of Savarkar and tearing up of Savarkar flex banners in various places of Karnataka. Naturally, the youths are agitated, and when Siddharamaiah visited Kodagu district, they have protested against his anti-Savarkar stand and his attempt to divide the society between Hindu area and Muslim area. They have protested and shown black flag.
Right, sir. Thanks for giving us your reaction. So that was BJP leader responding to the tensions that remain high in these districts of Karnataka, of course, which started with Shivamoga. Let's move on to more breaking news then. In fact, let's play out that video in which Congress was seen saying go back. In fact, the people there, beg your pardon, was seen saying go back to Siddharamaiah, who's facing a lot of anger over his controversial remarks that he had made earlier.
पब्लिक को करो पब्लिक को करो in the public vehicle.
So as you can see there, massive backlash being faced there by Siddaramaiah, and remember this comes of course just with months to go for the Karnataka polls. In fact, we have Dr. Shankara Guha also joining us. If I can get your quick perspective on the situation we are seeing in Karnataka with Siddaramaiah now facing a lot of anger by the people with regard to the controversial remarks that he made earlier, because of course Tipu Sultan versus Savarkar face-off only is growing with each passing day. Shankara Guha, if you can hear us, if I can get your response on the controversial remarks that were made by Siddaramaiah earlier, and now of course he's facing a lot of anger, uproar by the people in the state.
See, as far as the party line goes, anyone is free to put up photos of whoever they like to, whether it is Savarkar or Tipu or XYZ, my photo, your photo, it's an individual choice. The party line has not given us any particular instructions to oppose anything or anything as such. But the flags being shown and the protests being held against our CLP, it is a stage-managed event. It's okay. It's a one-day affair. We will face it. We have faced many such things. BJP should first answer the back. In Karnataka, BJP don't need an opposition. It is BJP versus BJP. What happened to Nalin Kumar Katil when he went to visit Praveen Nettara's house after his murder? His car was almost toppled. It's BJP versus BJP, which BJP has to answer. Their own minister saying that the government is not functioning. Somehow we are managing in the next 8 months. You just have to push something. These things are important. And BJP in Karnataka, they don't have anything else to talk. Let alone Karnataka, in the entire country, it's the same situation. It is nothing beyond communal issues. Let us talk development, let us talk jobs. So many things. The law and order situation in the state is collapsing by the day. We have one of the most unfit home ministers in the state. Time and again he has proved his inefficiency. Nobody is talking about that.
So sir, are you saying that we need to turn a blind eye to this issue that is happening, the situation that is unfolding in the state of Karnataka? And of course, what is your response to that incident where the Congress workers were seen taking down the poster of Savarkar in Udupi district?
No, they are not Congress workers. We don't know who took them down. We don't know. With the Congress government, the Congress party, has the PCC president given any open instructions to take them down? We have not given. It is their individual choice. We respect everyone. If somebody wants to put up Savarkar's banners and his photos, they can do it. It is their individual choice. The party, the PCC president, nor anybody significant from the party has given any such instructions. Whoever have done it on their own, and they should be held responsible to whatever they have done. The party cannot be held responsible for what somebody else has done. So, I'm not turning a blind eye to this. There is no out-of-control situation here. It is being created just to divert the attention of the people in the run-up to the election. BJP can do it as much as they want to because they don't have anything else other than this, and they will not be successful at this.
All right, Mr. Guha, we leave it at that, but let's not forget there were remarks that were made by DK Shivakumar also just before the Shivamoga incident happened, where he warned of severe action as well. Moving on to more breaking news coming in for now. And breaking updates coming in from J&K, where another threat has been issued by the LET to the non-locals and businessmen in J&K, saying that attacks will be increased in Jammu and outside. So a fresh threat that has now been issued. Another Lashkar provocation. This of course comes days after the Kashmiri Pandit was killed, and his brother of course sustained injuries in this targeted killing, which was reported in support of J&K. What we're getting to know as of now is that another threat that has now been issued by the LET to the non-locals in J&K, saying that more such attacks will be carried out, and saying that attacks will be increased in Jammu and outside. Well, Well, we'll go across to Gursimran as well to get us more details. But what we know so far is that another threat that has now been issued to the non-locals there, and this is by the Lashkar, a fresh provocation by Lashkar, issuing a threat to the non-locals in J&K. This, of course, comes days after there was a targeted killing which happened in J&K's support. Well, back-to-back breaking news coming in. This one with regard to the money laundering case which the ED has registered against Mukhtar Ansari. So the new money laundering case that has now been registered against Mukhtar Ansari, and also covers his elder brother Afzal Ansari. So Mukhtar Ansari and Afzal Ansari, who are now under the net of the ED as they've registered a fresh case against them. What we are getting to know is that recently the UP police had registered, it's the 5th FIR that has been registered against Mukhtar Ansari, and also attached assets of Afzal Ansari, who is also an MP and brother of Mukhtar Ansari. So trouble there only mounting for Mukhtar Ansari as ED has filed a fresh case against Mukhtar Ansari as well as his brother. In fact, it's the second PMLA case that has been registered against Mukhtar Ansari since 2021. So the case that has been registered against Mukhtar Ansari in relation to money laundering charges, the ED having filed this fresh case against not just Mukhtar Ansari but his brother as well. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more details. Well, our senior editor Shravan is breaking that story. Shravan, if you could give us more details with regard to this money laundering charge that Mukhtar Ansari as well as his brother is facing. Well, we'll go across to Shravan again, but that's after the 5th FIR, now fresh ED case that has been filed against Mukhtar Ansari. In fact, it's the second PMLA case that has been slapped on Mukhtar Ansari in 2 years. So in matter of 2 years, 2 PMLA cases that have been filed against Mukhtar Ansari. In fact, in this fresh case that has been filed by the ED, his brother, Mukhtar Ansari's brother, has also been named in this particular case that pertains to money laundering charges. We have Shravan back with us. Shravan, it's over to you. Get us all the latest details.
Well, in fact, as we speak right now, searches are basically being carried out at multiple locations in the national capital, which includes also premises belonging to Mukhtar Ansari's brother. In fact, his official residence at the national capital to Janpath is being searched by the enforcement directorate. Now, this is a fresh case that has been registered against Mukhtar Ansari and Afzal Ansari, where they are looking at land grabbing and also construction of illegal godowns. Remember, the earlier case that was registered by the enforcement directorate was primarily looking at diversion of certain funds that he was entitled to as a legislator. That money was diverted for other purposes than what it was specified. As of now, we are being told that this is a fresh case that has been registered by the enforcement directorate, where these searches are being carried out at multiple locations.
Yes, Shravan, if you can still talk to us, if you can talk to us more about the second PMLA case. We understand it's the second PMLA case to have been slapped against Mukhtar Ansari in a matter of 2 years.
This time only scanty details really coming in with regards to this fresh case, because as we speak, the searches are on, and that's the reason why the enforcement directorate is quite tight-lipped. All that we can confirm at this point in time is that this is the second case registered against not just against Mukhtar Ansari, but also his brother Afzal Ansari. And the second part essentially being that this is with regards to illegal construction of godowns, and also we are being told that this is a case pertaining to land grabbing.
All right, Shravan, thank you for that. So Shravan, they're getting us all those important details that we are picking up. The searches that are still being conducted in money laundering case that has been lodged against Mukhtar Ansari as well as his brother. It pertains to illegal land grabbing and constructing godowns. While we speak, the searches, as Shravan was telling us, the searches are still on by the enforcement directorate. In fact, it's the second PMLA case that has been slapped on Mukhtar Ansari in a matter of 2 years. Well, on to more breaking news coming in. This one pertaining to Farooq Abdullah, who's called for an all-party meet on Monday at 11 a.m. at his residence. In fact, it's the all parties we are told are being contacted for attending this meeting on the non-local voter issue. Official statement will be issued soon. So Farooq Abdullah calling for an all-party meet. It's a key meet that will be held at his residence on Monday at 11 a.m. We are told that all parties are currently being contacted for attending this meet that is going to be on non-local voter issue. Also, there's going to be an official statement that will be released very soon. So, tracking closely all the updates coming in, this one with regard to this news break coming in from JNK, where Farooq Abdullah has called for an all-party meet which will take place on Monday at 11 a.m. In fact, we are told that all parties are still being contacted by Farooq Abdullah to attend this particular meet, and the official statement, we are told, will be out very soon.
A horrific incident was reported from Jaipur that led to an unfortunate death. A Dalit woman school teacher was set ablaze on the 10th of August over money that was lent by her to certain people where she lived.
पेट्रोल छिड़क दिया मेरे पर सरस्वती ने सुरक्षिता उसकी बेटे की पूजा नशे कर फरार हो गए। जब तक मैं चलती है तब तक वो देखते रहे। आखिरी में बस छोड़ के रवाना हो गए। मैं बैसी बैसी चलती गई और जल के वो तमाशा देखते रहे। तमाशा देख के जैसे मैं धरती पे बेहोश होके गिरी वो वहाँ से रवाना हो गए।
With the brother-in-law narrating how she had been mistreated by the culprits belonging to the same family of the woman, even being beaten on a previous occasion.
100 नंबर पे भी कॉल किया उसने तो 5 मिनट बात हुई है 100 नंबर पे भी, उसके बाद में भी कोई प्रशासन नहीं आया। जब जलने के बाद में वो प्रशासन आई, ठीक है, जब जानने के बाद प्रशासन आई है तो बुरी तरीके से जल चुकी।
Well, slipping into a very short break for now. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side. It's a standby as Republic confronts another accused Bihar minister. Don't go anywhere.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Wadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30-bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists word by word. Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was...
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question.
Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Top headlines at 1:30. Big insult to Sikh community. Congress leader flaunts Jagdish Titler t-shirt at the Golden Temple. Sikh community hits out, says Congress rubbing salt on their wounds. Congress faces massive backlash for Tipu backing. Top Congress leader Siddaramaiah now welcomed with Savarkar posters. Bihar absconder Mantri still warms his seat. Nitish says action soon but is yet to act. ED News Titans files fresh case against Mukhtar Ansari.
राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी खतरा, अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया।
Massive row over Rohingyas. BJP takes on Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing for the Rohingyas. AAP says BJP hatching conspiracy. 2 suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's 24 North Parganas. Fresh trouble for Anugrata Mondal, daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam. Well, thanks for tuning in. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in. This one with regard to the tainted Nitish Mantri, who was the second tainted Nitish Mantri who's been confronted. Let's listen in to that exclusive conversation in which Republic confronted yet another accused. Bihar Minister Sudhakar Singh, the Agriculture Minister, who's an accused in the food grains.
के पुत्र हैं, इन पर भी आरोप लगे हैं। चार्जशीट भी हुआ था कि चावल घोटाले में संलिप्त है। इनसे जानेंगे कि इनका क्या वर्जन है। आप पर आरोप लगता है कि आप चावल घोटाले में संलिप्त हैं और जो आपने टेंडर में पार्टिसिपेट किया था, आपके पास राइस मिल है और टेंडर में पार्टिसिपेट किया था तो आपके पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं थी तो आप चावल दे नहीं पाए। जितना 50 लाख 4 करोड़ का चावल लौटाना था 85 लाख का दिए और उसके बाद एक और कंपनी से आपके 4 करोड़ के थे। अब पूरा टोटल घोटाला जो बोला जा रहा है 1150 करोड़ का है, जो अन्य मिलर भी इन्वॉल्व है। आप पर 7 से 8 करोड़ का है, 4 करोड़ का है, 4 करोड़ का। तो ये मामला क्या है, आप पर क्या गंभीर आरोप लगे? बताइए।
मामला गंभीर बिहार सरकार ने बनाया, यह मामला गंभीर नहीं था। यह मामला बहुत साधारण था। यह ब्रीच ऑफ एग्रीमेंट था। 2 पार्टी, मैं एक सरकार 2 पार्टी थी, उसमें एग्रीमेंट में उल्लंघन हुआ। यह ब्रीच ऑफ ट्रस्ट का मामला नहीं था। उल्लंघन ये था कि हमको बिहार सरकार धान मुहैया, पैडी मुहैया कराएगी, हम उसको चावल बनाकर दे देंगे, ले जाना उनका काम था। बनाकर रख दिया लेकिन बिहार सरकार नहीं ले गई। नहीं ले जाना उनका फेलियर था और आप कह सकते हैं कि क्या आपके पास सबूत है कि वो नहीं ले गए? तो इसके लिए मैं बाकायदा हाई कोर्ट तक गया। मामला वही से शुरू होता है।
ये तो सरकार कहती है कि आपके पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं था, आप लोगों ने गड़बड़ झाला करके टेंडर ले लिया।
ये सब पर नहीं आरोप है, ये कुछ लोगों पर ऐसा आरोप है। हम तो 2003 से काम करते हैं, सेंट्रल एजेंसियों के साथ काम करते हैं। हमारे पे तो कभी आरोप नहीं था।
केस तो हुआ, FIR हुआ, चार्जशीट हुआ, चार्ज फ्रेम।
ये पॉलिसी फेलियर था बिहार गवर्नमेंट का। मैं कह रहा हूँ ना कि इस पूरे कारोबार में मैं पहले 8 साल से था। 8 साल में कहीं एक रुपए का चूक नहीं है। ये जो नई पॉलिसी बिहार गवर्नमेंट लाई, उस पॉलिसी का जो फेलियर था, पॉलिसी जिसको बाद में बिहार गवर्नमेंट ने पॉलिसीज को चेंज भी करना पड़ा, लेकिन चेंज होते होते नुकसान हो गया सरकार का, बिहार के किसानों का, कारोबारी का। जो 1700 राइस मिल इसमें लगे थे, सभी लोग का नुकसान हुआ। और ये नुकसान हुआ कि सरकार के पास, गवर्नमेंट के पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं था। ये मिलों के पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का मामला नहीं है।
2012-13 में तब तो श्याम रजक जी फूड एंड सिविल सप्लाईज मिनिस्टर थे, जो आपके पार्टी के, अब RJD के बड़े नेता हैं। उस समय नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री थे। तो क्या श्याम रजक और नीतीश कुमार के इशारे पर आप पर केस दर्ज हुआ कि आपने घोटाला किया है? अब तो उनके साथ है, नीतीश जी के मंत्रिमंडल में आप सहयोगी हैं।
हम मंत्रिमंडल में सहयोगी हैं, राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के हम कार्यकर्ता हैं। राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के कार्यकर्ता की हैसियत से जो मेरे नेता का आदेश था कि इस काम को करना है तो हमको कर रहे हैं। बाकी हम विधायक के रूप में, विधानमंडल के सदस्य के रूप में एक महत्वपूर्ण कार्य में थे। उससे बड़ा काम नहीं है, इससे छोटा काम है। लोगों के लिए लगता होगा कि ये बड़ा काम है। ये जनरल परसेप्शन बना है कि सरकार ऊपर चीज़ हो गई और विधायिका कमज़ोर हो गई।
आप बेल पे हैं?
बेल पर हैं तो बेल रेगुलर बेल पर हैं हम, इंक्लूडिंग सुप्रीम कोर्ट से। सरकार मेरे खिलाफ गई, हम तो लोअर कोर्ट से।
तो आप कार्तिकेय सिंह की तरह बेल मतलब नो कोर्सन वाले एक्शन पे नहीं है सर? कार्तिकेय सिंह ने जैसे बेल नहीं लिया, आप मंत्री पद की शपथ ले ली।
बाकी चीज़ों में क्या है मैं नहीं जानता, ख्याल कर लिए मैं रेगुलर बेल पे हूँ लोअर कोर्ट से, और कंफर्म बेल किया सुप्रीम कोर्ट। बिहार सरकार मेरे खिलाफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट गई 4 बार, और 4 बार उसने कंफर्म किया। मतलब सुप्रीम कोर्ट माननीय न्यायपालिका को लगता था कि मैं गुनाहगार नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि बेगुनाह तो लोअर कोर्ट से ही।
कार्तिकेय सिंह पर आप क्या कहेंगे? मतलब उन्होंने दागी होते हुए कानून मंत्री की शपथ ले ली पद और गोपनीयता के साथ।
हम उनके सभी कागजों को मैं देखा नहीं हूँ कि क्या चार्जेज हैं उन पर, क्या कोर्ट का जजमेंट क्या कोर्ट पर है, ये हमको जानकारी नहीं है। तो इसलिए बेहतर तरीके से वही बता सकते हैं, अपनी बात को पक्ष रख सकते हैं कार्तिकेय जी। और लेकिन इतना मैं जानता हूँ कि सजा याफ्ता नहीं है। सजा याफ्ता होते तो मेंबर हाउस के मेंबर नहीं होते, सजा याफ्ता होते तो मिनिस्टर नहीं बनते।
ये बताइए कि आप अभी भी बिहार सरकार से लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं?
कानूनन तो हम पक्ष हैं, एक पक्ष ही है, एक पक्ष हम हैं।
लेकिन आप पर बिहार सरकार ने घोटाले का आरोप लगाया और आप उसी बिहार सरकार में मंत्री हैं, तो आपको नहीं लगता है कि आपको पद और गोपनीयता की शपथ नहीं लेनी चाहिए थी जब तक ये मामला निरस्त नहीं हो जाता या खत्म हो जाता?
ये कोई जांच के स्तर पे नहीं मामला है, ये कोई पद और गोपनीयता का विषय है। ये अब अंडर सब जुडिस है, न्यायपालिका के पास सुपुर्द है मामले। इसमें अब सरकारों की भूमिका नगण्य है, मैं बता रहा हूँ। इसमें कोई ऐसा दस्तावेज नहीं है जो सरकार सबमिट न कर दी हो फाइनल। अब एक न्यायपालिका के अंदर का मामला है, माननीय न्यायपालिका की जब जो निर्णय होगा उसको हम स्वीकार करेंगे।
लड़ाई तो सरकारी वकील ही पक्ष रखेंगे ना, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में या हाई कोर्ट आप बोलते हैं या सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक गए, पक्ष तो सरकारी पक्ष ही रखेंगे। अब आप सरकार के अंग हैं, कैबिनेट के पार्ट हैं।
यहाँ पर मैं बता रहा हूँ, आप इतना आश्चर्यचकित नहीं हुए। जो यहाँ सबसे मैच्योर डेमोक्रेसी है अमेरिका में, वहाँ राष्ट्रपति जो हमारे थे ट्रम्प थे, उन पर आरोप था कि उन्होंने चुनाव में हेराफेरी किया और उसी की एजेंसी जांच की, FBI, और पनिश किया। कई मंत्रियों को, कई सरकारी अधिकारियों को जेल भेज दिया FBI सिटिंग प्रेसिडेंट के खिलाफ। ये हमारी डेमोक्रेसी बहुत मैच्योर है। जांच एजेंसियों को लगता है कि गड़बड़ है तो वो रोका नहीं जा सकता।
मैं गड़बड़ किसने किया? सरकार की तरफ से क्या गड़बड़ी हुई उस समय?
पॉलिसीज फेलियर था, सरकार की पॉलिसीज फेलियर था। मैं कहता हूँ सरकार की पॉलिसीज का फेलियर था, तब 1700 लोग फंसे। अगर गड़बड़ होता तो 1-2 लोग 4 लोग फंसते या गड़बड़ करते, लेकिन सभी लोग फेल कर जाना, ये पॉलिसी फेलियर मैं मानता हूँ। 10% तक अगर फेल करते हैं तो लोगों के द्वारा ये मानता है कि फेल हुए, अगर ये 90% फेल करते हैं तो हम लोग मानते हैं कि सरकार के स्तर पे पॉलिसी।
नीतीश कुमार को आप जिम्मेवार मानते हैं पॉलिसी फेलियर के लिए या श्याम रजक को?
तत्कालीन जो भी रहे हों, उनकी विफलता रही है कि बिहार की जो
Well, on to more breaking news coming in. We are now getting visuals of TMC MLA Anubrata Mondal, who's now been taken to the court. We'll get more details and we'll go across to our Bangla reporters from the Bangla newsroom. But these are the first visuals that we are getting right now of Anubrata Mondal reaching the court premises. That's the update coming in as we speak. He's been taken for the medical test is what we are given to understand. We'll go across to our Bangla newsroom as well to get us more details on this. But remember, Anubrata Mondal is under the radar of the agencies. He's now been taken for the medical test. The first visuals that we are getting to you right now of Anubrata Mondal, who's now being taken for the medical test. Kishle is joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, take us through the details that you're picking up, the first visuals that we are getting right now of Anubrata Mondal being taken for the medical test.
exactly, big movements happening. Sukarna Mondol's name also came up in the SSC scam, and right now she is entering High Court. Sukarna Mondol, Onubroto Mondol's daughter, she is summoned by 3 p.m. in the High Court in the SSC scam. Yesterday we saw that how it was made clear in the High Court that Sukarna Mondol also was recruited as a primary teacher without even appearing for the TET examination or teachers eligibility test. We can see there the reporters, journalists on field are trying to ask her whether she is actually involved in this case or not, and she's avoiding any interaction with the media. She's entering the High Court, and also on the other hand we showed broadcasted previously how Onubroto Mondol is taken to command and taken back to Nizam Palace, especially in the cow smuggling or the cattle smuggling case. Already the Sukarna Mondol was in CBI scanner in the cattle smuggling case, and now this new scam, in the scam where already Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee are in custody. Now Onubroto Mondol's daughter's name also has come up in the same scam, the SSC scam, teachers recruitment scam, the mega cash scam of Bengal, and she is entering the High Court. Today the High Court summoned Sukarna Mondol and 6 others in this case, all of whom are related to Onubroto Mondol in some way. Onubroto Mondol's daughter, Onubroto Mondol's personal assistant, and other relatives of Onubroto Mondol as well. All of them are summoned at Calcutta High Court today in this SSC scam case, school recruitment scam case. This Sukarna Mondol, we can see that at one hand Onubroto taken to medical, he comes out. On the other hand, we can see that Sukarna Mondol is taken she's entering the High Court in the case of in the primary teachers recruitment case. Onubroto Mondol, we can see his visuals right now. He is being asked by the journalists whether his daughter cleared TET exam before she was recruited as a primary teacher or not. He's trying to say a yes, nodding his head. However, we know that there is a case in the High Court that Onubroto Mondol's daughter Sukarna is also recruited in the teacher scam as a primary teacher without even appearing for the TET examination. Also, more shocking details has come up that Onubroto Mondol's daughter Sukarna Mondol didn't even go to the school where she was recruited, where she was a teacher. She didn't even visit that school. Instead, officials from that school used to come to her house with the register where she used to sign, and she used to get the payment, she used to get the salary. All these details are coming in the High Court. The lawyers who are fighting the case for all the primary teachers who could not get a job in this teachers recruitment scam, mega scam in Bengal, they have given these details that Sukarna Mondol was recruited without, number one, without even appearing for the TET examination, teachers eligibility test examination. Secondly, she used to stay at her house, and the officials of this school used to come at her house with the register. She used to sign there and take the money, take her salary without even going to the school or teaching there. So all these shocking details coming from Bengal, back-to-back breakings and back-to-back updates. Onubroto Mondol taken for health checkup in the cattle smuggling case. He is being taken back to Nizam. On the other hand, Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee, both of them are produced in the court in the mega primary teachers recruitment scam from Bengal. And on the other hand, Sukarna Mondol, Onubroto Mondol's daughter, has appeared in Calcutta High High Court because she was summoned yesterday in this case where this new twist has come up that Onubroto Mondol's daughter and 6 other kins of Onubroto Mondol, family members and his personal assistant also were recruited as teachers, primary teachers, without even appearing for the TET examination. All these shocking details from Bengal, we are keeping a track. We have broken all these stories first on Republic Network. We broke it first when Onubroto Mondol was arrested. We broke it first when Partho Chatterjee, Orpita Mukherjee was arrested after a huge stack of cash was found from their apartment. And now we are breaking it first when when Shukonna Mondol is being taken, is entering the High Court in the SSC scam. She was asked by journalists whether she actually appeared for the TET exam or not. She did not reply. However, Onubroto Mondol, when he was asked that whether his daughter appeared for the TET exam or not, he said yes, nodding his head. However, we are keeping a track on all these developments. Back to the studio.
Kishle, stay with us. If you can talk to us more about Anubrata Mondal as well as her daughter, because from what we understand as per reports, is that a lot of candidates who were qualified enough to get through that job did not get it because the rot, of course, runs deep, and the daughter of Anubrata Mondal seems to have been favoured clearly by the government.
Well, there are two ways. Allegedly, there are two ways to get a job as a teacher in West Bengal now. After this scam, it is very clear. Either you can pay the whole nexus, all these people who are related in this nexus, you can pay them a huge amount of money and you can get a job as a teacher without even clearing the exam or without even qualifying for it. And the other way is to be a very close relative of any of the ministers, or be a close relative of any of the Trinamool Congress leaders, allegedly. That's what we are seeing. And then you can get a job in the primary teachers department without even appearing for the TET examination or without even going to the school. You can just stay at home and get your salary delivered at your doorstep. Cash on delivery kind of scheme happening in West Bengal. These are the allegations which are very shocking. Yesterday we saw that in the High Court, lawyer Firdaus Shamim, who is fighting this case for all the candidates who did not get a job in spite of appearing for the exam, writing the exam, getting good marks, qualifying the exam, that they didn't get job. They are still now protesting in Esplanade, 520 days now. They are sitting there and protesting, trying to establish their point that we cleared exams, we did not get a job, we are still jobless, we don't have money to feed our family. And on the other hand, we see Onubroto Mondol's daughter, we see Paresh Adhikari's daughter, who was also a minister, Paresh Adhikari. His daughter Ankita Adhikari got a job in the high school department without even qualifying the exam. She got less marks than other candidates like Babita Sarkar, who later on got the job after High Court intervened in this matter. So minister's daughter, Onubroto Mondol's daughter, Trinamool Congress leader's daughter, all Trinamool strongman's daughter, or MLA's daughter, all of them, their sons and daughters and brothers are getting jobs very easily without even going to the school. However, the candidates who deserve, they are not getting the jobs. So clear visuals there. Orpita Mukherjee and Partho Chatterjee were taken to the City Sessions Court today in the SSC scam, and Shukonna Mondol has appeared before the High Court. She has come to High Court and now she needs to answer questions. There are many questions that are being raised in the High Court that the opposition parties are raising, or common people as well, and the candidates who didn't get job in spite of qualifying, in spite of working hard, in spite of toiling hard, in spite of studying hard. All these goes to vain when it's come to money and power. That's what we are seeing in West Bengal. Back to the studio.
They also talk to us, any reactions coming in from the TMC at this point. Has the TMC distanced itself, or is it backing Anubrata Mondal and his daughter? Anything that you're learning in that regard?
Well, Onubroto, when he was arrested first, CBI arrested him in the cattle smuggling case. He used to smuggle cattle. That's the allegation. He used to buy cattle. There were people. He used to send those cattle to Bangladesh and get money. And he built his property. He was arrested in that allegation, in that charge. When he was arrested, after that, Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee said on Sunday, last Sunday, that why Kesto Keshto is the name what Mamata Banerjee lovingly calls Onubroto as Keshto. That's his nickname. So she said, why Keshto? Why is he arrested? What has he done? Though Mamata Banerjee previously did not speak something similar about Partho Chatterjee, she kind of supported Onubroto. Now, after his daughter's name has come up in the SSC scam where Partho Chatterjee is already in custody and may face jail even after this. So now whether Mamata Banerjee or Trinamool Congress will support, that's yet to be seen. However, yesterday, Bratto Boshu, the State Minister of Education, he said that I didn't have any information about this girl or how did she get job. When he was asked that how Onubroto Mondol's daughter Shukonna Mondol got a job without even appearing for the TET examination, she doesn't even go to the school and still gets a salary delivered to her doorstep. How does that happen? He said, I don't know. Being the education minister, he didn't even have this basic information. However, that's a question that how much trustworthy that answer is. How much trustworthy that answer is. Also, we are looking at different other angles, whether Orpita and Partho will be brought along with Shukonna and question and all that. We are looking at more exclusive information coming up on Republic. We are coming back after a short break.
News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries. According to police, the woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेकर विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के दो व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली, उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान।
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba, Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal, has left home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
And a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country a day ahead of the Bihar cabinet expansion, a rift in the Mahagathbandhan government has now come to fore. JDU's Bhima Bharti is miffed over the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet, demanding Nitish government to sack her.
नाराज इसलिए हैं कि लेसी सिंह को मंत्री बनाया, इसलिए नाराज हैं। क्यों उसको कि कैसे मंत्रालय में जगह दिया गया, बार बार क्या उसमें छवि नजर आता है मुख्यमंत्री जी को, जो बार बार उसको मंत्रालय दिया जा रहा है, इसलिए।
Amid speculations of a change of guard, Arun Singh, the BJP National General Secretary in charge of Karnataka, met Yediyurappa at his residence. BJP said that Yediyurappa is the tallest political leader in Karnataka. EPS faction filed an appeal against the Madras High Court verdict that was pronounced in favour of OPS. The appeal has been filed against the single judge order and submitted to a bench of justices Sundar Mohan and Durai Swamy. Another setback to Congress in J&K. Fourth loyalist of Ghulam Nabi Azad has resigned from the new post in campaign and election committee. GM Saruri has declined to accept the new role as convener, campaign committee and member of Pradesh election committee constituted by the All India Congress Committee. Two suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's 24 North Pargana Special Task Force has made this arrest. Both of them have been arrested from Sasson in North 24 Parganas. Mega row over Rohingyas. BJP has now slammed Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing.
सिर्फ वोट बैंक की राजनीति और तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के लिए वो देश की सुरक्षा के लिए जो खतरा है रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए उनको सब सुविधाएं दे रहे हैं और वोट बनवा रहे हैं, उनके बच्चों का एडमिशन करा रहे हैं.
After the Jalore shocker wherein a Dalit boy was beaten to death, now another shocking incident has come to light where a woman teacher was succumbed to injuries at a hospital after she was set ablaze just a week before. BJP has BJP has slammed the Gehlot government over the law and order situation in the state.
इसलिए और ज़्यादा है कि राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री जिस राज्य का गृह मंत्री हो और वहाँ कानून की इस तरह से दुर्गति हो और जंगल राज जैसा दिखाई देता है. केवल मेरे को नहीं, प्रतिपक्ष में इसलिए नहीं, राजस्थान की सारी जनता को भी दिखाई देता है और देश की जनता भी जो राजस्थान को देख रहे हैं वो भी ऐसे महसूस करते हैं कि ये राजस्थान का लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की इतनी दुर्गति क्यों है.
After nepotism charge hits Kerala government and the Kerala governor Arif Muhammad, of course, wielding his power and freezing the appointment of CPIM leader K.K. Ragesh's wife, now Union Minister V. Muralidharan, attacked the Kerala government and questioned the CPIM to act on it. ED conducted searches at multiple places in Delhi, Lucknow, UP's Ghazipur district and Mau district at premises linked to Mafia Mukhtar Ansari and his close associates. Mukhtar's residence in Muhammadabad also was searched by the ED. Well, slipping into a very short break, lots lined up for you on the other side. ED News Titans files fresh case against Mukhtar Ansari. And massive row over Rohingyas. BJP now takes on Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing for Rohingyas. AAP meanwhile says BJP hatching conspiracy. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crackdown, two gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30 bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists. Word by word, Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of Well, starting with breaking news coming in, this one from JNK where NC Chief Farooq Abdullah has called for an all-party meet on 22nd of August over issue of inclusion of outside voters in JNK electoral rolls. So the key meet that has been called by Farooq Abdullah, it's an all-party meet that has been called by him, which will take place at 11 a.m. Well, don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side, slipping into a very short break for now. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Farooq is in a huddle calls for a key meet on Monday at 11 a.m. UP ATS arrested two Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists word by word. Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered, and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries. According to police, the woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के दो व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा।
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी। Big insult to the Sikh community. Congress leader flaunts Jagdish Titler T-shirt at the Golden Temple in Amritsar. Sikh community hits out, says the Congress is rubbing salt on their wounds. As the Congress faces massive backlash for Tipu Sultan backing top leader Siddaramaiah, welcomed with Savarkar posters, black flags in Karnataka. Bihar absconder minister still warming his seat. Nitish has action soon, but is yet to act. ED News Titans files fresh case against Mukhtar Ansari.
कि राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी खतरा, अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया।
Big controversy rages over Rohingya as BJP takes on Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing. Aam Aadmi Party says BJP hatching conspiracy. Two suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's North 24 Parganas. Anubrata Mondal in cattle smuggling case. A daughter now appears before the Calcutta High Court in the Bengal caste scam and the recruitment scam. Trinamool Congress facing massive pressure. And Savarkar has become the big focus. Veer Savarkar's posters were torn in Shivamogga in Karnataka a few days back. And following that, there has been a viral movement across Karnataka and across India, several states, as Veer Savarkar's posters come up in different parts of not just Karnataka, but also the country from Tumakuru to Shivamogga to Udupi in Karnataka to even Kerala and Maharashtra. The debate rages on. More videos now coming up of Veer Savarkar's posters across different parts of Karnataka. These pictures coming in. We had pictures from Shivamogga, this one from Tumakuru, and then also from Udupi. So the Congress party, which questioned these Savarkar posters, facing a backlash as well this morning. We'll show you the different pictures of where it started in Shivamogga, and then there were more posters in Tumakuru, and these are posters from Tumakuru. And then you had in Kodagu in Karnataka, where Siddaramaiah was booed, shown black flags, asked to go back. These are the pictures coming in. The Congress party also asked why Savarkar's posters were put up in a Muslim area. That was Siddaramaiah of the Congress party. And then he was shown black flags earlier today. And more pictures now coming in. Manish Sisodia, in fact, there is another breaking news development. The Aam Aadmi Party is holding a news conference on the Rohingya issue. We'll cut across to that and come back to the story from Karnataka.
अपना स्टेटमेंट दिया तो उसके बाद केंद्र सरकार फिर थोड़ा बैकफुट पे आके केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय ने एक बयान जारी किया कि नहीं साहब, हमारा स्टैंड तो ये है। अब सवाल उठता है कि अगर केंद्र सरकार का स्टैंड ये है और दिल्ली सरकार बार बार अपना रुख साफ कर चुकी है कि किसी भी तरह के अवैध प्रवास को, रोहिंग्याओं के किसी भी तरह के प्रवास को दिल्ली सरकार दिल्ली की सुरक्षा के लिए, देश की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा मानती है, वैसे में उनको फ्लैट देने की किसी योजना का तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता। केंद्र सरकार का गृह मंत्रालय कह रहा है कि हम नहीं कर रहे, फिर ये कर कौन रहा था? अगर ये स्टैंड केंद्र सरकार के कुछ लोगों ने, और जिसकी पुष्टि इस बात से भी होती है कि हरदीप सिंह पुरी जी ने बाकायदा उसको अपलोड करते हुए ट्वीट किया था, केंद्रीय आवास मंत्री हैं वो, और अगर दिल्ली में आवास दिए जा रहे हैं और केंद्रीय आवास मंत्री उसको अपलोड करके कह रहे हैं केंद्र की ये शानदार योजना है, और केंद्र सरकार के अफसर और दिल्ली सरकार के अफसर मीटिंग करके और दिल्ली पुलिस के ऑफिसर मीटिंग करके कुछ डिसीजन ले रहे हैं और फिर उनको बिना चुनी हुई सरकार को दिखाए एलजी का अप्रूवल के लिए भेज रहे हैं, तो फिर ये करा कौन रहा है? अगर केंद्र सरकार इसके खिलाफ है तो फिर कौन करा रहा है? दिल्ली सरकार से छिपा के किया जा रहा है, चुनी हुई सरकार से छिपा के किया जा रहा है, तो करा कौन रहा है? केंद्रीय मंत्री जी इसकी तारीफ कर रहे हैं, तो फिर करा कौन रहा है? केंद्र सरकार के ऑफिसर्स भी मीटिंग्स में डिसीजन ले रहे हैं, तो करा कौन रहा है? तो इसीलिए मैंने गृह मंत्री जी को, केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री जी को चिट्ठी लिखी है अभी, और उसमें मैंने उनसे ये रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि पहली बात तो ये कि आप केंद्र सरकार का स्पष्ट रुख देश के सामने रखें, दिल्ली के सामने रखें, और दूसरा ये जो साजिश हो रही है या हो रही थी कि दिल्ली की चुनी हुई सरकार से छिपाकर, और अगर केंद्र सरकार भी ऐसा मानती है कि रोहिंग्याओं को नहीं बसाना है, फ्लैट नहीं देने, तो फिर केंद्र सरकार के भी रुख के खिलाफ जाके ये डिसीजंस किसके कहने पे लिए जा रहे थे, कौन ले रहा था, कहां से इसके आदेश आ रहे थे, ये सबकी बहुत निष्पक्ष तुरंत जांच होनी चाहिए। और जो भी लोग अगर केंद्र सरकार के रुख के खिलाफ जा रहे थे तो केंद्र सरकार के रुख के खिलाफ, और दिल्ली की सरकार से, चुनी हुई सरकार से छिपा के डिसीजन लेना चाह रहे थे तो उनके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। ये मैंने केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री जी को अभी चिट्ठी लिखी है।
मनीष जी, डिविजनल कमिश्नर ने ये तैयार किया था, प्रस्ताव किया था कि उनको यहाँ से शिफ्ट करके और बकरवाला में रखा जाए, और चीफ सेक्रेटरी ने उसको पास किया। इससे पहले ये एसडीएम के लेवल पे भी ये तैयार हुआ था कि उनका क्या विकल्प है, कहाँ पे रखा जाए। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया में कहीं से भी दिल्ली सरकार के रूप में नहीं,
मैं इसीलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि फिर दिल्ली सरकार दिल्ली के मंत्रियों से नहीं पूछ रहे, मुख्यमंत्री से डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे, अचानक कोई एफआरआरओ की चिट्ठी आती है, उसके बेस पे एनडीएमसी को लिख देते हैं, फिर एक केंद्र के मंत्री जी कहते हैं, आवास मंत्री हैं जो कि हाँ बहुत बढ़िया है, फ्लैट दिए, आवास दिए जा रहे हैं, हम अपने तारीफ करते हैं सरकार की। फिर जब हम कहते हैं भाई चुनी हुई सरकार को तो पता ही नहीं है, पूछ ही नहीं रहे, फिर गृह मंत्रालय कहता है हमें भी नहीं पता, या हम ऐसा नहीं चाह रहे। तो फिर ये साजिश क्या हुई है, किसने की है, और किसके कहने पे की है, कौन लोग ये डिसीजन ले रहे थे और क्यों ले रहे थे?
दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट के जो होम डिपार्टमेंट के सेक्रेटरी हैं उनके वो भी लूप में थे, वो भी आप।
मैं वही पूछ रहा हूँ ना कि जब केंद्र सरकार भी कह रही है अगर केंद्र सरकार का ये रुख है, पहले तो केंद्र सरकार अपना रुख स्पष्ट करे और फिर मैं तो स्पष्ट रूप से लिख के दे रहा हूं।
सर, आप ये जो फ्लैट वाली योजना है इसके विरोध में है या फिर ये रोहिंग्या ही दिल्ली में नहीं होने चाहिए, आप इसके विरोध में है? नीति और विचारधारा क्या है?
नीति और विचारधारा इस रूप में स्पष्ट है कि रोहिंग्याओं को किसी भी तरह के अस्थायी निवास के लिए, क्योंकि अगर कोई भी इलीगल माइग्रेंट है या इलीगल ऑक्यूपेंट है और वो देश की नीतियों के खिलाफ देश में रह रहा है तो उसके खिलाफ तो केंद्र सरकार को एक्शन लेना चाहिए। ये तो दिल्ली पुलिस बताएगी ना कहाँ रह रहे हैं, ये केंद्र सरकार बताए कहाँ छिपा कर। ये तो आप अपने बेस पे पूछ रहे हैं ना। अभी तो दिल्ली सरकार के पास ऐसी कोई जानकारी नहीं है कि कहाँ रोहिंग्या रह रहे हैं, कहाँ रह रहे हैं।
हिमाचल में 6 महीने में हिमाचल का सीएम चेंज होने वाला है, गुजरात में 6 महीने में गुजरात का सीएम चेंज होने वाला है, या उसको पता चल जाता है कि उनका कौन सा मंत्री कब गिरफ्तार होने वाला है, उसके इतनी सारी नॉलेज होती है, इंटेलिजेंस की सब कुछ इनपुट होते हैं, लेकिन उसके बारे में डिप्टी सेक्रेटरी होम से लेके एसीएस होम तक, डीएम से लेके
यही तो मेरे लिए भी है।
ऐसी इंटेलिजेंस इस मामले में एकदम से फेल रही है।
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ कि ऐसी चीजें पता चल जाती हैं और ये इतना सीक्रेटली किया जा रहा था, तो क्या साजिश है ये? इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए।
जम्मू कश्मीर में नॉन कश्मीरी भी वोट डाल पाएंगे? थोड़ा सर, रोहिंग्या पे एक सवाल है। सरकार एमएचए ने कल चिट्ठी में कहा कि दिल्ली सरकार जो प्रेजेंट लोकेशन है रोहिंग्या कैंप की उसको डिटेंशन सेंटर घोषित करे और ये इमीडिएटली किया जाना चाहिए। इस पे क्या आपका रेस्पॉन्स है? आर यू गोइंग टू डिक्लेयर?
पहले केंद्र सरकार अपना रुख तो साफ करे। कल से कंफ्यूजन फैला रखा है, एक मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कुछ, एक मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कुछ, नीचे अफसरों से कुछ करवा रहे हैं। पहले केंद्र सरकार इसकी पूरी जांच कराए, उसके बाद में ये कैंप, कौन सा कैंप चलेगा कौन सा नहीं चलेगा, ये तो सब पुलिस के निर्णय है। यही तो हम पूछ रहे हैं।
सर, बीजेपी कांग्रेस आज भी करा है, उन्होंने कहा कि उनको बिजली, पानी, तमाम सुविधाएं जो है वो दिल्ली सरकार मुहैया करा रही है और दिल्ली सरकार ही सब कुछ करवा रही है। उस पर आपका क्या कहना है?
तो बताए ना कहाँ कहाँ रोहिंग्या है, क्यों रख रखे हैं, केंद्र सरकार ने क्यों रखे हुए हैं, बीजेपी ने क्यों छिपा रखे हैं, किसने छिपा रखे हैं, और फिर पीछे से मीटिंग करा रहे हैं, क्यों करा रहे हैं?
And the Aam Aadmi Party, they're holding a news conference questioning the Delhi government, the central government that is, on the confusion they claim on the issue of Rohingya shelters. We'll try and get the first BJP response to it as well. That was the Aam Aadmi Party demanding an investigation, claiming that there could have been a case of conspiracy, saying they weren't aware of the shelter. Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister, had put out a tweet talking about a shelter, and the Aam Aadmi Party now responding. In fact, they held a news conference yesterday as well, and after the letter that was shown by the centre putting out facts of the case, the Aam Aadmi Party saying Delhi government wasn't aware of the decision, wasn't aware of the request. And this is a big allegation, saying that there is a conspiracy, there could be a conspiracy behind the letter that was written asking for a shelter. Whose conspiracy was it? Did the Delhi government really not know? Did they really not know about shelters for Rohingyas? Because yesterday, all of yesterday, they said the centre had approved, had constructed the shelter for Rohingyas, claiming that Pakistani Hindu refugees were still left in the lurch, living in pathetic conditions, and Rohingyas were being given shelters, and there's been a lot of anger. Shehzad Poonawalla joining us on the phone line. Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP spokesperson. Shehzad, is it possible that the Delhi government really didn't know? The allegation is that they did not know. They claim there's a conspiracy. Shehzad, the Aam Aadmi Party claims that they had no idea. They had no idea. They said, we don't know who wrote the letter. They're claiming it could be a conspiracy. They're saying we didn't know. Is it possible they really didn't know about this?
See, the Department of Home, Delhi Sarkar, which the government does it come under? It comes under the Delhi government. The second factor is that the DM, whom does the DM report to? The Delhi government. So, now for them to say that when this letter has come out, And it is clear as daylight that the Delhi government wanted to actually shift these Rohingyas to EWS flats and wanted to give these flats meant for the people of India to the Rohingyas because of vote bank politics. And apart from that, please see when the Rohingyas were being removed from Madanpur Khadar land of Uttar Pradesh government. At that time, Amanatullah Khan, it is a Republic report. You can check the Republic report. It was a Republic report that Amanatullah Khan told Republic Channel that these people are not a national security threat. They should be given the residence. They should be given the facilities. Secondly, I can tell you for a fact that the Delhi government has provided rations to these Rohingyas during the COVID lockdown. The Delhi High Court was told in an affidavit by the Delhi government, and at the time when people of Delhi were not getting rations, the ration cards have not been given to poor of Delhi. Rohingyas are getting rations meant for the people of India. All of these have been reported by Republic. I would request you to go back to your reports and tell us that why this Aam Aadmi Party has such Rohingya prem. And it's not just Rohingya prem. They come out in defense of ISIS terrorists. Amanatullah Khan defended ISIS terrorists. They've come out in defense of Tahir Hussain. They've come out in defense of all kinds of elements who are radicals. So this, in the name of vote bank politics, this is the true face of the Arvind Kejriwal government. They are not Kattar Deshbhakt. They are Kattar corrupt, and they are Kattar Desh Bhakti ke saath and Desh ki Rashtriya Suraksha ke saath khilwad karne wale log.
Yeah, but so that's really baffling that they say that it could be a conspiracy. I mean, what conspiracy are they talking about?
Niranjan, I request you, I don't remember the exact date, but the Republic has an exclusive interview of Amanatullah Khan, where he has come out and said that these 50-odd Rohingya families, which are being pushed out of Madanpur Khadar, are not a national security, and that the BJP government, because they are Muslims or some logic he has given, that because of that we are targeting them. I request you to please pull out that video and put out in defense and ask Mr. Manish Sisodia and Kejriwal that is Amanatullah Khan from the BJP. He's from the Aam Aadmi Party. He's an MLA. He is defending Rohingyas. Also, the Delhi High Court has been told in black and white by the Delhi government that we are providing sufficient food to Rohingyas. Don't worry about these Rohingyas. We are providing them food. They will not be hungry at all. Whether they give to a common person of Delhi or not, doesn't matter. But Rohingya ka peet bhar ke khana de rahe. This they have said to the Delhi High Court. I request you to pull both these reports of Republic out and put it in the public domain and ask Mr. Sisodia that who is the true patronizer, the hand that patronizes the Rohingyas.
Okay, let's see. We'll try and ask that question as well. Shehzad Poonawala, thank you for joining us. The first response to the BJP after the Aam Aadmi Party claimed that they had no idea about the Rohingya shelter. Meanwhile, there is a debate now as people talk about the possible Rohingya shelter. There's a political debate, a political fight around it. But what about and this is the question that people are asking, what about the Pakistani Hindu refugees? The Pakistani Hindu refugees who've been here, the Hindu refugees who crossed over from Pakistan, who came back, they're living in pathetic conditions. My colleague Piyush sent us a report from the national capital on the conditions under which they are currently living in the national capital. Take a look.
While there are now reports that are emerging of how the Rohingya refugees that had come from Myanmar and Bangladesh to India are going to be accommodated by giving them accommodations, what often gets forgotten is the plight of Hindu refugees that had come from Pakistan to India. I'm reporting from one such refugee camp here at Majnu Ka Tila in Delhi, where over 150 Hindu families that had come from Pakistan to India in 2012. But still, if you can see over here, the difficulties and the ordeals that are being faced by these families. Most of these families are financially quite weak, and they are still finding it very difficult to make their ends meet. Despite this, they are quite hopeful. They are very hopeful. They are hopeful about being accepted as Indians, something that has been denied to them now for more than 10 years. In 2019, there was a hope. Then the government passed the CAA bill that, there is going to be an improvement in their conditions. But yet, despite 3 years there has been no improvement in the conditions, and they are still waiting for the citizenship. When you talk to the families over here, they are hopeful about the country, but yes, they have this complaint and they have these grievances that they are not being accepted as Indian citizens. You can understand, as you can see the visuals over here, that what is the state of affairs over here. They are financially very weak. It is difficult for them to make their ends meet, but yet they are hopeful. They are hopeful about this country. They are hopeful that the government is going to step in and going to help in improving the situation. They are making, though they have expressed their hope with the government, they are resilient people, and they are in their own way trying their best to make.
Well, we have some breaking news now coming in. Big alarm being sounded in Raigad, Maharashtra. Exclusive visuals on Republic TV. Exclusive visuals. Let's put that out. Exclusive pictures of a boat. A boat, we are told, that was carrying AK-47s. AK-47 recovered from a boat. Rifles also recovered from Raigad in Maharashtra. What boat is this, Alicia? What boat is this? Let's focus on that boat. That boat there, seen in this video in Raigad, Maharashtra. Big alarm. Staying non-stop on this story, getting the details from Alicia. Alicia, over to you.
Niranjan, we have to wait for an official because we had a word with the IG Konkan range, and he has given the information that the police, Raigad police, is trying to get on the boat, but it seems to be difficult as it's a high tide there in Raigad district, which is why the police officials are not really able to get into the boat. But the information that has been coming in that there are AK-47, but yet we will wait for an official and a detailed statement that is going to be given by police. But what we have been told that the police are trying to get into the boat, but it seems to be difficult. They will search the boat first, and then will find out where exactly and what the boat has. But this is a visual that has been coming in from Raigad, and it's a Srivardhan taluka in Raigad, where some boat has been found by the Raigad police, and they've been trying to get into the boat, and we'll get to know what exactly it is. But initially, the primary information that we're getting, there are some AK-47 guns that is present in that boat, but still they will wait for an official confirmation, because we already had a word with the IG Konkan range, which has given the information that Raigad police is trying very hard to get that boat. It's a high tide, which is why they are not really able to get into that boat, and only after the search operation we'll get to know.
Boat, and only after the search operation we'll get to know what exactly has been kept in that boat. Yes.
I'm going to show the pictures of the boat. Let's show the pictures of the boat, please. Let's show the pictures of the boat. We are hearing that on this boat, according to reports, let's show the pictures of the boat. There was another video. That's the boat there. That's the boat. Exclusive pictures on Republic TV. Hearing